Chapter 1. The Tavern and the Quest. A burly, bald man clad in fur armor exuberantly pushed open the door of the Frostwolf's Fong Tavern and swaggered inside. "Hey, close the door when you come in," shouted the tavern maid as she advanced towards the entrance. "I'll be sure to remember next time," replied the bald man as he made his way toward a youth perched by the hearth, warming himself. "Rod, today is truly our lucky day. In this frigid winter, someone actually wants to hire us and has promised to pay up to 100 gold coins. With that kind of money, we can live comfortably for quite a while. What do you think?" The boy turned his head and nodded. Rod is a transmigrator before his journey. He typically went to bed only to awaken in a completely different world. Fortunately, he inherited the memories of his original body after arriving in this unfamiliar land. Before his transmigration, Rod's parents had passed away, leaving him without close friends and having lived a solitary life. Thus, for him, this journey merely meant relocating to a new existence. He had been in this world for 7 days, during which he grasped an outline of its nature. This realm starkly contrasts with the one he previously inhabited. It remains entrenched in feudalism despite having experienced thousands of years of history. Furthermore, magic exists here. While not as formidable as Rod had envisioned, there are many individuals with the ability to cast spells, and even ordinary farmers might wield simple magics like fire tongue. On this continent, there are 4 powerful nations, each distinct in culture and appearance. Rod currently resides in the northern Nord Kingdom, which is divided into 9 provinces, each ruled by a lord loyal to the king, except for the Dragon Fire province, governed directly by the king himself. At the heart of the continent lies the Roman Empire. Despite its title, the empire's land area is smaller than that of the Nord Kingdom. The Roman Empire resembles medieval Europe, housing numerous knightly orders, each with differing beliefs and dedicated to their missions. To the west of the Roman Empire sits the Fish Kingdom, the wealthiest nation on the continent, possessing the most advanced technologies in smelting, textiles, shipbuilding, and agriculture, leading to flourishing trade throughout the country. East of the Roman Empire lies an expansive grassland populated by countless tribes. Some decades ago, the mightiest tribe on the plains conquered many others, forming the current Anu Kingdom. The intermittent wars between the 4 nations never cease. The people of the Nord Kingdom demonstrate an enduring penchant for danger, more appropriately, adventure. Northerners inherently seek thrills, idolize strength, and revere martial prowess. Many young Nordeans aspire to become great adventurers. Rod has been transmigrated into the body of an ordinary adventurer, also named Rod. The original Rod did not perish, but instead vanished when the other Rod took his place, leading to the original soul disappearing entirely. That stout bald man resembling Kratos is named Baron, Rod's uncle. Baron treats Rod with great kindness, resembling more of an elder brother than an uncle. Baron's personality mirrors his appearance. He is a brute lacking intellect. In the 7 days since Rod's arrival, Baron has not perceived anything amiss with him. From the age of 8 or 9, Rod began embarking on adventures with Baron. In his memories, he recalls living in a grand manor, cared for by a butler who, anticipating his own demise, entrusted Rod to his path-crossing uncle Baron. Rod had never met this uncle prior, but the butler had complete trust in Baron. Yet neither the butler nor Baron had explained why Rod did not inherit the manor, but instead chose to venture forth with Baron. Thus, they began their adventures together. Now Rod is 16, while Baron has just celebrated his 30th birthday. Just 7 days prior, the Rod from another world occupied the body of the Rod in this realm. Returning to their earlier dialogue, "Aren't you curious who hired us or what they expect us to do?" "This isn't like you," Baron said. "I trust you won't lead us astray," Rod replied. "Then let's go find that person," Baron exclaimed as he promptly grabbed Rod and exited the tavern. It is winter, and the harsh cold of the Nord Kingdom drives most adventurers to squander the earnings from their previous year's ventures within the city. Rod and Baron now find themselves in Icestone City, a settlement of several thousand inhabitants within the Nord Kingdom. Icestone City is located in the Snowwind province of the Nord Kingdom, which exhibits a relatively sparse population. A city with just a few thousand residents qualifies as a medium-sized city within the kingdom. The public facilities in Icestone City are quite developed, featuring public toilets and sewage systems. With such amenities, the streets are kept relatively clean, in stark contrast to medieval Europe, where excrement was often found in the streets. Before long, Barin and Rod arrived at a far more elegantly furnished inn in the tavern they had just left. Barin led Rod up to the second floor, where he knocked on the door of a room at the far end. "Come in," called a man's voice from within. As the words echoed, the door creaked open. Barin and Rod stepped inside the room, which was spacious and contained a finely clad middle-aged man seated at a table 10 meters from the door, sipping tea. Rod glanced around curiously, but could not spot anyone else who might have opened the door. The man noticed Rod's confusion and explained, "This is a simple application of magic I devised myself. You're here to discuss the mission, aren't you?" The man's complexion was exceptionally pale, as if he hadn't seen the sun in ages, with pronounced dark circles beneath his eyes, resembling a programmer suffering from consistent late nights. "Indeed, sir," Barn replied. "I am a merchant from the Fish Kingdom. On my way here, I was ambushed by a band of robbers who made off with my goods. I seek adventurers to help me reclaim what was stolen. Should you choose to join me, I will pay each of you 10 gold coins. Furthermore, if you can incapacitate the bandit leader and deliver him to me, I will offer you an additional 100 gold coins," the merchant added. Despite the states of constant warfare among the nations, cross-border trade remains permissible, and many merchants risk their fortunes for substantial profits. Most bandits in the Nord Kingdom adhere to a code, typically targeting the wealthy and sparing the poor, and strive to avoid bloodshed whenever possible. Rod harbors skepticism toward the merchant's claims. In the Nord Kingdom, 100 copper coins equal 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins equal 1 gold coin. 100 gold coins would indeed be a substantial sum to them. Earning that much money after toiling for a year on the brink of life and death seems implausible. Clearly, this task is not as straightforward as it appears from the merchant's statements. It seems he is recruiting numerous adventurers to recover his property. Rod is uncertain if a merchant from the Fish Kingdom can genuinely afford to pay such a sum. He questions whether the merchant will ultimately fulfill his promise of payment, especially considering he travels alone without any visible guards. "We accept your proposal. When shall we set out?" Barn replied without hesitation at the mention of the merchant's enticing offer. What a brainless brute. He doesn't even inquire about how many bandits there are or their equipment status, Rod thought. "It's winter now. I doubt those bandits will be able to sell my goods in the coming days. I still need to recruit more hands. Please return to this location in 3 days," the merchant instructed. "Sir, we don't even know your name," Rod interjected. The merchant hesitated momentarily before responding. "You may call me Otto." Rod and Barin exited the inn, and on their way back, Rod asked Barin, "Don't you think there's something off about that merchant? I certainly know he has issues, but the pay is too enticing. Even if he's problematic, you're not worried he won't pay us?" "Don't worry if he tries to cheat us. It'll make him," Barin assured confidently. By the time Rod returned to the tavern, it was evening. He ordered roasted rabbit and several loaves of bread for dinner. The Nord Kingdom is expansive yet sparsely populated. Much of the land is covered in forests teeming with various beasts. In other nations, peasants are forbidden from hunting without permission, as poaching is considered a crime, with all land and its resources owned by the lords. In contrast, the Nord Kingdom imposes no such laws, allowing peasants to hunt and gather wood freely. Many Nordines begin hunting at a young age, with some even relying on it for their livelihood. Hunting from childhood has honed the archery skills of the Nordines, and their predominantly meat-based diet grants them formidable strength, resulting in a majority being expert marksmen. The archers of the Nord Kingdom are the finest on the continent. In battle, unlike archers from other nations who rain arrows upon their enemies to instill fear, they aim with precision, claiming lives directly. Armored knights from the Roman Empire fear to charge at disciplined Nord archers. The roasted rabbit, though tender, lacked sufficient salt, rendering it quite bland, and there were no spices like cumin to enhance its flavor. Rod, with his penchant for bold tastes, found it unpalatable. While the Nord Kingdom is coastal, Ice Stone City is situated inland and far from the sea, making salt relatively expensive, and spices are simply beyond the reach of ordinary folk. Upon his arrival on the first day, the tavern had served Rod half-cooked meat, which prompted astonishment from the tavern owner when he requested fully cooked dishes. In time, Rod educated the tavern adventurers on the dangers of consuming raw meat, and under the threat of Barin's fists, the tavern finally began offering thoroughly cooked fare. The bread at the tavern was exceptionally hard, likely due to unmilled wheat husks lingering during grinding of flaw. Neither Rod nor the tavern cook was able to address. Food in this world is truly unpalatable, consisting primarily of roasting and boiling. Rod mused that if he were to open a restaurant, it would undoubtedly be packed every day. After finishing his meal, Rod listened to Baron and the other tavern patrons boast before heading upstairs to rest. Having not yet engaged in battle since his transmigration, the thought of confronting bandits in 3 days stirred a sense of unease within him, albeit his memories portrayed Baron as a mighty ally. Lost in thought, he soon drifted into a slumber. In a half-awake state, he faintly heard, beep, martial arts system fully charged. Charging duration, 7 days. Commencing scan of user's bodily information. Chapter 2. The martial arts system. On the second day, as soon as Rod awoke, he noticed a button appearing in the corner of his vision. Just as he was about to reach out and touch the button, a voice resounded, "Welcome to the martial arts system." Immediately, a translucent screen materialized before him. Rod thought he was still dreaming and closed his eyes again. Upon closing his eyes, the translucent screen became even clearer, displaying familiar Chinese characters. With a mere thought, Rod opened the screen to explore the features. The martial arts system would release multiple tasks to users every week, from which the user could select one to complete. Only upon the successful completion of a task would a new one be issued the following week. Completing tasks would grant opportunities for a lottery, with prizes including martial arts skills, equipment, and elixirs. The awarded martial arts skills did not require learning. They could be directly equipped in the skill slot and upgraded through special methods. The system detected that the user had mastered the martial skill Nord Battle Roar and automatically recorded it in the skill database. You have been rewarded with a martial skill. Please select one. Most Nord people are born with the ability to perform the Nord Battle Roar, and the previous owner of Rod's body was no exception. Utilizing the Nord Battle Roar could dispel fear and bolster morale and strength. When battling timid opponents, it could even cause them to falter. Please choose one from the following 3 martial skills. The first option, Taizu Long Fist, also known as the 32 Forms Long Fist, is renowned worldwide, regarded as the mother of all fists. The second, Iron Cloth Shirt, enhances the body's defensive capabilities, rendering the entire body as resilient as steel. The third, Chain Kicks, integrates length, force, and hardness, serving both offensive and defensive purposes, making it a versatile and comprehensive leg technique. After a moment of contemplation, Rod chose Iron Cloth Shirt, inwardly lamenting his own cowardice. Yet, he thought that in this age of cold weaponry, fist and leg techniques might not be particularly practical. A punch thrown at a knight clad in steel armor could very well result in a fracture of his own bones. Even worse, should he strike and be met with a weapon that severed his hand, it would be a tragedy indeed. Upon claiming his reward, Iron Cloth Shirt was automatically equipped in the skill slot. The skill slot contained only 5 spaces, and with Iron Cloth Shirt occupying 1, only 4 remained. Iron Cloth Shirt V1 enhances defense, reducing physical damage taken. The effectiveness of the skill is related to strength and stamina. Rod found the upgrading method, Sustained Damage, somewhat amusing. After all, sustaining damage was merely a euphemism for being hit. Seemed that the road ahead would be fraught with challenges. Rod then opened the task panel, where 3 tasks awaited his selection. The system's aim is to cultivate a true hero. A hero must possess a heart willing to assist others and stand up for the oppressed. Task 1 requires the user to selflessly help 3 individuals resolve their difficulties. Task 2 states that as a hero, one must honor their promises. You previously pledged to assist Merchant Otto in reclaiming his goods. The task requires the completion of Otto's commission or his demise. Task 3 emphasizes that fame is as crucial as strength. Defeating a formidable opponent in a fair duel will elevate your reputation. The requirement for this task is to engage in a fair duel with Baron and emerge victorious. All 3 tasks offer a chance at a lottery as a reward. Ultimately, Rod chose the second task. The first task appeared deceptively simple, yet likely would consume considerable time. The third task, requiring him to best Baron in a fair fight, seemed virtually impossible based on his memories. Baron was a man who once killed a troll with his bare hands. Engaging him in combat was undoubtedly unwise. The second task, however, appeared manageable. Yet, the task stipulation puzzled Rod, as it was the only one that could be completed in 2 ways. Otto's demise would fulfill the task, which the system likely designed to prevent it from being obstructed by Otto's untimely death. If Otto were to perish, Rod wouldn't be burdened by the dark implication of breaking a promise. There was undoubtedly a hidden secret within. After accepting the system's task, Rod proceeded with his morning routine. Preparing for breakfast ignored. There were no toothbrushes or toothpaste. Teeth cleaning involved using a grass that was dried and ground into powder, applied to a branch with its bark stripped away. Other nations generally did not practice toothbrushing. Once refreshed, Rod headed to the tavern's ground floor for breakfast. He planned to exercise after eating to ensure he was prepared for his first adventure in 2 days. Lately, he had grown weary of roasted meat, opting instead for bread and mushroom soup, while the nearby adventurers indulged in ale paired with grilled meat. After finishing his meal, Rod made his way to an open area near the tavern for training. This space was initially designated for the guards of Ice Stone City. However, due to the frigid weather, they opted not to train and merely assigned individuals to patrol. Consequently, the area had recently become vacant. Allowing for sparring without supervision a few days prior, Rod had attempted to train and test his physical condition, discovering that his fitness level had dramatically improved compared to before. His endurance and strength even surpassed that of professional athletes. Clad in heavy winter clothing, he could still run 100 meters in under 10 seconds and carry over 200 pounds for several dozen meters without assistance. At this stage, Rod's prowess still placed him in the ranks of low-level adventurers. Baron could easily defeat someone like Rod with a single hand. Standing at around 6 feet tall and weighing over 160 pounds, Rod was considered frail among the Nord people, who typically stood around 6'3" and weighed over 200 pounds. Baron towered over him at over 6'6", resembling a more robust version of Kratos, a formidable figure among elite adventurers known to most adventurers in the vicinity. Rod decided to start with running. If he were unable to outmatch others in combat, he needed to be swift. Thus, training in running was undoubtedly a wise choice. He employed high-intensity interval sprints to enhance both short bursts of speed and long-distance endurance. After running for a while, Rod found himself gasping for breath, pondering the utility of his training. The uneven terrain of the wild would pose a challenge compared to the flat surface he was currently on. Subsequently, he decided to perform a few push-ups to strengthen his upper body. Just as he lay down to begin, he heard Baron's voice nearby. "What are you doing lying here so early?" Baron inquired. "Is this early? It's nearly noon." "That is irrelevant. I merely want to know what you're doing down there." "I'm training my upper body strength." "You mean lying down and getting up like this?" Baron said, demonstrating a few push-ups effortlessly, adding, "This is too easy. I feel nothing." "How do you usually train?" Rod asked curiously. "I've never deliberately trained like you, if I had to say. Does beating people up count? Putting all my strength into a punch not only brings me joy but also resolves many conflicts," Baron replied earnestly. Rod was somewhat speechless upon hearing this. "Why not give me a punch and see?" "Are you sure? If I use just a little strength, you won't be able to handle it," Baron warned. "Stop chatting and come at me," Rod urged. As soon as he finished speaking, Baron threw a punch. Rod barely raised his hand to block the blow before being sent flying several meters away. "Are you all right?" "I only used a little strength." "And you went flying," Baron remarked. Rod picked himself up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. He noticed that the system had informed him that his iron cloth shirt skill proficiency had increased during the impact. Rubbing his chest where he had been struck, he found that, despite being knocked back, the pain was not as severe as expected. It seemed that even the first level of iron cloth shirt was quite effective. "Hit me again." "Baron," Rod said, "have you lost your mind? With your scrawny frame, you shouldn't think about withstanding attacks. You should leverage your size advantage and evade," Baron advised, performing several acrobatic flips as he spoke. Rod watched in astonishment, unable to fathom how someone as burly as Baron could execute such agile movements. "I'm fine, Baron. I just want to know where my limits lie." "Hit me again, but this time, add a bit more force," Rod requested. "Then be careful," Baron warned before launching another punch. This time, Rod didn't even catch a glimpse of the punch before he was sent flying once more. Picking himself up, he recalled the martial arts experts he had seen on television, positioning one hand in front and the other beside his head, adopting a horse stance for defense. "Come at me," Rod shouted. As soon as he uttered those words, he was sent flying again. The pain from the impacts grew increasingly unbearable. The discomfort from the previous punch was tolerable. Yet this latest blow left him drained of strength, unable to rise for some time. Rod recognized that Baron had been holding back considerably. He had targeted different areas with each punch, none of which were vital points. Regardless of where he was struck, he had been sent flying. Perhaps you should rest for a moment. I believe you ought to focus on strengthening your lower body. I only used 30% of my strength, and you were sent flying, Baron suggested. I'm hungry. Let's head to the tavern for something to eat, Rod proposed. Then we'll continue this afternoon. I believe I can withstand your assault after I eat something, Rod said. Chapter 3. The first adventure soon. The day arrived for Rod to set out with Merchant Otto as previously arranged. After enduring several days of grueling training, Rod's iron cloth shirt had advanced to V2 and was on the verge of reaching V3, significantly enhancing his resistance to physical blows. Testing his newfound strength, he discovered that even a standard iron dagger required considerable force to inflict a cut on his hand, filling him with a sense of pride. As dawn broke, Baron, unusually early to rise, prepared his gear alongside Rod, setting off towards the inn to seek the Merchant Otto. Baron wielded a steel double-headed axe, nearly the size of a grinding stone. Adept in both offense and defense, capable of serving as a shield. Even Rod found the weight of this axe burdensome, let alone the act of swinging it. In contrast, Rod's weapon resembled a standard lumberjack's axe. Differing only in its extended handle, he resolved to acquire a new weapon upon the completion of this task, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the current one. Rod's armor surpassed Baron's in quality, as he was clad entirely in iron armor. Baron felt that wearing iron would hinder his agility, opting instead for a bear skin armor that still bore the fur. The iron armor afforded Rod a sense of security, yet it also rendered him colder, despite donning thick garments underneath. The chill persisted, although he hoped that once they began moving, warmth would return. In a moment of bravado, Rod had taken to fastening a steel dagger to his leg, a move inspired by spies he had seen on television, earning him mockery from Baron. Upon reaching the inn, they encountered Otto and 3 others at the entrance. The trio appeared to be Otto's hired hands, and Rod felt he might have seen them before but struggled to recall where. Isn't that Fire Axe Baron and his sidekick Bearchild? One of the men, bearing a colossal war hammer and adorned with blue battle markings, remarked, his physique comparable to Baron's. Baron was renowned for his prowess with the great axe and his modest mastery of fire magic, which allowed him to engulf himself and his axe in flames, earning him the moniker Fire Axe. Although the title sounded somewhat rustic, it was indeed a mark of respect among the Nord people, who revered the flames. Rod's nickname, Bearchild, stemmed from the reckless nature of the previous Rod, who had a penchant for provoking unfamiliar adventurers. Were it not for Baron's formidable support, he might have long since met his demise. Long time no see. Hammer, you haven't changed a bit, Baron greeted. Is this your new companion? Allow me to introduce you, Hammer replied, gesturing to a stoic figure beside him, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, who carried a massive recurved bow and a large quiver of arrows. This is Sam. Everyone calls him Quickshot for his rapid and accurate archery. Hammer then pointed to the last individual, who was even more diminutive than Rod, standing at around 5 feet 3 inches, with 2 daggers sheathed at his waist and a black-green short sword in hand, exuding an aura that suggested he was no good. This is the infamous Viperweber. Surely you've heard of him. I met them in the coastal province, and they are trustworthy. Rod suddenly recalled that Hammer, the wielder of the great hammer, was a close friend of Baron S. from their adventures, their similar fighting styles with heavy weaponry having fostered camaraderie over many a drink and boasts. 3 years prior, Hammer and Fire Axe Baron had often matched each other blow for blow. Hammer had left to assist a friend in the coastal province, and during these 3 years, Baron S. abilities had soared. It remained uncertain who was now the stronger. Rod had also heard of Viper Weber, who held a notorious reputation among adventurers, albeit one that was far from flattering. Most Nord people scorned those who resorted to poison, believing that combat should rely on strength and skill rather than such underhanded tactics. Baron had once remarked that poison was a woman's tool, a comment that had drawn the ire of a Nord female warrior in a tavern who had hurled a wooden table meant for 7 or 8 patrons at him. Fortunately, Rod had dodged just in time. Why do you associate with such a poison-wielding rogue? Baron inquired curiously. Weber visibly bristled at the remark, but refrained from responding, while Sam appeared ready to defend him. At that moment, Merchant Otto interjected, his demeanor somewhat displeased. Warriors, now is not the time for reminiscences. Any discussions can wait until we are on the road. We must move swiftly. Apologies, then let us set forth, Baron said. scratching his bald head. The group soon exited the city. As they passed through the city gates, Rod was struck by a gust of frigid wind, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. The chill beyond the walls was far more biting, even for a Nord's constitution, and he resolved that if given the chance to select a skill in the future, he would choose one that could provide warmth. Which path shall we take? Baron inquired of Otto. Just follow me, Otto replied. You hardly appear to be a citizen of the Fish Kingdom, Baron remarked. Why do you say that? Otto inquired. You seem unfazed by the cold. Dressed even lighter than I, Baron explained. I possess enchanted gear that shields me from the cold, Otto revealed. Why not seek the guards of Ice Stone City for assistance instead of hiring us adventurers? Surely it would be less costly, Hammer asked, a hint of skepticism in his voice. My cargo contains contraband that cannot be disclosed to the guards, Otto replied. What sort of contraband? Hammer queried, his expression one of confusion. The resemblance between Hammer and Baron was striking, which perhaps explained their friendship. Both seemed lacking in intellect from birth, Rod mused inwardly. Do not inquire too much. Your task is solely to assist me in dealing with those brigands, Otto snapped, a note of impatience creeping into his tone. Rod, too, was puzzled as to why a merchant from the Fish Kingdom would venture so far into Nord territory without any guards. And even without them, he ought to have brought along some laborers or assistants. More importantly, why had his warming magical gear not been seized? Rod's suspicions regarding Otto began to mount. Could it be that he was in league with the brigands, luring them into a trap to rob them? Unlikely. Only a fool would deceive a band of adventurers, who were both impoverished and battle-hardened, especially when attacking in numbers seemed improbable. Was it possible that Otto genuinely transported a small quantity of illicit, yet highly profitable goods into Nord territory? Rod's confusion deepened. Continuing beside Baron, Rod observed numerous deer and goats along the way. Initially, Quickshot, Sam seemed eager to hunt, drawing an arrow from his quiver and knocking it to his bow, only to be halted by Hammer's admonition. Sam maintained his composure after that, though the glimmer of desire for the hunt remained in his eyes. Sam was once a hunter. It is only natural for him to feel the urge upon sighting game, Hammer explained to Baron and Otto. As they progressed, Rod marveled at the breathtaking scenery, unlike anything he had ever witnessed before, though the cold was a significant drawback. After approximately an hour of travel, Hammer inquired, How much longer must we walk? By the way, how do you know where the brigands' lair is located? When they robbed me, they not only took my goods, but also bound me in a cave where they resided. Most of them ventured out to pillage, leaving only a few to guard the cave, which afforded me the opportunity to escape, Otto elucidated. Wait a moment. If you escaped from the brigands, how did you afford to hire us or stay at that upscale inn? Weber interjected immediately. I fled while they were intoxicated at night, taking my wallet and some equipment when I left the cave, but I did not dare to carry off my cargo for fear of waking them, Otto explained. He produced his wallet, shaking it to display its contents, revealing a glimmer of gold coins. See, I do have the means to hire you. Are you reassured now? Viper, Weber said nothing, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The group resumed their journey, now traversing a narrow path through the forest, in stark contrast to the earlier stony roads suitable for carts. After another hour's march, Otto instructed them to halt near a cave, signaling for silence. From here on, let us speak softly to avoid alerting the brigands inside, Otto advised. I shall venture in first, Weber declared, stepping towards the cave. We should enter together. If you go in alone and are discovered, we may not reach you in time, Otto cautioned, stepping forward to restrain Weber. Weber possesses the finest stealth skills I have encountered over the years. I believe it wise for him to scout ahead. If we all enter together, we risk alerting the brigands and may be caught off guard, Hammer contended. The cave is laden with magical traps designed for assassins. Even with his exceptional stealth, if he is not proficient in magic, he will still be detected, Otto clarified. Very well, we shall proceed together, Hammer and Weber acquiesced to Otto's reasoning. Armed and vigilant, the group advanced into the cave. Chapter 4. Encounter. As they ventured deeper into the cave, the light diminished, and to avoid detection, the adventurers refrained from lighting their prepared torches. The crowd groped their way forward, and after traversing a distance, they found their path obstructed by a stone door. What shall we do? Baron inquired. Otto remained silent, crouching down to explore the ground. After a moment, he pressed a button hidden beneath the earth, causing the stone door to lift from above. "Let us proceed inside," Otto declared, leading the way. Baron and Hammer followed closely behind, with Weber and Sam trailing after them, while Rod, apprehensive of potential foes ahead, took up the rear. Just as Rod was about to step through, the stone door slammed shut with a resounding thud, nearly crushing him. This startled Rod, prompting him to frantically search the surface of the door, where he discovered a recess containing a concealed button that he inadvertently pressed. Upon activation, a rumbling sound emanated from behind him. Rod turned to look but saw nothing. He pressed his back against the stone door, bracing against whatever might come from behind. Inside, the sounds of bang, bang, bang echoed, likely the result of those within attempting to breach the door. "Rod, how are you faring outside?" Baron S.'s voice called out. "I am well. For the moment there is no danger," Rod replied. "Good. Then you should retrace your steps and wait for us at the Frostwolf's Fong Tavern in Icestone City. Remaining outside may expose you to returning bandits," Baron advised. "Understood. Please stay safe," Rod responded, hastily preparing to retreat, a sense of dread creeping in. What he had just heard could indeed be the returning bandits. If so, staying here would be perilous. With nowhere to flee, he also contemplated his mission, reasoning that even if he were not present, the objective would still be deemed accomplished. Lighting the torch he had brought, Rod began his journey back, only to find 3 paths before him. They had entered through one, but now 3 were visible on his return, having previously traversed in darkness without lighting the torch. He had failed to notice this. Perhaps the button he pressed earlier was the mechanism to open these other 2 doors. Rod paused at the crossroads, attempting to recall which path he had originally taken. But his memory failed him, compelling him to choose the middle path and venture forth. He inwardly chastised himself for his impulsiveness, resolving to remain calm in future predicaments. After walking a short distance and turning a corner, Rod noticed a glimmer of light ahead. Surely, this must lead out of the cave, he thought, filled with joy, only to discover that the light emanated from a torch affixed to the wall. Rod distinctly remembered that there had been no lit torches when he entered. This path likely led to the bandit's lair. He needed to turn back quickly. Just as he did, he spotted a shadowy figure wielding a massive sword. Rod was startled, gripping his weapon, preparing for battle. The figure advanced slowly, illuminated by the flickering flame, and upon seeing the face of the creature, Rod was filled with horror. A gaunt visage, with yellowed hair and eyes glowing blue, its body emaciated to the bone. It was not a living being, but a corpse demon. As Rod deduced from memory, in the kingdom of Nord, the dead could easily come back to life, but they returned as mere corpses, devoid of memory and soul, known as corpse demons. These creatures would actively attack the living. Corpse demons did not feel pain and retained a significant portion of their combat instincts, making them formidable opponents. Fortunately, their strength was generally weaker than when they were alive. Otherwise, Nord would have perished long ago. Due to their beliefs, the people of Nord did not practice cremation, except for those who had become vampires. They believed that brave souls, upon death, would be sheltered by the Holy Spirit Augustus, achieving eternal life in the Hall of Heroes, where they would indulge in food, drink, and combat daily. Conversely, those who were burned would be cursed by the dragon god Pasnak, subjected to eternal torment by flames. In Nord, the wealthy and powerful constructed grand tombs to house their bodies. Many of these individuals designed their burial sites as labyrinths, entombing their treasures and martial skills, leaving clues for future generations to discover. Only by navigating the labyrinth and defeating their deceased selves could one claim their wealth and legacy. The kings and nobles of the Kingdom of Nord even encouraged adventurers to explore the tombs of the dead, with one king proclaiming that whoever could retrieve his weapon from his tomb after his death would be appointed as his hand. Those without means were interred in the nearby city's halls of the deceased, guarded by appointed caretakers. These caretakers often hired adventurers to assist in dealing with the corpse demons lurking in the underground tombs. Rod, observing the corpse demon, felt a surge of anxiety. This was his first battle in this world. Though he had fought before in his previous life, those scuffles had never resulted in fatalities. However, this encounter with the corpse demon would undoubtedly be a matter of life and death. But wait. The creature before him was already dead. Rod prepared to strike as the demon approached within range. Noting that his axe was slightly longer than the demon's massive sword, he marveled at how, despite its unassuming appearance, the weapon was still quite practical. As the corpse demon dragged its sword closer, Rod gathered his strength, and the moment it stepped into striking distance, he swung his axe, delivering a precise blow that severed the demon's head. It appeared that some of the original owner's combat instincts remained. Remarkably, this was his first time wielding an axe to slay, and he had not miscalculated. This corpse demon was unexpectedly weak. Previous encounters had involved demons that charged and blocked, whereas this one merely approached slowly. Rod felt a mix of disdain and relief. After being decapitated, the corpse demon crumpled to the ground, its massive sword clattering loudly beside it. Suddenly, with another clang, a row of iron rods erupted from the ground. Piercing the cave's ceiling and blocking Rod's path, he stood in disbelief. This corpse demon's demise had inadvertently triggered a mechanism that now obstructed his escape route. Rod raised his axe to strike the iron rods, but the impact reverberated through his arms, leaving them numb, and he could only manage to leave a white mark on the rods, while the blade of his axe suffered a notch. He then took up the corpse demon's massive sword and struck the rods, producing a sharp crack sound as the sword shattered. Rod hesitated to continue striking with his axe. Having witnessed the sword break, he feared that if he continued, his axe would also break, leaving him defenseless in a dire situation. With the path behind him blocked, Rod could only press onward, though after a short distance, he felt compelled to retreat. Something important seemed to have been overlooked. He recalled the need to search the corpse. Forcing down his nausea, he inspected the corpse demon for valuables. Though it bore no foul odor, its terrifying appearance was still unsettling. Rod discovered a silver necklace embedded with amethyst. Such necklaces often possessed magical properties that could enhance combat prowess. However, he could not identify the type of magic and was hesitant to wear it without knowing its effects. Should it harbor a malicious curse, it would spell disaster for him. Moreover, having just pried it from a corpse, it was unclear if it carried any pathogens. Rod wrapped the necklace in animal hide and placed it in his satchel, intending to find someone to appraise it. If it had beneficial magic, he would keep it, but if not, he could sell it as jewelry for a tidy sum. Continuing forward with his axe in hand, Rod pondered why there would be corpse demons in the bandits' hideout. Surely, if there were demons, they would have been cleared out long ago. Before him stood a wooden door, which he gently nudged with his axe, but it did not budge. Placing his hand against it and pushing with all his might yielded no results. After a moment of contemplation, he pulled on the door, which surprisingly swung open. Inside lay a room, and from the doorway, he could only see a stone table. Grateful that no one witnessed his earlier blunder, Rod mused inwardly. Once inside, he examined the floor behind the door, ensuring there were no traps before stepping into the room. The walls were adorned with strange murals. Having watched numerous horror films, he was wary of the potential for lurking dangers, especially in such a place. Reflecting on his cinematic experiences, Rod suddenly turned, letting out a piercing scream. Chapter 5. The passage. As Rod turned, he beheld a spider the size of a calf descending from the ceiling on a silken thread. The sight elicited an involuntary scream from him. He had never encountered such a monstrous arachnid in his life. This colossal creature was known among the Nord people as the frost-biting spider, a ferocious entity capable of using its pincers and legs as weapons. The silk it produced was remarkably resilient, requiring considerable effort to sever even with a standard dagger. Once its prey was incapacitated, it would ensnare them in silk and inject venom, waiting for the unfortunate victim to dissolve into a puddle of goo before feasting. From the smallest snow mice to the largest moose, all were fair game for this fearsome predator. Rod turned to face the frostbite spider, his hands and legs trembling from fear. How could there be such a plethora of grotesque creatures in this cave? The undead capable of movement, spiders the size of calves. Rod scoffed inwardly. He invoked a Nord battle cry, hoping to alleviate his mounting anxiety and dread. Determined to act first, he thought to himself that it would be troublesome if he ended up ensnared like a dumpling. With a fierce shout, he charged at the frostbite spider, axe in hand, and when he felt he could strike, he summoned all his strength to bring the axe down upon the creature. The frostbite spider attempted to evade, but its massive form failed to escape entirely. Rod's axe struck with tremendous force, embedding itself deep into the creature's head. Yet, the frostbite spider proved remarkably resilient. The axe remained lodged within its skull, green blood oozing from the wound, and it still turned to attack Rod. His strength was clearly insufficient. That single blow had not cleaved it in two if he managed to escape this ordeal. He vowed to strengthen himself. The wounded frostbite spider grew even more ferocious, lunging at Rod with its mandibles. Rod had no choice but to release the axe still stuck in the spider's head and swiftly dodge backward. He narrowly evaded the creature's bite, but was struck in the chest by one of its legs. The spider's leg was sharper than a scythe, slicing through Rod's outer iron armor and even tearing into the fur lining beneath. Upon being hit, Rod rolled to the right, narrowly escaping the spider's next assault, and seized the steel dagger strapped to his leg. With the dagger held defensively before him, Rod fixed his gaze on the frostbite spider. Ready for its next strike, he felt his chest and was relieved to find no blood. It seemed the iron armor, combined with his own protective skills, had sufficiently defended against the spider's leg attack. Yet he wondered if it could withstand the creature's formidable pincers. Regrettably, he lacked the funds to purchase superior armor. Had he possessed fine steel armor, he could have faced the frostbite spider head-on without this embarrassment. Once he had the means, he would surely acquire better equipment. Had he a proper axe, he could have delivered a fatal blow on the first strike. Suddenly, he chastised himself for allowing such trivial thoughts to distract him during battle. He still had much to learn. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the frostbite spider began to tremble, expelling a mass of white webbing towards Rod. Instinctively, he closed his eyes and raised his left hand to shield himself from the strands. When he opened his eyes again, the frostbite spider was upon him, its pincers wide open. Summoning an unexpected surge of courage, Rod thrust the dagger deep into the creature's maw, twisting it with force. The frostbite spider let out a chilling scream before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Rod withdrew his right hand, now sticky with green ichor, feeling revolted. After ensuring he bore no wounds, he wiped his hand on the ground. He was unsure how long he would remain in this place and hesitated to use his limited water supply to cleanse himself. Although the frostbite spider was venomous, he reasoned that as long as he had no injuries, he would remain unaffected. Taking a moment to rest, Rod approached the fallen frostbite spider and retrieved his axe. The only valuable thing on the frostbite spider was its venom, but Rod had no intention of harvesting it. Finding the creature too repugnant, he scanned the surroundings, failing to locate any further paths forward. Had there been another way, he would not have engaged in that previous fight, but would have simply fled. Returning to the wooden door through which he had entered the chamber, he made his way back to the row of iron bars where the corpse of the corpse-eater lay, finding no other routes along the way. It seemed that the earlier chamber concealed a hidden door, requiring the activation of some mechanism to open it. Rod suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing his folly. The enormous spider had descended from above, and he had overlooked the ceiling of that room. Had his intelligence been diminished since his arrival in this Nord body? Back in the chamber, Rod looked up and spotted a small opening above the wooden door. Just large enough for him to crouch through. It seemed he had stumbled upon an ancient Nord tomb, and to escape, he must traverse that hole. Rod hesitated, pondering whether he should venture inside. The frostbite spider had likely emerged from this very passage. What if there were more within? Given their size, they would be undeterred by the low ceiling, and he might find himself unable to flee. Ultimately, he steeled his resolve to enter. He was trapped here with limited provisions, and if Balron and the others could not escape, he would surely starve. Better to gamble his life while he still had the strength, for even if he encountered some monstrous being inside, it was not certain he would be the one to perish. In that moment, he hesitated again, questioning whether this reckless desire to gamble his life was a consequence of the body he inhabited. Gritting his teeth, Rod made the decision to proceed. He sprinted forward, grasping the edge of the opening, and with a vigorous pull, he hoisted himself into the passage. This feat would have been impossible for him prior to his arrival. Crouching low, Rod moved forward, discomforting as it was. Did the owner of this place find amusement in torturing visitors? After several paces, the tunnel widened, allowing him to walk upright. Rod ignited the torch he had brought and continued onward. The entrance had been narrow, but after a stretch, it returned to a more standard width. Surely, the craftsmen who built this place could not have endured the discomfort of bending over indefinitely. Perhaps they had altered their original design to allow for comfortable passage? As he walked, Rod speculated about these possibilities. The tunnel was long, ascending and descending in a winding manner, yet devoid of forks. He found it perplexing why the ancient Nords would construct it in such a way. No explanation seemed plausible. After several minutes of travel, he encountered no bizarre creatures or mechanisms. Lost in thought, the path ahead suddenly narrowed, compelling him to stoop once more. As he continued, he discerned an exit. Ahead lay a drop-off, requiring him to leap down. Approaching the edge, he recognized the mural. It was the same one from the previous room. Had he traversed this serpentine passage only to return to where he started? He had just criticized the ancient Nords for their engineering, yet it appeared they had some cleverness to their designs. But wait, he seemed to have forgotten something. Peering cautiously, he noticed the absence of the spider's corpse. Had another creature come to remove it from where he had slain it? Rod slapped his forehead, realizing he had overthought the matter. This passage clearly led to another room identical to the last. Typically, one would enter hunched over, walk a distance, and then stand upright, only to find upon exiting that they had returned to the original chamber. It was likely that others would share his confusion. Believing the craftsmen to be exceptionally skilled, capable of returning them to the starting point, in reality, they had merely constructed two identical chambers, with a low passage at either end. The large spider must have been lurking behind the door below him, having inadvertently strayed into the tunnel where Rod had dispatched it. Had Rod not been misled by the sight of the same room, he would have likely turned back to search for any hidden paths within the tunnel instead of leaping down to investigate. Regrettably, a clever ruse had been thwarted by a creature trapped within, rendering it ineffective. Rod felt a begrudging admiration for the ingenuity of the ancient Nords, who had devised such an intricate deception. The wooden door he had encountered could only be pulled open. From above, it was impossible to see whether it was closed or ajar. He resolved to pay closer attention to such details in the future, perhaps next time. It would prove useful. Confirming the area below posed no threat, Rod leaped down. He grasped the wooden door, recalling that it required pulling. After a forceful tug, the door remained shut, so he pulled again, yet it still would not budge. Rod slapped his forehead in exasperation. He needed to rediscover the intelligence he had left behind upon his arrival. Having previously pulled the door from the opposite side, he now realized he was pushing from within the room. With a firm shove, he opened the door, revealing a chamber filled with webs and several cocoons woven from spider silk. Rod refrained from stepping inside. After the recent events, he reminded himself to be cautious of details. How had the frostbite spider traversed into that silk-laden room? Could it truly manipulate doors? The ancient Nords, having built this place, would surely have considered such matters, constructing doors to prevent the creatures inside from wandering freely. What had granted them entry? The thought sent a shiver down Rod's spine, a cold sensation creeping up from the soles of his feet. He turned to glance behind him, his body trembling in fright as. Chapter 6. Inner strength. Rod turned to see a hazy blue figure observing him, with eerie murals behind it glowing with an otherworldly light. Why did he always encounter such strange phenomena upon turning? Rod thought, gripping his axe tightly, focusing intently on the indistinct silhouette. Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm, the figure spoke, its voice hoarse and echoing. Despite the words, Rod did not lower his guard and inquired, Who are you? I am the master here, and I require your assistance, the shadowy figure proclaimed. Are you a ghost? Why do you refer to me as you all? Rod inquired. This is merely a projection I have left behind. I implore you not to attempt communication with me, but rather listen patiently until I conclude, the figure continued. First, allow me to introduce myself. My name is... Never mind, my identity is of little significance to you. Perhaps you will find no record of my name in history. But remember, I am not just an ordinary nobody. In my time, I was a figure of considerable renown, and I swear upon my honor. Rod found himself at a loss for words, bemused by the figure's refusal to disclose its name while simultaneously insisting on its prominence. Clearly, this individual was not entirely sane. Wait, why did I even add the word also? What I am about to say is paramount. You must continue onward, vanquishing the creatures you encounter along the way, and ultimately defeat the corpse demon that is the manifestation of my corporeal form to obtain the weapon I wielded in life. After leaving here, proceed north, relentlessly northward. Do not inquire as to why you should head north. If you journey far enough, "You shall comprehend the nature of my request," the shadow declared. Rod was left bewildered by the figure's insistence on traveling north. What purpose could it serve? Was it to enlighten others about the spherical nature of this world? Just days prior, upon his arrival, he had confirmed with adventurers who had ventured out to see that this world was indeed like a sphere, as ships always revealed their masts before their hulls when approaching from afar. After uttering these words, the indistinct figure vanished, and the luminescence of the wall murals extinguished. Rod resolved to press onward, certain that a path to exit lay ahead, despite his trepidation regarding the figure's formidable past power, which had evidently led to its own demise. He recognized that there was no option but to advance. Rod stepped into a room ensnared in cobwebs, and upon his entrance, the door slammed shut behind him. Fortunately, the chamber posed no immediate threat. In the center lay the corpse of a spider, colossal in size, equivalent to a two-story building. This creature, a distant relative of the frostbite spider, was known as the frostbite giant spider. Though long deceased, its remains remained unsettling. Rod surmised that the spider had perished from starvation, confined in this space for so many years. In the realm of the Nord, beings would revive upon death, yet animals, absent necromantic intervention, would not stir again. Rod circumnavigated the room multiple times until he discovered a door sealed shut by spider silk. Over the years, the silk had lost its tenacity. Using his axe, Rod cleared a path through the door. Beyond it lay a passageway that reminded him of a game he had played prior to his journey, titled Maiden Scrolls. One side of the corridor featured numerous stone slabs suitable for reclining. In the game, such places were often occupied by corpse demons, which would rise with weapons to confront the protagonist upon their entry. However, Rod found nothing within this corridor. He pondered whether someone had previously visited, gathering the corpse demons together and confining them at a specific location. With curiosity fueling his progress, Rod continued onward. The passage was lengthy, and he tread cautiously. After several minutes navigating the corridor, descending numerous flights of stairs and rounding several corners, he finally arrived at a vast door leading into an enormous hall. Standing at the entrance, Rod cautiously peered inside to observe the hall's contents. In the center, a flight of stairs ascended, but he could not discern what lay atop them due to his angle. The hall's upper level contained several stone sarcophagi. Rod feared that, upon his entrance, the door would slam shut, and the sarcophagi would unleash a horde of corpse demons to assail him. He imagined the sarcophagus atop the stairs belonged to the tomb's master, poised to join the fray once the battle commenced. After a moment's hesitation, Rod resolved to enter, reasoning that the corpse demons moved slowly enough that he could potentially discover a hidden exit if he ran. As he cautiously stepped into the hall, he noted no immediate reactions. Standing still for a moment, he sensed no abnormality. Just as he contemplated making a ruckus to rouse the dormant figures, his rational mind intervened. If no monsters were present, wouldn't it be more advantageous to locate the exit unobstructed? Why had the thought of awakening them even crossed his mind? Rod suppressed his footfalls, advancing step by step toward the stairs. At their summit awaited a throne, behind which stood a sarcophagus. In a scenario akin to Maiden Scrolls, there would typically be a wall inscribed with dragon roars behind it. Yet before Rod, such a wall did not exist. He continued to stealthily approach, intent on delivering a swift strike to whatever lay within the sarcophagus, only to discover it contained merely a long sword and a tattered animal hide scroll. Upon examining the scroll, he found an inscription reading, "Congratulations on completing such a perilous and exhilarating adventure. Regrettably, my friend has not been interred here. I trust my beloved pet has entertained you well. However, the absence of corpse demons along your journey must have rendered it rather lonely. I have removed my friend's weapon, but to compensate for the time you may have squandered, I leave you with an intriguing weapon and a practical combat technique. I shall refrain from further verbosity. Should you take the weapon and scroll, I hope you will continue northward. When you have journeyed far enough, you will discern how much we require your aid. With deep affection, Raventon." Rod found it peculiar that a brute would articulate such sentiments. It struck him as rather sentimental. He lamented the demise of the giant spider and recalled encountering a corpse demon. Questions lingered in his mind. How had the frostbite spider ended up in the first room, and why was no one buried within the tomb? While he had encountered a corpse demon at the entrance, he decided to set aside his musings, recognizing that pondering these matters with his current intellect would lead him nowhere. Rod picked up the animal hide scroll again. Its front detailed a combat technique, which he scrutinized for some time before abandoning it due to the multitude of unfamiliar terms. He resolved to wait until he found Baron to read it aloud. He was curious whether someone as simple-minded as Baron could still recognize most of the characters. Speaking of Baron, how was he faring? As Rod rolled up the scroll, he noticed further inscriptions on the reverse, detailing the properties of the longsword. The handwriting resembled that on the sarcophagus, simple enough for Rod to comprehend. Contrasting sharply with the scroll's cryptic script, the sword, known as the Disaster of the Wise, was a sharp and robust weapon, one sure to captivate its wielder. It boasted a once-per-day magical capability, which could temporarily diminish the intellect of the chosen target. Should it remain unused within a day, it would randomly reduce the intellect of the nearest creature. The wielder of this sword would remain unaffected. Without hesitation, Rod grasped the long sword, and as he did, a blue light flickered across its surface, and he felt as though his intellectual faculties had been restored. Observing the blade, he noted that despite its years of rest within the tomb, it remained exceedingly sharp. A mere stroke against the ground revealed a deep gouge. He marveled at the craftsmanship that allowed this sword to retain its edge after so many years. Suddenly, Rod recalled something he had neglected. System, can you record the combat technique inscribed on this animal hide scroll? Scanning in progress. Recorded. The host may select one type of martial art. Rod pondered briefly before opting for internal martial arts, as they typically enhanced various abilities comprehensively. Please select one from the following 3 internal arts. The options presented were the Sunflower Manual, which required self-castration to master, the Supreme Dominance Technique, also known as the Eternal Spring Technique, which demanded the finest internal art as its foundation, and the Divine Reflection Technique, which contained methods that could revive the deceased. Rod chose the Divine Reflection Technique without hesitation, enticed by its potential for resurrection. Upon selecting the Divine Reflection Technique, the system immediately integrated it into his being. Rod felt a warm energy circulating within him, a sensation of comfort, and he perceived a marked enhancement in both strength and reaction speed. However, he sensed that advancement might prove challenging. If fortune did not favor him, he could remain at the first level for an extended period. Given the exceptional nature of the combat technique recorded on the scroll, he understood that the system's provision of such advanced martial arts underscored its significance. Once he escaped, he would undoubtedly strive to master this technique. Rod began his search for an exit, having spent considerable time near the throne without discovering any concealed means of egress. He walked with a certain weariness, finally collapsing onto the throne, his body leaning against its backrest. Subsequently, Rod, along with the throne itself, plummeted into a concealed pit beneath. Chapter 7. The journey home. Rod found himself seated upon the throne, continuously descending. While still suspended in midair, he received a notification indicating that his task had been accomplished. The throne's descent was not particularly swift. At first, it startled Rod, but soon the speed resembled that of an elevator ride before his crossing into this realm. After a brief interval of several seconds, the throne halted, tethered by the steel cables attached to its base. The throne flipped over under the cable's pull, causing Rod to fall face first onto the ground. Fortunately, the throne was not positioned too high above the ground, merely about half a meter. Rubbing his face, Rod sat up, somewhat dazed from the impact. Upon raising his gaze, he noticed Balan and others watching him. Didn't he return? How did you end up back here? Balan inquired, panting from exhaustion as he sat on the ground. I lost my way on the return path and stumbled into an ancient Nord tomb, which led me here, Rod explained while surveying his surroundings. I'm just glad you're all right, Balan replied. Beside him lay Otto, a merchant from the Fish Kingdom, charred and sprawled on the ground, his body grotesquely cleaved in two, with only a thin strip of flesh connecting the halves. Not far away, Warhammer Hammer lay on the ground, gritting his teeth as his chest heaved violently. A massive wound marred his thigh, while Viper Weber crouched beside him, meticulously scraping away the necrotic flesh and staunching the bleeding. The room's floor was littered with dismembered corpses and weapons, and among the debris, Rod discovered the severed head of Quick Hand Sam. Witnessing such a gruesome and bloody scene for the first time, Rod felt a wave of nausea wash over him. What transpired here? Rod asked, suppressing his disgust. Don't even mention it. That Otto is truly a scoundrel. He is no merchant at all. His intentions were never to retrieve goods or seek vengeance against bandits. The so-called commission of 10 gold coins per person was nothing but a ruse, Balan explained. What was his true purpose? Then, Rod inquired again. He is an evil necromancer, luring us into his lair to use us as experimental subjects, Balan revealed. Why choose adventurers like us? Wouldn't it be easier to target ordinary civilians? Rod questioned, perplexed. Adventurers like us are of little concern if we perish. No one would notice our absence. However, civilians with families and friends would prompt many to search for them if they went missing. The necromancer claimed he required individuals of considerable strength for his research, particularly those like Balan with special abilities, Weber interjected. Having finished bandaging Hammer's wound, he stood up, his face betraying profound sorrow. You cannot fathom the peril we just endured. Over 50 powerful undead were controlled by that scoundrel, attacking us from all sides, their weapons coated in poison. Hammer was struck, and the wound began to rot. Yet, thanks to my formidable strength, I managed to cleave that scoundrel in two at the last moment, Balan boasted. His eyes gleaming with pride. Rod had roughly counted. There were certainly no more than 30 undead on the ground. Nevertheless, their survival in such a dire situation was indeed impressive. The undead varied in strength based on their prior lives, and the ones Rod had encountered earlier were notably weaker compared to those fighting alongside Balan. The situation was indeed dire, but had that necromancer not lost his mind and drawn a dagger into the fray, we might not have survived. It's a pity for Sam. He was a good lad, and I promised his father I would take care of him, Weber lamented. Surprisingly, despite Weber's sinister appearance and penchant for poisoning his weapons, he proved to be a good person. He speculated that the necromancer's sudden madness might have been a consequence of the disaster of the sage, no longer affecting him, thus inadvertently saving them. However, one had to wonder where the effect of the disaster of the sage had transferred now. Please, leave me behind. I can't hold on any longer. I don't want to be a burden to you. After I die, remember to tell the florist's proprietress that I love her and to stop waiting for me, Hammer murmured weakly from the ground. What nonsense are you spouting? It's just a gash on your thigh. It hasn't severed any arteries. Besides, didn't I just neutralize the poison? Weber retorted, visibly irritated. Isn't that florist already married? When has she ever waited for you? It seemed the effect of the disaster of the sage had shifted to Hammer. Should I explain this to them? But then, how would I know how to lift this effect? Perhaps it's best to remain silent. Do you have a way out, Weber? Balan asked. Not at the moment. The stone door can only be operated by a specific magic, and with the necromancer dead, we're not well versed in magic ourselves, Weber replied. The doorway leading out of the room was sealed by a stone, surrounded by solid rock walls. I know a way that might lead us out. Follow me, Rod said. The initial entrance to the tomb was merely obstructed by a row of iron bars, which he was unable to cut through, but Balan's strength should suffice. Rod resolved to lead them out through there. After finishing his sentence, Rod began to climb the thick iron cable that had been used to pull the throne. It appeared sturdy enough to support multiple individuals ascending simultaneously. Balan hoisted the unconscious Hammer onto his back and followed Rod upward. Viper, Weber wrapped Sam's head in a cloth, cradling it against his chest, then shouldered Hammer's warhammer as he ascended the cable. Climbing vertically up the iron cable for dozens of meters would have been impossible for Rod before his crossing. Yet now, he completed the ascent in one breath. Merely panting slightly, Balan, carrying a hefty man of over 200 pounds, hardly seemed to break a sweat. Who would have thought that the necromancer overlooked a tomb right above him? Now, which way do we proceed? Balan asked Rod. Follow me, Rod instructed. After several minutes, Rod led everyone to the iron bars that had previously barred his way. Cut this, and we can make our escape, Rod declared. Step back, Balan commanded as he took up his massive axe and approached. Swinging with all his might, the axe met the bars with a resounding crash. Rod quickly covered his ears. Balan, exerting all his strength, only managed to leave a scratch on the bars, while the blade of his steel axe chipped. This is problematic. These bars are made of ebony rock. If we don't find another exit, we may be trapped here, Balan said, his expression grave. Rod, feeling a sense of frustration, stepped forward and drew the disaster of the sage. striking at the bars. Just as the blade neared the bars, they retracted into the ground. Rod felt as if someone had slapped him on the back of the head, and upon turning, he found it was Balan. "Are you trying to mock me?" Balan said, slightly irked. "This sword was obtained within this tomb. I had no idea it would do that," Rod explained. "Enough chatter. We must hurry back. Hammer needs a better environment to rest," Weber urged. Balan ceased his scolding and carried Hammer toward the exit. Not long after they had departed, they encountered a merchant caravan passing by on the main road. "Hey, brothers, could you give us a ride?" Balan shouted. Night had fallen. The members of the caravan initially mistook Balan's loud call for a robbery. Balan pushed Rod forward, wanting them both to engage in dialogue, as he usually did in such situations since Rod had a familiar appearance, while Balan knew his own demeanor could easily frighten people. "We have a companion who is injured, and we wish to return to Ice Stone City quickly. We hope you can assist us. We are willing to pay," Balan stated. The representative of the caravan, a Nord sporting a bushy beard, nodded and replied, "We do not require payment. We simply wish to befriend you. I will arrange everything for you right away." Soon, Rod and Balan were assigned to a cargo cart with an open top. "My apologies. Our cargo is quite extensive, and we lack additional space. You'll have to make do on top. Should anything arise, you can find me in the second cart up front." "My name is Daniel," the bearded Nord announced. No, we truly appreciate it. Just being able to ride back is enough. When we reach Ice Stone City, I'll treat you to a drink. My name is Balan. It's a pleasure to meet you," Balan replied. "Very well. I'll be waiting for that drink." Daniel chuckled heartily. "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, Daniel departed. Rod noticed a lavish carriage within the caravan, standing out in stark contrast to the other open carts. It's rather peculiar that a caravan is traveling on a winter's night. "Rod, do you think we overlooked something?" Balan inquired. "It seems so. We were in such a rush that I completely forgot to check if the necromancer had anything of value," Rod pondered aloud. "Never mind. We can come back another time," Balan suggested, and soon after, the sound of snoring erupted from him. It had been a long day, and Balan reminded Rod that he had yet to draw his rewards for completing his task. Rod opened the system panel and began the lottery draw. The lottery was conducted using a spinning wheel adorned with a plethora of reward types, yet martial prowess occupied but a small segment, suggesting that acquiring such skills through task completion was indeed a formidable challenge. However, the system displayed a commendable sense of fairness, devoid of insipid phrases like, "Thank you for your patronage." Rod summoned his will to set the wheel in motion, and after an exhilarating 5 seconds, it finally came to rest on the section for elixirs. The system ultimately rewarded Rod with a vial of high-grade healing salve. This superior salve was significantly more effective than its ordinary counterpart, capable of facilitating 3 treatments and providing anti-inflammatory, analgesic, and blood circulation benefits, an optimal choice following a beating. Rod gazed at the description of the high-grade salve, momentarily taken aback. Its precise efficacy was not clearly delineated, leaving him to ponder its merits for future use. Since Rod had last undertaken a task less than a week ago, he was unable to accept a new mission and resolved to lounge about as a sloth for a few days, enjoying some well-deserved rest. Yet, reflecting on his combat capabilities, he ultimately decided against such idleness, opting instead to endure more training to elevate his iron body technique, thus enhancing his sense of security for future adventures. But then again, why persist in the life of an adventurer? Why not retire to cultivate the land, raise pigs, and perhaps amass wealth through agriculture, living a life of luxury? He resolved to treat these musings as a minor goal, deferring any decisions until he had accrued enough funds to buy land and livestock. Furthermore, what was the purpose of the northern journey undertaken by the tomb's master and his companions? Lost in thought, Rod succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 8. Training. The following day, Rod awoke to find himself nestled in a bed at the tavern. Vague recollections of his return to Ice Stone City surfaced. After an exhausting day prior, he had fallen into a deep sleep, with Baron carrying him back to the tavern. He patted his waist, confirming that his long sword remained sheathed. Fortunately, it was secured, preventing any mishaps that might occur during his slumber. His stomach grumbled, a clear indication of his hunger. After a brief wash, Rod descended to seek sustenance. Upon entering the tavern's main hall, he discovered Baron animatedly regaling others with tales of their last adventure. At that time, we were but 4, facing over 100 formidable undead creatures, while my comrades trembled, unable to steady their weapons. Such trivialities did not faze me. Spurred by my encouragement, we engaged in fierce combat. Just as my allies were on the brink of annihilation, I charged into the throng of undead, severing the head of that powerful necromancer. Alas, one valiant comrade fell in battle. I trust he has found favor with Augustus. You've recounted this tale thrice today. Last time, it was 80 undead, chimed in a nearby adventurer with blonde hair tied in a ponytail. Baron, feeling slightly embarrassed, scratched his head. You must be mistaken. It has to be so. Did you not just learn to count recently? Besides, what is the difference between over 180? Rod found their boastful banter quite entertaining while munching on his food. As he dined, he recalled the combat techniques documented on the animal skin scroll, which he had yet to learn. Consequently, he hastened his meal, swiftly clearing the table of its offerings. Although they had not received a commission from their last adventure, their current funds would suffice to carry them through until the spring. After finishing his meal, Rod approached Baron's table, clapping a hand on his shoulder and leaning in to whisper, I discovered a scroll detailing combat techniques in that tomb. Could you assist me in translating it? Baron and his drinking companions agreed to reconvene the following day for more revelry, and he promptly followed Rod upstairs. You truly are remarkable, having just awakened in the evening, Baron remarked as he closed the door to their room. Now, let us see that scroll. Rod presented the scroll to Baron, recounting his experiences from the previous day, including the disaster of the sage and the accompanying note, feeling an unspoken trust that there was no need for concealment from Baron, perhaps a lingering influence from the original owner. This is an extremely ancient language, while the script resembles our current one. The distinctions are substantial. I can only decipher the most rudimentary elements, which won't aid much in mastering these techniques, Baron said, furrowing his brow as he set the scroll aside. He then examined the disaster of the sage, tapping the blade with his finger before placing it to his ear. So, it appears that the necromancer's sudden madness was induced by this sword. This blade seems to bear influences not only from the blacksmiths of the Nord Kingdom, but also displays elven craftsmanship. Beyond humanity, the continent was home to elves and myriad other peculiar species. The elves resided in the depths of a vast primordial forest straddling the southern border of the Nord Kingdom and the northern edge of the Roman Empire. This forest, known as the Giantwood Forest for its towering trees, was also referred to as the Elven Forest. It was a no-go zone for humans, whether solitary adventurers or large military forces. Once, the Nord Kingdom dispatched an elite force of 8,000 soldiers to traverse the forest and launch a surprise attack on the Roman Empire, only to suffer catastrophic losses. Nearly the entire battalion fell, leaving but a few to return. As a result, the Nord people harbored deep-seated animosity towards the elves. In turn, the Roman Empire strategically avoided the Giantwood Forest in their assaults on the Nord Kingdom, focusing instead on the formidable Lin Dong fortress, where countless battles had transpired, and the walls still bore the scent of blood. By the way, when shall we investigate the treasures left behind by that necromancer? Rod inquired of Baron, who remained engrossed in his examination of the longsword. Baron set the sword down, replying, Tomorrow, Weber and I will go. You may join us if you wish. No need. Rod quickly shook his head. The cold outside was unbearable, and the tavern offered a comforting warmth. He considered the frigid temperatures and the likely presence of magical traps within a sorcerer's lair, realizing that his novice status might complicate matters. How is Hammer faring? Rod asked. Much like me. He is as tough as a troll. As long as he doesn't lose his head, he won't perish, Baron yawned. If there is nothing else, I'll head back to sleep. I didn't rest well yesterday. After Baron departed, Rod sat on the bed, contemplating any unfinished business. The room was filled with an unpleasant odor, a mix of mildew and the remnants of previous patrons' libations, yet Rod had grown accustomed to it after a few days of traveling. Though it was night, he felt wide awake and considered whether he should venture out for some exercise. Upon reaching the tavern's entrance, he flung open the door, only to be met by a biting wind that raised the hairs on his arms. Most cities in the Nord Kingdom did not enforce curfews at night. Ice Stone City, being distant from the turmoil of war, had no patrolling guards. Instead, they typically gathered at taverns, mingling with adventurers over drinks and tales. Maintaining order relied solely on collective self-restraint. In the Nord Kingdom, thieves were universally despised. Those caught pilfering were barred from entering shops and taverns, often ejected by patrons. Redemption was only possible through solemn vows to mend their ways. Rod arrived at an open area where guards practiced during winter, contemplating the concept of reciprocal force. If he struck or collided with something with sufficient force, perhaps he could advance his iron body technique. With determination, he charged into a wooden post designed for guard training, constructed from durable timber. The impact resonated through his shoulder, leaving him momentarily numb. Fortunately, he received a notification indicating an increase in his iron body proficiency. Clearly, this method bore fruit. Once one shoulder succumbed to fatigue, he switched to the other, alternating between limbs, fists, and back. Striking with his head was a risky venture. He might inadvertently render himself daft. Rod repeatedly collided with the post, soon realizing that his thick garments impeded his movements. He shed his clothing, baring his upper body to the brisk night air. The wind was fierce and frigid, and prior to disrobing, he had been drenched in sweat. Now, the gusts chilled him to the bone. Nonetheless, he sensed that exercising without his clothing enhanced the efficacy of his training. As long as he persisted, the cold was bearable. He felt the energy generated by the divine reflection technique coursing through him, accelerated by the cold and impact, diminishing the chill and boosting his stamina recovery. Rod spent the entire night pummeling the wooden post, and before long, dawn broke. "Kid, have you lost your mind? You've been at this post all night?" Baron, having approached unbeknownst to Rod, queried as he observed the young man striking the post with his fists. "I'm fine. I've discovered that hitting the post can enhance my pain tolerance and build strength," Rod explained to Baron. "Baron, why don't you give me a punch with all your might?" Rod suddenly suggested. "I perceive that you are perhaps influenced by your sword. However, I possess a unique technique that enables me to deliver a powerful punch, allowing you to feel the disparity between our strengths without inflicting harm upon you. Prepare yourself," Baron stated. Rod ceased his assault on the wooden post, assuming a defensive stance as he replied, "You may strike me now." Baron's fist glowed with an enigmatic purple light as he thrust it towards Rod. Upon being struck, Rod did not fly backward this time. Nonetheless, he felt as though every fiber of his being had been impacted by a tremendous force, and he struggled to endure the pain, ultimately collapsing to the ground. "Each time I send you flying, it actually mitigates the impact of my strength upon you. However, this time I employed a technique that allowed you to fully experience the force of my blow. Yet, the power was diffused throughout your body. Thus the damage is not severe," Baron explained, panting heavily. "This technique is one I have recently mastered, and it does take quite a toll on me." Baron seemed to be justifying his breathlessness to Rod. Rod, struggling to breathe, felt a surge of energy from his internal flow, which soon stabilized. He rose, lost in contemplation. After being struck, he received a notification regarding the upgrade of his Iron Cloth skill to V3, and he needed to select a branch ability within the system. Iron Cloth has reached V3. Please choose one of the following 3 abilities. Ability 1 grants temporary metallic hardness to parts of the body. Ability 2 allows a portion of the force from the next attack to be reflected back at the attacker. Ability 3 significantly enhances bodily defense and impact absorption. Rod was uncertain which ability would suit him best. All 3 seemed advantageous. Reflecting on his past encounters, particularly with the frostbite spider, he realized that had its leg attacks been able to breach his defenses, he might not have survived. In the end, Rod chose ability 3. Resolve to pursue the path of impenetrable defense. "You have practiced all night. You should return now to eat something and get some rest. I have made arrangements with Weber to return to the location from 2 days ago," Baron advised. Rod bid farewell to Baron and made his way towards the Frostwolf's Fong Tavern, Chapter 9. Gains upon returning to the tavern, Rod hastily consumed a meager meal, collapsing onto his bed without even bathing. Previously, such a lapse after sweating profusely would have been unthinkable for him. However, after a few days in this world, he had begun to go with the flow. The tavern did not provide complimentary hot water, and should one wish to bathe, they would have to pay to heat it themselves. In winter, the Nord people seldom had the opportunity to bathe, yet they held a great fondness for it, seizing any chance to indulge in a soak. Should they discover a hot spring, they would not leave until thoroughly satisfied. When Rod awoke, It was already past 3 in the afternoon. Was a day in this world also 24 hours long? With each month consisting of exactly 30 days, and a year comprising 12 months, akin to Earth. This rhythm of life seemed rather unfavorable. He contemplated the need for adjustment, resolving to train during the day and rest at night. Rod's stomach grumbled, prompting him to descend for another meal. He pondered whether he might one day acquire a martial art that would allow him to fast, enabling him to carry less food on future adventures. As he descended, he encountered Baron and Weber returning from outside. Baron pulled Rod back into the room. "Let us postpone discussions of spoils until after I have finished my meal," Rod suggested. "What I wish to discuss is of greater urgency," Baron replied, closing the door behind them. "What is it?" Rod inquired. "While searching for the relics of the necromancer in that cave, Weber and I were cursed by one of his possessions. We must journey to the southernmost province of Lintong to locate a temple and perform a prayer to lift the curse," Baron explained. "How do you know so much about how to break this curse?" Rod asked. Baron retrieved a stone tablet from his pocket, saying, "The effects of the curse and the method of its dispelling are inscribed on this tablet. Do not touch it. Weber and I were cursed upon contact with it. The tablet states that if we do not lift the curse within 3 months, we will perish instantly." "How did you ascertain that you were cursed?" Rod inquired. Baron turned the tablet to show Rod the reverse side. "Look. After Weber and I touched this tablet, our names appeared below the curse list." Rod leaned in to inspect the stone tablet in Baron's hand, confirming the presence of his and Weber's names, accompanied by a colorful depiction of a flower. The purple flower's alluring shape rendered it quite uncanny upon the tablet. "Are you certain this is genuine?" Rod questioned again. "We only grasp a fraction of the powers that exist in this world. Numerous ancient artifacts akin to this tablet remain shrouded in mystery and danger. It is wise to believe in such matters. Should it be true that we are cursed, we would be left with no recourse," Baron asserted. "To lift this curse, we must traverse a significant portion of the kingdom. 3 months is hardly ample time. Will you accompany us?" Baron asked Rod. Following his recent adventure, Rod found himself devoid of immediate goals. Thus, the prospect of journeying with Baron to experience different cultures appealed to him. Nodding, Rod replied, "I wish to join you." "Very well. You should dine first. Weber and I will prepare some necessities. We depart early tomorrow morning," Baron concluded. That evening, Rod, Baron, Weber, and Hammer gathered in a room at the tavern. Before them lay the items retrieved from the necromancer. They would take what they desired and sell the rest to fund their journey. "Hammer, has your injury healed?" Rod inquired curiously, recalling that Hammer had sustained a leg wound and was poisoned 2 days prior. "Aside from my inability to sprint, I can manage slow jogging and walking without issue," Hammer replied with a hint of irritation, as if he had little fondness for Rod. These individuals truly were extraordinary, Rod mused, observing Hammer and Baron. "This is a space ring, containing approximately 3 cubic meters of space. Is there anyone who wishes to claim it?" Weber announced, holding up a ring adorned with a ruby. Rod felt a surge of excitement. Space rings were often featured in novels, and now one appeared before him. The Nord have 81 identical space rings. It is said that upon gathering them all, one could obtain a treasure map leading to the ancient treasure of a Nord king. This legend seems to have originated from some bored individual seeking to keep future generations occupied. And it is uncertain if anyone has genuinely attempted to collect them, Weber added. Baron, noticing Rod's interest, interjected, "Give it to Rod. His combat prowess is lacking, and this will provide him with a task to manage logistics." Weber glanced at Hammer, who nodded in agreement. He tossed the ring to Rod, saying, "Remember to take good care of it." Rod, holding the space ring, questioned, "How do I use this?" "Feel it with your heart. I recall you possess a talent for magic." "Even if you are reluctant to pursue it," Baron replied. Focusing his mind on the ring, Rod successfully sensed the space within. It was empty, likely having been completely cleared prior. Rod remembered that Baron also had some knowledge of magic. The necromancer's relics included a staff, 2 magical robes, a ring, and a plethora of alchemical materials. The weapons and armor of the undead were worthless and had already been sold. The staff, magical robes, and alchemical materials were deemed unnecessary by the group. Thus they planned to sell them, giving most to Sam's family while reserving a portion for travel expenses. Remaining was a ring that enhanced the damage of one-handed weapons. This was allocated to Weber. who excelled in the use of daggers and short swords, while Rod, due to his low combat ability, was disregarded. Rod recalled that he possessed a necklace acquired from the undead, which he had yet to have appraised. "Do you know anyone who can identify equipment?" Rod asked the group. "Ha ha ha. Are you not aware that a specialist in identification sits right before you?" Hammer chuckled. "Are you the identification expert?" Rod asked, perplexed. "No, it is the one sitting next to me." Hammer gestured toward Weber. "Can you help me identify what this necklace does?" Rod handed over the necklace he had taken from the undead. "Since you've already given it to me, I'll help you out for free once, courtesy of Baron." Weber accepted the necklace. "This necklace enables blacksmiths to forge superior equipment. You should keep it for Hammer," Weber stated. "Is Hammer a blacksmith?" Rod asked, intrigued. "Blacksmithing is merely a side occupation for me. I occasionally take on part-time work when funds are LOW'd. It's of no use to me. Selling it could yield several hundred gold coins," Hammer replied. "This necklace is worth that much?" Rod exclaimed, surprised, recalling that their previous mission had promised only 10 gold coins in commission. "Such amethyst necklaces are valuable even without enchantments. I believe your luck is truly remarkable," Baron remarked, impressed. "Did you find any magical scrolls or spell books on that necromancer?" Rod inquired further. We found a diary. Its contents are filled with his ramblings, likely not worth much," Baron said, rummaging through his belongings to retrieve the diary. Hammer took note of this and said, "Baron, do you still keep things hidden on you as you used to? Surely you must have some valuable treasures." Baron blushed momentarily before regaining his composure, replying, "Aside from this tattered book, I only possess a decrepit dagger." He produced a peculiar dagger from his person and tossed it onto the ground. Weber picked up the dagger and examined it closely, eventually stating, "This dagger itself holds little value, yet it appears to be a key to unlock something. That's rather vague. Nord boasts numerous ruins and tombs. Perhaps one lies beneath our very feet. Where shall we search for a place related to this dagger?" Baron remarked. "Let us hold on to it for now. It may prove useful in the future." "Let us place it in Rod's spatial ring," Weber suggested, tossing the dagger to Rod, who was engrossed in studying the journal. Rod casually stored the dagger in his spatial ring and returned to his research. He pondered whether he could use the system to scan it, possibly yielding some insights. Scanning in progress, unregistered magic detected within the system. Rewarding the host with a martial skill, please select one from the following 3 options. The 5-step plum blossom stance, a foundational Taoist movement technique that enhances mobility and evasion. The Taizu Chongquan, also known as the 32 stances long fist, renowned across the realm as the mother of all fists. The basic sword technique, embodying the essence of swordsmanship through 13 fundamental moves. The Taizu Chongquan appeared as an option in the system once again. Yet Rod had no intention of selecting it. He was torn between the 5-step plum blossom stance and the basic sword technique. Considering his lack of offensive martial skills and the recently acquired sharp sword, Rod ultimately chose the basic sword technique, despite its unimpressive name. Once the basic sword technique was incorporated into his martial skills tab, 3 of the 5 slots were occupied, leaving only 2 available. Rod felt a twinge of concern about insufficient space for future martial skills, uncertain if he could expand the slots through means such as a lottery. "Let us convene at this tavern tomorrow at noon. Weber and I will find a general store in the morning to sell these items. Once again, we must venture forth in this cursed winter," Baron declared. "It would be prudent to join a merchant caravan. This way? We can earn some commission while hitching a ride," Hammer suggested from the side. "Very well, I shall step outside shortly to see if there is a caravan departing southward tomorrow," Baron nodded in agreement. Chapter 10. Departure. Rod. It's time to rise. Baron banged vigorously on Rod's door. Rod, still in bed, rubbed his bleary eyes, having stayed up late poring over the journal of that necromancer. The erratic ramblings within had given him a headache. Yet the potential for learning magic compelled him to persevere. Rod got up and opened the door to find Baron fully armed, bearing a steel great axe with a missing edge, clad in black leather armor, adorned with a steel-horned helmet, and wielding a dark golden throwing axe at his waist. Baron's imposing presence was undeniable. "What time is it?" Rod inquired, sitting up and rubbing his eyes. "It's still morning. You need to prepare quickly, as we are departing soon," Baron replied, taking a seat on the edge of the bed. What happened to selling those items this morning? Rod asked while dressing. Do you recall that bearded fellow named Daniel who brought us back to the city last time? Their caravan is set to leave shortly and is heading in the same direction as us. The price is already settled. We can depart in an hour. Hurry and get ready, Baron explained before stepping out. After washing up, Rod packed his belongings into his spatial ring, marveling at its convenience. However, he pondered whether the rumors of someone seeking to kill for treasure held any truth. With such a ring, committing petty theft seemed all too simple. No, how could I entertain such thoughts? If others knew, I would be looked down upon. Glancing at the scholar's calamity lying on the table, he wondered which unfortunate souls had suffered its effects in recent days. Slipping the sword onto his waist, Rod descended the stairs. Before he reached the first floor, he heard Baron haggling with the tavern owner over their expenses during their stay. Since it's 11 gold coins, 90 silver and 13 copper, why can't it be a tad cheaper? Just let go of that excess gold coin. I'll give you 10 gold coins instead, and you'll have a simpler count, Baron asserted loudly. I can forego the 13 copper coins. But you shall not expect anything more, the tavern owner waved dismissively. We are old friends. Why must we be so stingy? Baron retorted. Who is friends with you? This is the first time I've encountered you this year. Don't expect a better deal, the tavern owner replied impatiently. Scanning the surroundings for a way to persuade the tavern owner, Baron noticed Rod descending the stairs and beckoned him over. Rod approached, puzzled as to why Baron had called him during the negotiation. Leaning closer, Baron whispered into Rod's ear, use the magical effect of your sword on him. That doesn't seem appropriate, is it worth such actions just to save a bit of money? Rod protested. Baron grasped Rod's shoulder firmly, saying, such a trivial sum. Do you not realize the dangers we face for a single gold coin? Typically, hiring us for a day costs a dozen silver coins. Furthermore, this amounts to nearly 2 gold coins. Seeing the fervor in Baron's eyes, Rod reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. He reached for the long sword hanging at his belt. A blue light flickered along the hilt before returning to normal. I shall pay you 11 gold coins. Counting 90 silver is quite tedious. As a successful business owner, you could earn quite a bit while counting money. By giving you 11 gold coins, you still profit handsomely, would you not agree? Baron turned to the tavern owner. After a moment's consideration, the tavern owner nodded. If you pay me 11 gold coins, I also benefit considerably. You may proceed with that amount. With a grin, Baron retrieved 11 gold coins from his purse and handed them to the tavern owner. Then led Rod towards the tavern's exit. Wait, the tavern owner suddenly called out. What is it now? Baron asked, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. Upon counting, you have given me an extra gold coin. As a person of integrity, I cannot take advantage of your generosity, the tavern owner said with a hint of pride, tossing a coin back to Baron. Baron caught the flying coin and said, Thank you. You are truly a good man. Rod thought to himself that such actions should be avoided in the future. Baron led Rod to the vicinity of the city gate, where the merchant caravan was nearly ready. The caravan consisted of over 30 individuals and several carts laden with goods, varying in size and pulled by either horses or oxen. Each cart was covered with cloth, concealing its contents, perhaps for better preservation or to obscure what was being transported. What are they transporting? Rod inquired of Baron, who was busy counting the coins in his purse. Baron glanced up briefly before returning his gaze to the coins. That is of no concern to you. What they carry is irrelevant as long as we are compensated. Rod found an empty spot on one of the carts and sat down, beginning to inspect his spatial ring, which was nearly filled to capacity. In addition to food, water, and flint, he also had the alcohol Baron had given him the previous day. Over half of the 3 cubic meters of space was filled with liquor. Most of the alcohol was intended for their journey, and Baron had specifically purchased some elegantly designed iron flasks to store a small amount of local wine as a collection. He planned to gather a small flask of local specialty wines from each city. Rod found Baron's idea rather mundane. If one were to collect, wouldn't it be better to amass gold, jewels, and antiques? A city boasted numerous taverns, and the wine from the tavern they had just stayed in might not even be the best in that city. Moreover, the wines of this world were not particularly exquisite, merely filtered without distillation, possessing a low alcohol content that paled in comparison to the wines of his previous world. However, Baron insisted that the tavern owner, though stingy, served exceptional wine with a unique flavor. Rod had sampled the tavern's wine, noting a distinct burning sensation. He speculated that it must have contained some peculiar plant akin to chili. Perhaps acquiring cheap wine, distilling it, and selling it at a premium could yield substantial profits. Yet, he realized that such opportunities would be far into the future. Sitting at the edge of the cart, Rod grew bored while awaiting departure, having spent the previous night engrossed in the necromancer's journal, leaving him with little desire to continue his studies. He retrieved a small iron flask filled with wine from his spatial ring and etched Ice Stone City onto it. That's quite clever. I hadn't considered that. If I collect too many wines, I might lose track of which bottle belongs to which city, Baron remarked, having finished counting his coins and observing Rod's actions. Are we all set? Daniel, the bearded fellow, approached Baron, accompanied by Hammer and Weber. We are ready to depart at any moment, Baron replied. There are no extra seats in the caravan, so you'll have to take turns resting until we pass Ice River City, Daniel informed them. Ice City is the nearest settlement located south of Ice Stone City, and one can certainly reach the next closest city by following the main road along Nord. It matters not, Baron replied. I shall take my leave now. I need to check on the others, Daniel stated. With that, he strode towards the front of the caravan. Weber approached Rod and tossed him a package, saying, Place it within your ring. It contains items that remained unsold from last time. Rod nodded, stowing the package away, and then he heard Daniel shout from atop a wagon, We shall depart immediately, aiming to reach the next city before nightfall. The merchant convoy began to move towards the city gate, and Rod and the others followed suit. Due to Hammer's injuries not being fully healed, he remained seated in the wagon, leaving room for one more passenger, which Baron and Weber generously offered to Rod. Why are we not at the front of the caravan, but instead sitting at the back? Shouldn't the front be the first to encounter danger? Rod queried, glancing at Hammer, who was resting with his eyes closed. Baron and the others will likely head to the front. You and I need only to safeguard the rear, Hammer replied, opening his eyes. Of course, if danger arises, it's best for you to run far away. If nothing happens, it's wise to speak less. The road is perilous, and we should conserve our strength, he added. Rod felt somewhat irked by his attitude but could do little about it. The lengthy journey was rather dull without conversation. Lacking female companionship was one thing, but even this burly man showed no desire to engage with him. Feeling bored, he retrieved the necromancer's journal from his spatial ring to continue his studies. Hoping to glean some magic from its pages, besides the necromancer's eccentric and bold musings, the journal also contained records of various experiments. To his surprise, this necromancer displayed a certain scientific spirit, even noting the importance of control tests. One entry detailed how he captured 3 similarly sized rabbits, both male and female, to observe the effects of a toxin he had injected. Apart from one female rabbit going mad, the others succumbed. Had he only captured that particular female, he might have concluded that the toxin merely induced madness in animals. The last time he deceived both me and Baron, he also fooled Hammer and the others. Could he have intended to use Baron, Hammer, myself, and Sam, who was slightly smaller, as subjects for a control experiment? This thought suddenly dawned on Rod. Though many merchant convoys traversed this main road even in winter, the snow-covered path slowed their progress significantly. Life is indeed challenging. In such harsh conditions, the caravan chose to continue working rather than seeking refuge in a city. Unbeknownst to him, Rod finished reading the necromancer's journal. On the penultimate page, he discovered a record of a self-created spell. Chapter 11. Bandits. A purple-black orb of light rose from Rod's palm, flickering erratically before emitting a sizzling sound and extinguishing entirely. Rod sighed. This marked the umpteenth failure in attempting to use this spell, which its creator, the necromancer Otto, dubbed Otto's Genesis and Annihilation Technique. After understanding its effects, Rod renamed it Gravitational Manipulation. This spell was designed to gather magical energy in the form of a purple-black orb in the caster's hand, enabling the caster to attract or repel objects using this orb. Upon attempting it, Rod discovered his magical capacity was quite substantial, seemingly even greater than that of Otto, who had studied necromancy for years. After a dozen attempts at gravitational manipulation, he felt he could still perform dozens more. While the spell consumed relatively little magical energy, this was still quite remarkable. Perhaps I am better suited to being a mage rather than a warrior, Rod mused, He held a profound curiosity for magic, yet regrettably lacked the opportunity for systematic learning. The journal only documented this single spell, leaving the whereabouts of Otto's other spells a mystery. Baron could wield some rudimentary fire magic, even maintaining a flame cloak, typically reserved for seasoned fire mages, around himself for several minutes during combat. However, Baron seemed unaware of how he accomplished this. It appeared to come as naturally to him as breathing. Rendering him unable to teach our ODIT seems that both Baron and I possess a potent magical lineage. Perhaps we are descendants of some ancient and powerful family, Rod pondered. Rod began to attempt the spell once more, carefully reflecting on the reasons for his previous failures, which he concluded were due to uneven magical output preventing the formation of a perfect sphere. He felt that this spell might serve as a valuable exercise in controlling magical energy rather than merely yielding magical effects. It could perhaps only be used to open doors like Otto. Just as he was about to make another attempt, he sensed the wagon had come to a halt and heard a sudden commotion outside, the whinnying of horses mingling with human shouts. "What is happening?" Hammer asked, rising from the wagon, lifting the canopy to step outside. Rod, equally curious, placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and followed Hammer out. Upon disembarking, Rod moved towards the front of the caravan, passing a wagon where he spotted 5 fierce Nord men clad in iron armor, weapons in hand, glaring menacingly. Observing the situation, he noted that even at the back of their wagon, there were quite a few men, and it appeared even more were gathered at the front of the convoy. A rough count suggested at least 20 individuals in total. "It is impossible for us to hand over our goods without resistance," Rod heard Daniel's voice. It seemed they had encountered bandits. Rod was astonished that, even in the bitter cold of winter and so close to a city, they faced such a large group of robbers. This world was truly chaotic. "Had you surrendered your goods, I could have guaranteed your safe return home. Since you wish to leave, a price must now be paid," came a raspy voice. And no sooner had the raspy voice spoken than the bandits sprang into action. The 5 approaching Rod slowly closing in on him. Hammer retrieved his war hammer from behind, his gaze fixed intently on the advancing bandits, wary of their impending assault. One bandit, sporting a scar on his face, exchanged glances with his companions before charging forward. Hammer swung his war hammer forcefully at the scarred man, who nimbly rolled aside to evade the attack. Seizing the moment, the scarred man's allies closed in, forming a triangle to engage Hammer, while 2 others targeted Rod. "Why are there only the 2 of us here? Where are Baron and Weber? And what of the many drivers and guards of the caravan? Surely they haven't all rushed to the front, have they?" Rod thought anxiously as the 2 bandits advanced upon him. Feeling tense, Rod realized he was now fighting living foes, not mindless undead or frostbite spiders as he had encountered before. He used Disaster of the Wise to block one bandit's axe, while another swung a long sword at him. With no time to defend against that strike, Rod could only watch as the blade grazed his waist. Contrary to his expectations of being cleaved in 2, the blow did not inflict severe injury. The long sword merely left a shallow gash after slicing through Rod's iron armor. The bandit wielding the long sword appeared incredulous that he had failed to pierce Rod's abdomen. Momentarily stunned, before Rod delivered a powerful kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Since the bandit also wore iron armor, he was not seriously hurt and quickly scrambled back to his feet. Rod realized that their attacks were not particularly damaging, which eased his anxiety. He repelled another bandit with a swift strike and quickly retreated, deciding it prudent to escape strategically and locate Baron and the others first. Meanwhile, Hammer was engaged in a fierce battle with the 3 bandits. Rod sprinted towards the front of the caravan, with the 2 bandits hot on his heels. Soon, he reached the front, where he beheld Baron engulfed in flames, wreaking havoc among the bandits as if he were a tempest incarnate. With each swing of his axe, a bandit was sent flying. It was clear Baron was holding back, using the flat of the axe to strike rather than the blade. Or else those bandits would have been cleaved in 2, surrounded by flames. No one dared to approach him, and those who ventured too close were swiftly cast aside. By the time Rod neared the fray, nearly all the bandits lay incapacitated, with only a few remaining on the ground, groaning. Rod noticed that most of the other members of the caravan had gathered in a defensive posture around the opulent wagon he had previously observed, seemingly protecting someone or something within. The 2 bandits pursuing him turned to flee upon witnessing the scene. Rod felt somewhat bemused. He had anticipated a fierce battle, yet the conflict had been resolved so swiftly. Once the fighting ceased, Baron extinguished the flames enveloping him and sheathed his axe. The surrounding drivers and attendants gazed at Baron with reverence, while Daniel approached, embracing him and expressing gratitude and praise. Thud! Weber returned, dragging the bandit leader and tossing him to the ground, asking, "What shall we do with them?" He gestured towards the fallen bandit leader and the others who lacked the strength to flee. "Please do not kill me," pleaded the bandit leader, kneeling on the ground, stripped of his previous arrogance, resembling a pitiful dog. "You truly bring shame to the Nord people," Baron scoffed, standing nearby with disdain. "Let us turn them over to the guards of Ice River City. It would be unwise to execute them directly, and releasing them would only allow them to return to rob the next merchant caravan. The bounty for capturing them shall belong to you," Daniel suggested. "We shall heed your words," Weber replied. Daniel gestured, and a nearby servant approached to bind the bandits. "Where is Hammer?" Weber inquired as he walked over to Rod. "He is at the rear of the convoy. 3 men just attacked him, and I am uncertain of his condition," Rod answered. Upon hearing this, Weber swiftly ran toward the back of the caravan, with Rod following closely behind. Upon reaching the rear, they found Hammer seated on the ground, his body marked with several bleeding wounds. Beside him lay his bloodied war hammer and the corpses of 3 bandits. "Why did you not stay and face the enemy with him, but instead fled alone?" "His leg injury has yet to fully heal," Weber chastised Rod angrily. Rod had no retort to Weber's accusation. He recognized his cowardice in the face of danger. "Do not be so harsh on him. He did divert 2 attackers away from me." Alleviating a significant amount of pressure, Hammer weakly interjected. "I possess a remedy that can expedite Hammer's healing," Rod remarked, retrieving a high-grade hemostatic powder from his system space and handing it to Weber. Weber accepted the vial, opened it, and poured a bit into his palm, questioning, "Are you jesting? This contains no medicine." Rod, taken aback, reclaimed the vial and tilted it, allowing a substantial amount of golden powder to spill into his hand. He then took a small iron kettle, originally intended for Baron to store wine, filled it with the powder, and handed it to Weber. "First, clean his wounds before applying the medicine," Rod instructed. Baron approached, chuckling. "Did 3 petty thieves inflict such grievous injuries upon you? Your skills are evidently diminishing. I just single-handedly drove off hundreds of bandits. Had it not been for my leg injury, severely impairing my performance, I could have bested 1,000 of them," Hammer retorted. His face flushed with indignation. Observing Hammer's spirited response, Rod felt reassured of his safety. "Let us resume our journey," Daniel called out from a height. "What shall we do with the bandits' corpses?" Rod inquired of Baron. "These bandits have brought this fate upon themselves. Those who engage in wrongdoing must be prepared to face death. Simply move their bodies to the sides of the road so as not to obstruct passage. Many of their comrades have fled and will return to bury these unfortunate souls," Baron explained. Rod felt a pang of discomfort. It was indeed a chaotic world, having encountered so many bandits in such a short distance. So many lives lost over trivial gains in such a brief span was difficult for him to accept. Surely my arrival in this world with a martial arts system carries a purpose, to transform this chaotic realm into a better place. Or perhaps to put an end to the disputes among nations and quell this tumultuous era. Or is there truly no purpose at all? Rod trailed behind the merchant caravan, lost in contemplation, feeling perplexed. Chapter 12. Ice River City. Ice River City is not far from Ice Stone City. The merchant caravan traveled through the night, reaching Ice River City at dawn on the 3rd day. This massive city boasts a population of over 100,000 residents and is situated near a great river known as the Ice River, which freezes to several meters thick each winter, hence its name. The city, located adjacent to the Ice River, is called Ice River City. The presence of this river facilitates waterborne transportation of goods, making Ice River City economically superior to the nearby Ice Stone City. When the river is unfrozen, Ice River City serves as a transportation hub for northern Nord, with hundreds of merchant ships docking here before transferring goods to land transport for delivery to other cities. The Snow Wind Province, one of the 9 provinces of the Nord Kingdom, centers around Ice River City, where the Garfield family, rulers of the Snow Wind Province, resides. This winter, Baron and Rod chose to spend the season in Ice Stone City rather than the bustling Ice River City, primarily due to the higher cost of living in Ice River City resulting from its thriving commerce. Late in autumn, after considerable internal debate, Baron ultimately opted to stay in Ice Stone City for the sake of their finances. This marks Rod's first visit to Ice River City. Upon arriving at the city gates, Rod was awestruck by the sight before him. Towering walls over 20 meters high, constructed of massive black stones meticulously hewn into blocks. He marveled at the scale of the city, finding it hard to believe that such a grand edifice could be erected without industrial development, given the primitive conditions. Isn't it magnificent? There are few cities like this in Nord. And this one is the only one entirely built by the Nord people, Baron remarked, approaching Rod. Then who constructed other similarly grand cities? Rod inquired, intrigued. I only know a little. For instance, the capital of Nord, Dragonfire City, is said to have been built in ancient times by ancient elves in collaboration with the Nord people. It was a dark era when dragons ruled most of the northern lands, enslaving both the Nord and ancient elves to construct magnificent palaces and castles. And where have those dragons gone now? Rod asked, captivated by this unfamiliar historical narrative. Later, a hero emerged among the Nord, slaying the dragon leader and leading the Nord to overthrow their reign. This hero is none other than the founding emperor of the Nord Kingdom, and his descendants are the current royal family of Nord. I trust the rest requires no further explanation, Baron elucidated. Rod grasped the subsequent history, surprised to learn of the royal family's origins. Did that hero leave no name in history? Weber, who had been listening intently, suddenly interjected. You surely know his name. He is Saint Spirit August, Hammer chimed in. Upon reaching Ice River City, the merchant caravan intended to sell their goods and procure items for transport to other cities. Rod was concerned that their wait would consume considerable time, delaying Baron's ability to lift the curse. However, since the caravan would continue to travel with them, Weber and Baron ultimately decided to rest in the city for a few days until the caravan completed its business. This break would also allow Hammer to recover and Baron to gather wine. As Rod walked alone through the streets of Ice River City, he sought a blacksmith shop to repair his dilapidated armor. Ideally, he wished to purchase a new set. The previous one, acquired by Baron on the cheap, was of such poor quality that it was hardly better than leather armor. In past skirmishes, it had often been cleaved through without inflicting harm upon him. He approached a shop adorned with a sign depicting a hammer and sword. According to the memories of the former owner, establishments with a hammer symbol were typically blacksmiths, those with a wine glass were taverns, and those with lips indicated places for more carnal needs. Rod had only visited the first two types, as Baron had always prevented him from entering the latter due to his age. Though he had secretly observed from outside, knowing Baron had never ventured into such places either. Perhaps Baron simply refrained from spending money, Rod had previously surmised. The blacksmith's door was larger than those of the neighboring shops, indicating reliability. Upon pushing open the door, Rod was greeted by a small courtyard, where he experienced warmth for the first time in the winter air. Several furnaces burned brightly, and the sound of continuous hammering resonated throughout. Facing Rod was a robust middle-aged man, bare-chested, wielding a hammer as he forged a glowing red sword blank. The man merely glanced at Rod before returning to his work. At that moment, a shrewd-looking man approached. He was clearly not a Nord. As Nord people, regardless of gender, possess very fair skin. This man had dark skin and hair styled in what appeared to be dreadlocks, standing at just over 1.60 meters, nearly 30 centimeters shorter than the average Nord male. Having recently encountered many Nord people, Rod found this individual's appearance somewhat jarring, as if he had stepped into another world. What can I assist you with? We offer the finest equipment in Nord, the man stated. Rod surveyed the surroundings. The courtyard was lined with shelves showcasing the mainstream weapons and armor of Nord. How much for your iron breastplates? Rod inquired. Generally, iron armor is relatively inexpensive across the continent, while steel armor commands a much higher price. In the Roman Kingdom, some knight steel armor is passed down through generations. However, the quality of iron armor pales in comparison to steel. Rod's previous armor was a prime example. Unable to withstand a single strong blow, while carefully crafted steel armor could endure attacks from heavy weapons like giant axes without damage. Even among iron armor, we have various types available, including the currently popular chainmail in Nord, as well as the traditional plate armor from the Roman Empire, the man replied. Due to the lightweight nature of chainmail, its commendable defensive capabilities, and its relatively affordable price, it has garnered immense popularity among the adventurers of Nord. becoming quite fashionable in the region. The dark-skinned man mentioned that the most traditional plate armor of the Roman Empire bears a resemblance to the Milanese armor from the world before the crossing, characterized by its smooth lines, snug fit, elegance, and stunning design. Wearing it evokes a sense of flamboyance. Previously, Rod's armor consisted of the oldest form of iron plate armor, constructed by linking individual iron plates with steel wire, providing protection solely to vital areas of the body while leaving the joints largely exposed. "How much for the chainmail?" Rod inquired. "This is our latest style of chainmail, freshly crafted just yesterday," replied the dark-skinned man, leading Rod to a display of the armor. "It has been forged by our master blacksmith, Mr. Robert. Since this is your first visit to our store, I can offer you a discount. The original price is 899 gold coins, but you can take it home for 700. Upon hearing this price, Rod felt a sinking sensation in his heart and asked, "Is there anything else, perhaps a bit cheaper, that doesn't need to be so new?" "What about this piece?" "This chainmail was crafted last year by the renowned blacksmith Ryan. Although its defensive capabilities are not as strong as the previous one, it remains quite excellent with a defense level close to that of steel chainmail. I can offer you a discount. You only need to spend 300 gold coins to acquire it." The dark-skinned man continued to enthusiastically promote another piece of chainmail. "What I mean is, do you have anything cheaper, maybe just a few silver coins?" Rod replied, his face flushed. Daniel had just given Rod 10 silver coins as a reward, and with his previous savings, he had a total of over 20 silver coins. However, considering future expenses, he decided to allocate the majority, around a dozen silver coins, for the armor. After Rod uttered those words, he was promptly ushered out and warned not to cause trouble again, or he would be dealt with severely. He then began to meander down the street, intending to find a smaller shop where prices might be more reasonable. Chapter 13. Tasks and Attacks. After resting in Ice River City for several days, a week had passed since Rod last accepted a task. He was now able to undertake new assignments, and early that morning, he awoke, contemplating which task to choose. The first task presented itself at the Adventurers Guild. And as another week began, Rod reflected on how a life of leisure could extinguish a person's fighting spirit. One must continually challenge oneself to progress. The first task required accepting and completing 3 tasks at the Adventurers Guild. The second task stated that great skills are not developed overnight. Mastery demands continuous honing. This task required leveling up any 2 martial arts by 1 rank. The third task asserted that reading 10,000 books pales in comparison to traveling 10,000 miles. Long-distance journeys can broaden one's horizons more than books can. Each of these tasks appeared daunting to complete within a week. Opting for the first task, which necessitated the completion of any 3 guild tasks, would likely take considerable time, as assignments at the guild typically come with a certain level of difficulty, such as clearing out a bandit den. Assuming that fulfilling a guild task would take at least 3 to 4 days, accomplishing 3 would take around 10 days. The second task, leveling up any 2 martial arts by 1 rank, seemed slightly simpler. However, the progression of martial arts training lacks any clear indicators, leaving one to wonder how long it might take to level up. Currently, he possessed 3 martial arts: Iron Shirt, Divine Reflection, and Basic Swordsmanship. Leveling up Iron Shirt simply required enduring blows. Though the number of strikes needed remained uncertain, the progression of Divine Reflection depended entirely on luck, and it was unlikely to level up anytime soon. He had yet to practice Basic Swordsmanship, but based on his experience with Iron Shirt, advancing a rank should not be overly challenging. The third task would require even more time. Continuing south would lead him to another province, necessitating at least half a month to reach the next city, with subsequent travels likely requiring less time. Ultimately, Rod chose the second task, which would allow him to enhance his abilities while completing the assignment. Without sufficient strength, surviving the journey from the north to the far south would be impossible. After selecting the task, Rod prepared to find a place to practice his basic swordsmanship, but he was soon informed by Baron that they were about to depart. Rod could only devise a way to practice during the journey. He and Baron arrived at the location of the merchant caravan, which was still making final preparations for departure. "Aren't you supposed to be buying a new suit of armor?" Baron remarked, noticing Rod still clad in his tattered iron armor. I'm short on funds. I'll buy it when I have the money next time. By the way, how much bounty did the guards give for turning in those bandits?" Rod asked. "I'll help them out so we can set off sooner," Baron said as he walked away without looking back. It was clear that Baron was changing the subject, But Rod was too disinterested to pursue it further, knowing he wouldn't end up seeing any of that money. Rod found a nearby open space and began practicing basic swordsmanship. Just as he was getting into the swing of things, the caravan prepared to depart, forcing him to cease his practice and follow along. Throughout the journey, Rod did not sit in the carriage but instead walked alongside it, practicing with his sword. Basic swordsmanship, as its name suggests, is very fundamental, devoid of any intricate techniques, comprising only the most rudimentary moves such as thrusts, cuts, parries, and strikes. Yet, this very foundation was precisely what Rod needed. For he had previously struggled even with the correct grip of the sword. The next destination of the caravan was Black Rock City, situated in the mountainous province of Nord, true to its name. The mountainous province is home to numerous towering peaks, which likely also makes it the area with the highest concentration of bandits in Nord. Due to its mountainous terrain, the natural conditions of the mountainous province are even less hospitable than those of the more northern snow-wind province. The land is unsuitable for farming, and the temperatures are even colder. The immense mountain ranges in the mountainous province serve as a natural barrier against the northern cold winds, resulting in a more temperate climate in the areas to the south. After several days of monotonous travel, the caravan entered the mountainous province, at which point the atmosphere grew tense, with everyone on high alert for any lurking bandits. "Now you finally know how to hold a sword," Weber remarked. Noticing Rod carrying his sword throughout the journey, Rod felt a bit embarrassed and didn't know how to respond. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask me," Weber added, since their first adventure concluded. Rod had sensed that Weber, who had a somewhat notorious reputation, was actually a decent person. Rod happened to have some inquiries regarding muscle power application, so he sought Weber's guidance. Weber, proficient in the use of the one-handed sword, patiently explained everything to Rod. Just then, Rod felt the ground tremble and heard the sound of hooves. A group of riders clad in silver-white full-plate armor, mounted on heavily armored steeds, charged toward the caravan at great speed. The caravan's members were caught off guard as the riders swiftly closed in. The lances in the riders' hands glimmered in the daylight, but this brilliance was soon replaced by the vivid red of blood. The caravan's attendants were instantly shattered upon contact with the lances, unable to slow the advance of the dozen riders who were not there to kill but to clear a path. Their target was clear, heading straight for a luxurious carriage that Rod had noticed several times. The carriage's driver tore off his cloak, revealing black armor beneath, adorned with exquisite patterns that gleamed mysteriously in the sunlight. He reached into the carriage, and when he withdrew his hand, a golden two-handed sword appeared. He leaped down from the carriage, standing before it with the golden sword, gazing at the oncoming riders. Rod observed the man's gear, feeling as though he were witnessing a pile of humanoid gold coins. Such wealth, a complete set of equipment could fetch an unimaginable sum, enough to purchase countless of his previous shabby axes. The riders, having surged through the crowd, maintained their speed as they charged toward the carriage. The humanoid gold coin swung the massive sword, cleaving through the charging rider, severing both horse and rider in two. Another swift swing dispatched yet another rider in the same manner. However, he was then impaled by a lance from an adjacent rider, the silver lance piercing through the black armor, eviscerating him and leaving his entrails strewn across the white snow. Staining it crimson, the humanoid gold coin collapsed to the ground after convulsing a few times, clearly lifeless. The rider who had lost his lance leaped onto the carriage, taking control of the vehicle, while the remaining riders turned around, retreating in the direction from which they had come, leaving behind a few unfortunate corpses. The bearded Daniel mounted a nearby horse, wielding his longsword and shield, severing the connection between the horse and carriage, and galloping off in pursuit. The entire sequence of events, from the charge to the robbery, transpired in mere seconds, leaving Rod dumbfounded. It was evident that merely achieving personal strength that could cleave a man and horse in half was insufficient. Encountering a mounted knight would likely result in a swift death by lance. Baron rushed to the side of the man impaled by the lance, discarding his battered steel axe and seizing the golden sword, slinging it across his back before mounting a nearby horse to give chase. He shouted loudly, "I'll go bring them back, Rod. Remember to take my axe." Some individuals who were acquainted with Rod stared at him, causing an unsettling sensation to prickle at the back of his neck. Did they, too, speculate that Baron's true intention was to seize that seemingly invaluable great sword? Chapter 14. Dialogue. Both Baron and Daniel had pursued the band of riders, while another leader of the caravan opted to set up camp by the roadside to rest. He directed those still able to move to dig a grave for their recently deceased comrade, and Rod and his companions lent a hand. The other leader of the caravan was a white-bearded elder named Piltcommon, whose appearance perfectly aligned with Rod's mental image of an ancient sage. According to others, he had once been a noble of the Roman Empire but had lost his title due to certain circumstances and subsequently fled to the Nord Kingdom to escape his transgressions. Ultimately becoming a merchant, he was also the first individual Rod had encountered in this world who possessed a surname. Only nobles were entitled to surnames, and while one could retain their surname after being stripped of their nobility, their offspring would not inherit it. For the contents of the carriage, Pilt did not disclose, and the other members of the caravan remained oblivious. This caravan had been organized by Daniel and Pilt, with the remaining individuals being hired drivers, laborers, and guards. "Should we not assist Baron and the others?" Rod inquired of Weber, who was digging a grave nearby. "Your presence would only complicate matters," Hammer replied. After several days of recuperation, his injuries had healed significantly. He was capable of engaging in light combat without issue. Hammer had always looked down upon Rod's abilities, a sentiment Rod had grown accustomed to, as he himself harbored doubts about his strengths. When would he be able to display unparalleled prowess among the masses like Baron? Rod pondered suddenly. Once the bodies were dealt with, the caravan's laborers commenced preparing a meal. During this period, their midday sustenance consisted solely of dry rations, with hot meals available only in the morning and evening. The aroma of the meat broth wafted through the air, and as they warmed themselves by the fire, Rod began contemplating his future. This arduous life of adventure felt foreign to someone like him, accustomed to modern comforts. Perhaps he should devise a plan to obtain a title, leverage his prior knowledge to amass wealth, manage his own estate, and live a life of ease. In terms of adventure, with his limited martial skills, he was merely a marginally superior adventurer compared to the average YT. Might be more beneficial to utilize his advanced knowledge for the betterment of this world. This way, he could not only enjoy a more comfortable existence, but also contribute meaningfully to society at its ready. "We can begin eating," Weber announced. Rod and his companions did not share their meal with the other caravan members. Instead, Weber prepared food solely for them. This was a strong insistence of Weber's, who recounted a harrowing experience of nearly being poisoned by someone else's cooking in the past. Henceforth, he resolved to eat only what he prepared himself or what Sam prepared. As for why he did not eat Hammer's cooking, it was simply because Hammer had never prepared food in the pot simmered salted beef jerky, as Ice River City had access to a river that allowed for the transport of abundant salt, making it significantly cheaper than in Ice Stone City. In Ice Stone City, Rod had nearly been nauseated by the natural flavor of the meat. Now, even this cured meat seemed quite delightful. The steaming meat and broth, accompanied by dark bread, made for a satisfying meal. "Your culinary skills are improving splendidly. When you retire, you could work as a cook in a tavern," Hammer praised after taking a bite. "What is the appeal of working in someone else's tavern?" "I plan to return to Pinewood Town to open my own little tavern after lifting this curse," Weber replied. Hammer paused at this, setting down his fork in disbelief. "After this, you intend to retire?" Weber chuckled. "I'm over 50 years old. It's time to retire, marry a younger wife, and enjoy a few peaceful years. If I were to perish out here, all the money I've worked hard to save would be in vain." Rod scrutinized Weber, surprised to learn he was indeed over 50. "What meaning is there in such a life? Only through battle can I feel truly alive." Hammer declared that "I'm not like you. I'm often subjected to scorn while trying to make a living. Meanwhile, you, seated in a tavern, have many eager to befriend you," Weber responded, spearing a piece of meat with his fork and taking a bite. Hammer fell silent, and the atmosphere around the fire grew heavy with gloom. Rod, too, remained quiet, continuing to eat, as he was not particularly close with Weber or Hammer, unlike Baron, who could easily engage with anyone. "Do you truly plan to spend your entire life drifting aimlessly?" Weber asked Hammer. After a moment's silence, Hammer replied, "Unless I can become a noble, I shall not return home." Rod observed Hammer, realizing he must be a man with a story. His mind began weaving a narrative of a young man unworthy of disdain. Noticing Rod's gaze, Hammer inquired, "Why do you venture into the wild despite your lack of strength? Are you not afraid of being slain?" "Do not speak of him that way. He is still young and may yet surpass us all," Weber interjected. Rod felt a surge of emotion at Weber's words and asked, "Where is Pinewood Town? I think I would like to visit you someday." Upon hearing Rod's inquiry, a glimmer of longing sparkled in Weber's eyes as he reminisced about Pinewood Town. It is a beautiful place. The town is surrounded by hills adorned with lush pine forests, teeming with abundant wildlife. There is also a small river running through the center of town. As a child, I loved to catch fish in that river. Rod listened for several minutes, but Weber still had not answered his question. Clearing his throat, Rod interrupted Weber's reminiscence, saying, "I meant to ask where Pinewood Town is specifically located." Weber snapped back to the present. "It lies to the north of Dawn Province." Dawn Province is a region in the southern part of Nord, adjacent to the Fish Kingdom, characterized by a pleasant climate, with snowfall only in winter. It is one of the few relatively warm provinces in Nord. Conflicts between the Fish Kingdom and Nord Kingdom are infrequent, making the area quite peaceful, unlike the Winterfell Province, which borders the Roman Empire. Whenever you have the opportunity, do visit. I will ensure you are well entertained." Weber urged. Rod nodded earnestly. "Certainly, certainly." After finishing their meal, Rod found himself at leisure and took up his sword, seeking a suitable place to practice basic sword techniques. Though the movements were simple, they formed the foundation of more advanced techniques. Without a clock, he lost track of time and eventually went to sleep, unaware of how late it had grown. The next day, he awoke to find it was already noon, roused by Weber, who called him for lunch. After a night of practice, Rod's basic sword skill had progressed from level 1 to level 2. It seemed this task was not overly difficult. He had managed to elevate his skill in a single night. Although progression would become increasingly challenging, with another 2 or 3 days of practice, he was confident he could reach the next level. Just as he settled down to rest, Baron returned on horseback. Chapter 15. Drawing the tiger from its den. How did it go? Pilt, the other leader of the caravan, inquired of Baron. Dismounting, Baron accepted the water flask Rod offered and took a sip, saying, "Our horses are draft horses, slow in speed. They ride war horses, but the cart pulled by a draft horse doesn't allow for swift movement. We had almost caught up to them." And then, Pilt pressed, "Where is Daniel?" "They are a band of hired free riders. We initially pursued them and engaged in battle. After I dispatched 3 of them, they realized they could not defeat us and left 4 to entangle us. By the time we dealt with those 4, they had already fled a considerable distance. After pursuing for a while, we relinquished the chase," Baron explained. "Free riders are mercenaries who own their mounts. They lack knightly titles and roam in search of wealth and status. Furthermore, there are numerous brigands composed of knights stripped of their titles across the continent. However, such well-equipped and uniformly clad free riders are a rare sight. Their armor likely costs as much as that of legitimate knights." "And Daniel?" Pilt pressed eagerly. "He is still behind. We set out without provisions, and I grew hungry, so I quickened my return," Baron clarified. "By the way, is there anything to eat?" Rod retrieved a piece of jerky and a flask of wine from his spatial ring. Baron snatched them up and voraciously devoured the jerky in mere seconds. After washing it down with a gulp of wine, he remarked, "This little amount is hardly enough to fill my teeth. Give me more." Rod handed him additional food from his spatial ring. "Baron, when did you learn to ride?" "You never mentioned it before," Hammer queried, curiosity evident in his voice. "I learned to ride before I met you," Baron replied, his mouth full of food, his words barely intelligible. "Who would have thought you were once a knight esquire?" Hammer continued. "Not quite. I lived on a ranch for a time during my childhood, and it was there that I learned to ride," Baron explained. "Didn't you once say that you grew up in a wine estate, hence your knowledge of wine tasting?" Hammer pressed. Did I say that?" "You must be mistaken." Baron scratched his head sheepishly. "By the way, what is inside that carriage?" Baron asked Pilt, who was waiting for Daniel nearby. Just as Baron finished his question, Pilt had yet to respond when everyone turned to see Daniel approaching on horseback, bloodied from afar. "Though I was unable to retrieve it, I have indeed discerned their identities," Daniel remarked. Pirt nodded thoughtfully and replied, "In that case, let us proceed. You may rest in the carriage for a while." With that, Pirt began to call upon the other members of the caravan to prepare for departure. "What was in that cart?" "You mentioned you would tell me upon our return," Baron inquired. "Regarding that, I have sworn an oath to my employer to keep it confidential from outsiders. So I must beg your forgiveness for my inability to answer," Daniel said, a look of regret on his face. "You, with your grand beard, If you cannot disclose it, why did you promise to tell me upon our return? Baron retorted angrily. And where did you discard that great sword? That individual was our guard, and the equipment he bore was financed by us, Daniel countered. Baron scratched his head and replied, in my haste to pursue, I accidentally lost it. If you refrain from further inquiries regarding that cart, I shall overlook your misplacement of the sword, and upon our arrival in Blackrock City, I can grant you fivefold the commission, Daniel added. Very well, it is settled, Baron nodded, ceasing his questions. Nearby, Rod, having overheard their conversation, felt an unsettling sense of curiosity. Having been duped upon his arrival in this world, he began to ponder whether there lay a hidden conspiracy within. Minutes later, the caravan set off once more, and Baron found a cart to catch up on the sleep he had lost the previous night. The roads of the High Mountain Province proved to be even more arduous than those of Snowwind Province. Not only were the temperatures frigid, but the accumulated snow rendered the wheels almost immobile on the narrow paths, which were predominantly uphill. Fortunately, they did not have to traverse the towering mountains perpetually shrouded in snow. This necessitated that both oxen and horses pull the carts, with some heavily laden vehicles requiring additional manpower to push from behind. As the altitude increased, the air grew colder, and the winds and snow became increasingly ferocious. The biting cold felt as if it could freeze one's skin, and those without hats risked their ears succumbing to frostbite. Rod, unable to endure the chill, despite being clad in multiple layers, found himself shivering uncontrollably. Ultimately, he removed his tattered iron armor and donned a sheepskin coat purchased in town. Though he had not bathed in quite some time, the odor he emitted paled in comparison to that of other Nord individuals. In former times, he would have found such neglect intolerable, yet now he had grown accustomed to it. With each step, he left deep impressions in the snow, and moving forward required him to extricate his feet from the drifts, which was indeed a drain on his strength. Thankfully, his boots, crafted from thick cowhide, not only provided warmth and waterproofing, but also withstood the jagged stones without damage. The only drawback was their weight, which he rationalized as a form of physical training. Why did this caravan persist in traveling through such frigid conditions? Was it in pursuit of greater profits? He mused. How much longer until we reach Blackrock City? Rod asked Baron, who replied, it should be soon, but this route is said to be rife with bandits. Baron had only rested briefly before dismounting to walk alongside the caravan, citing concerns about potential dangers that might arise while he slept. Fearing he might be slain by bandits in his dreams in reality, he intended to lead Rod to a location where the golden great sword could be found, requesting Rod to store it within his spatial ring until they departed from the caravan. Do not fret. The more formidable bandits do not venture out to rob during winter. They have long since acquired enough wealth to indulge themselves in the city. At most, we may encounter those who are somewhat inept with their weapons, Weber interjected. And no sooner had Weber spoken than an arrow struck the side of Rod's cart, startling the horse at the rear, prompting the driver to pull on the reins to calm it. See? It is precisely these inept archers who dare to rob in winter, Weber commented again. Baron scrutinized the direction from whence the arrow had come and seized his steel great axe, charging towards that location. Such audacity in a skilled individual, Rod thought in admiration. Weber, seemingly unconvinced of Baron's solo venture, followed suit. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Rod found himself at a loss for what to do. Having just removed his armor, danger had struck. He resolved henceforth to refrain from shedding his protective gear. Was it simply bad luck that they had been ambushed by a group of riders? Or was this place inherently perilous? And why were Baron and Weber pursuing after them? Shouldn't their primary responsibility be the safety of the caravan? If another group were to surround them in this moment, would they not find themselves in grave peril? As Rod contemplated these matters, a cacophony of howls erupted as a band of figures emerged from the treeline on the opposite mountainside. Chapter 16. Battle. A horde of individuals clad in tattered black fur coats brandishing rusted battle axes charged forth from the nearby woods. Among them, the leader stood apart, adorned in a black ceremonial robe and a fearsome black mask, which bore two protruding horns at its apex. Those are the followers of the dragon cult. I wonder what brings such individuals to mingle with common bandits and mountain folk, Hammer remarked, gripping his warhammer tightly. What is the dragon cult? Rod asked, drawing his long sword. They are a band of fanatics who roam throughout Nord. seeking to resurrect the dragons that were vanquished by ancient Nord heroes, Hammer explained. Can dragons truly be revived after death? Why would they wish to do so? Rod pressed, firing off a barrage of questions. As long as the dragons were not slain by the Nord royal lineage, they can be resurrected through certain special rituals. As for their motives, the tales are numerous. Some say they seek power, while others claim their families have been servants to dragons since antiquity, Hammer elucidated, unexpectedly patient in his explanations to Rod. Before long, the group descended upon the caravan, engaging in a fierce skirmish with the merchants. Rod was no stranger to the silent yet direct nature of such brazen robberies. This time, he joined the fray. Though he had hoped to face one or two weaker opponents in single combat, alas, the overwhelming numbers forced him into the melee. Hammer stepped forward, confronting a follower of the dragon cult alone. Their battle unimpeded by any outside interference. The adherent wielded a great sword, and he and Hammer clashed evenly. Rod parried an axe aimed at him, only to be caught off guard by another assailant. As he sidestepped, the axe wielder he had previously blocked seized the opportunity to strike, landing a blow on his right shoulder. The dull edge failed to pierce his flesh, but the impact, absorbed by his ironclad defense, left his shoulder numb and nearly caused his longsword to slip from his grip. Another opponent swung an axe upward towards Rod's head, prompting him to raise his left arm in defense. The axe struck his arm with relentless force, knocking him off balance and sending him sprawling to the ground. Quickly recovering, he rolled and regained his footing, rubbing his head, which swam with dizziness. Without the protection of his armor, and relying solely on his ironclad defense, his left arm bled profusely, and he feared for the condition of his bones. The situation was dire. The pain rendered him unable to hold his sword steadily. He retreated a few steps, leaning against the cart, and surveyed his surroundings. 2 bandits were closing in from either side. Listen here, little brat. If you drop your weapon and bow to us, we might spare your life. One of the bandits cackled, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Behind him loomed a cart, leaving him no option but to advance forward if he wished to survive. In a moment of desperation, Rod tightened his grip on the longsword, which shimmered with a blue light before returning to its normal state. Summoning his courage, he shouted and charged at the bandit on his right, intent on dispatching one before dealing with the other. He thrust his sword towards the bandit, who sidestepped the attack. Just as the bandit anticipated a follow-up assault from Rod, he swiftly pivoted and slashed at the other bandit advancing towards him. The thick fur armor offered no protection against the blade, which carved a deep gash into the bandit's neck, instantly staining his filthy attire with blood. In disbelief, the bandit touched his neck, and Rod seized the moment to deliver a swift kick that sent him tumbling to the ground. The bandit on the right, perhaps a close ally of the fallen, lost his composure and began to swing his axe wildly at Rod. Unfazed, Rod positioned his sword before him, successfully blocking the onslaught. The bandit pressed his axe closer to Rod's body, and though Rod felt his arms growing weak, he gritted his teeth and held firm. The sword was nearly pressed against his chest when a surge of strength coursed through Rod, allowing him to match the bandit's force. They became locked in a stalemate, during which the bandit spat at Rod. He neither flinched nor withdrew, and the spit landed squarely on his brow. How disgusting to employ such a vile tactic! Why had he not thought of this earlier? This ignited an inspiration within him, and he forcefully thrust his forehead into the bandit's nose, producing a sickening crunch, likely fracturing the bridge of the bandit's nose, causing blood to flow freely. He forcefully slammed his head forward, producing a sharp bang, causing the bandit to collapse onto the ground. Rod retrieved a towel from his spatial ring to wipe the saliva and blood from his face. This battle made him realize that, after the enhancement of the iron cloth shirt, he had acquired an effect similar to that of the iron head technique. While his head might not be as solid as one who had truly trained in iron head, it was certainly harder than that of an average person, and the impact was not particularly painful. This might very well become his secret weapon in the future. After hastily bandaging the wound on his left arm, Rod began to survey his surroundings. Just moments ago, he had been forced out of the fray by these 2 men, but now that he had dealt with them, he discovered that the melee was far from over. He pulled out a rope from his spatial ring and bound the unconscious bandit to the side of the cart, then armed himself with his sword, ready to rejoin the fray. The adventurers on this side were generally stronger than the bandits, their combat skills being fairly equivalent. primarily owing to superior equipment. With just a few well-equipped soldiers possessing advanced combat skills, they could likely send these bandits fleeing in all directions. Rod hesitated as he looked at the bandit still lying on the ground. Clutching his neck, he approached, and under the gaze of the man's pleading eyes, struck him unconscious with the hilt of his sword. He then applied a high-grade healing salve to the wound on the bandit's neck and bound him securely. Was he being too merciful? Even such a vicious bandit did not warrant a lethal blow from him. He wondered where Baron and Weber had gone. If they were present, they would have certainly dealt with all the bandits by now. He vividly recalled how Baron had cut through the crowd like a butcher through vegetables. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Baron appeared in his line of sight, shouldering a bow and dressed similarly to the previous dragon worship cultists. Baron unceremoniously tossed the man to the ground, removed the steel battle axe from his back, and joined the fray. Seeing Baron enter the battle, Rod began to stealthily strike at the distracted bandits, slashing at one before darting toward another, regardless of whether his blows landed. Following Baron's entrance, the tide of battle swiftly turned. With each swing of his massive axe, a bandit was sent flying. It seemed he had no intention of killing, as he utilized the broadside of the axe rather than the sharp blade. Before long, the bandits were in full retreat. Their original plan had been for a portion to engage the merchant caravan while others swiftly seized their goods. However, since the caravan's cargo was securely packed into large boxes and tied to the carts, their scheme had failed and a few bandits managed to escape with boxes, but they were quickly pursued and recaptured. Daniel bound one of the dragon worship cultists, pushed him against the cart, removed his mask, and placed a dagger against his throat to begin the interrogation. Chapter 17. Parting ways, what is your purpose in appearing here? Daniel demanded fiercely of the cultist. Beneath the grotesque mask, the man revealed himself to be an elderly individual, his hair and beard streaked with gray, bearing the marks of a life well lived. He disdainfully shot a glance at Daniel and turned away. Ignoring him, I suggest you refrain from prying into their motives. Otherwise, we will be the ones in dire straits, Baron interjected, arms crossed as he observed from the sidelines. Rod had heard rumors about the dragon worship cult. They were regarded as public enemies in the Kingdom of Nord, their presence often heralding calamity. Decades ago, they had secretly resurrected a fearsome ancient dragon, which had laid waste to several cities in Nord, leaving countless casualties in its wake. The dragon could soar through the skies with agility, and its intelligence matched or even exceeded that of ordinary humans. Certain ancient dragons were rumored to be smarter than the wisest sages among men. Large elite forces would be evaded by the dragon, while smaller armies stood no chance against it. After months of devastation, a prince of Nord ultimately slayed the dragon, but he bore permanent scars from the beast's flames. His tale became legendary, sung by bards across the land. Capturing a cultist could yield substantial rewards from any noble throughout the realm. Should a higher-ranking priest be apprehended, one could even attain noble status within the Kingdom of Nord. Where nobility was exceedingly rare, typically granted only through inheritance or military merit, in contrast, within the Roman Empire, gaining favor from a noble could elevate one to noble status. The cultist cast a glance at Baron. Slumping against the cart in silence, Daniel pressed his foot against the man's chest, pressing the dagger to his throat as he menaced. If you refuse to answer my questions, I will carve countless wounds into your body with this dagger, allowing you to bleed to death slowly while remaining fully conscious to experience every moment. Regardless, once you perish, you will have another companion to interrogate. The cultist struggled to breathe beneath Daniel's foot, his gasps resembling a wheezing bellows. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Weber interjected angrily, "Why do you treat an elder in such a manner? Moreover, you have no idea how to conduct an interrogation. Simply hand them over to the local lord. If they harbor any schemes, the lord's mage will uncover them." Daniel shot a glare at Weber, retorting, "This is none of your concern, Shorty. You are merely hired help, do not speak so much." Weber's eyes widened in fury. Rendered speechless, he had always detested being belittled due to his height. Hammer stepped forward, gripping Daniel's collar with indignation. "Big Beard, apologize to him at once, or you will soon discover the taste of your own brain matter." The caravan's guards, witnessing the situation, began to close in on Hammer. Among this merchant group were not only adventurers like them but also loyal guards they had trained. Baron hurriedly intervened, pulling Hammer aside, saying, "Everyone needs to calm down." Hammer released Daniel, Letting out a huff of annoyance, Daniel retreated into the crowd, turning back to announce, "You lot can leave. We no longer require your services and do not expect a single coin for your troubles." "That seems rather unreasonable. We have escorted you for a significant portion of the journey. Surely you ought to compensate us for this distance," Baron replied, lowering his massive axe as he began to wipe its blade. Daniel tossed a pouch from his waist, saying, "Take it and go." Baron caught the pouch, signaling to Rod, and they left the merchant group, escorting the furious Hammer and Weber away. "I never imagined he would behave in such a manner. He seized the opportunity to rid us simply to claim the credit for capturing those 2 dragon worship cultists. They were our captures, and now he benefits from our efforts," Hammer complained as they walked along the road. "He will reap the consequences of his actions," Baron stated, eyes fixed ahead without wavering. "Why do you care about the fate of a cultist, Weber?" Rod inquired, as his understanding of the world's magic was limited, pondering this possibility. Yet, departing from this merchant group, he felt an unexpected sense of relief. He was curious about a well-equipped and coordinated band of free riders that had targeted the luxurious carriage he had noticed several times. That carriage appeared significant. However, upon Daniel's return, the 2 leaders of the caravan showed no signs of urgency or anger, which puzzled him greatly. Not only Weber, but even Baron and Hammer looked at Rod with bewilderment, as if they found Weber's actions entirely justified and were perplexed by Rod's perspective. Even if he is a villain, at his age, he does not deserve such treatment. It would be best to hand them over to the local lord. If Daniel were to extract anything during his interrogation, it would surely backfire on them, Baron remarked. "Why is this the case?" Rod asked curiously. He did not dwell on how to treat the cultist, although internally he felt they were somewhat overly compassionate. After all, was it not better for such threatening terrorists to perish? The dragon worship cult does not typically operate with only 2 members. Were I in his position, I would immediately seek a castle and turn over those 2 cultists to the Lord within. If Daniel is unaware of their plans, the cultists would only take back their captured comrades, generally sparing those who had seized them. However, if their plans were to be revealed, they would eliminate everyone accompanying them, Baron elucidated. The dragon worship cult is a peculiar group. They seek only to resurrect the dead dragons. And they do not kill innocents without cause, though those innocents often perish beneath the flames of the dragons they revive. Is it possible Daniel is unaware of this, or has he fallen under some illusion to adopt such an attitude? Rod questioned, having always been mystified by the arcane arts and uncertain whether any magic could induce such behavior. He must know. If he were to extract information, the Lord's mage would grant him a separate reward. As mages incur damage from spells such as memory reading, he is not under any spell. He is simply a greedy man revealing his true nature in the face of treasure, Weber replied. Baron nodded in agreement, stating, "Now that we have departed from there, it is no longer our concern. We should focus on the present. Do we have enough food and water?" Rod checked his spatial ring and said, "I believe we should not let any animals we encounter escape. I know of a small town ahead where we can procure some supplies." Weber spoke up, "Is there an inn nearby?" "I wish to sit by the hearth with a drink in hand," Baron replied. "It seems you are eager to boast about your recent exploits." Hammer erupted into laughter beside him, and Baron joined in, playfully thumping Hammer on the shoulder. Hammer winced, rubbing his shoulder. "What have you been up to all these years? You've gained quite a bit of strength." Chapter 18. The town and the knights following Weber's guidance. The group approached a stone bridge, beyond which lay a quaint town blanketed in snow. The rooftops were heavy with the white powder, and a thick layer of ice coated the river beneath the bridge. Rod surmised that the ice could support his weight, yet he refrained from testing his luck. It was mealtime. Yet not a wisp of smoke rose from any of the houses, which struck Rod as peculiar. The town was close by, yet there were no sounds of life, an eerie silence enveloping the area. "I sense something is amiss here," Weber remarked, his keen instincts alerting him. "What seems to be the issue?" Hammer inquired, scanning the surroundings but detecting nothing unusual. "It is too quiet. Have you ever encountered a town so devoid of sound?" Baron noted, his brow furrowing. "I have a foreboding feeling," Weber said gravely. "We're at the town's threshold. If something has transpired within, we cannot simply ignore it." Baron nodded in agreement. "Let us proceed inside and ascertain the situation." With that, He retrieved the axe strapped to his back and led the way. The others followed closely, and as they crossed the stone bridge, Rod felt an unsettling air. The town was enclosed by wooden palisades, and the entrance gate stood ajar, devoid of guards. Upon entering, they found the watchtower at the entrance empty of sentries. While every door in the town remained tightly shut, Baron approached one of the doors and knocked, but there was no response. With a determined shove of his shoulder, he broke the wooden bolt and swung the door wide open. They entered cautiously. The room was modest, containing merely a bed, a dining table, and a few benches. Not a soul was present, yet remnants of half-eaten black bread and congealed vegetable soup lay on the table. "What is this? Have the inhabitants vanished mid-meal?" Hammer exclaimed. "Shua." Weber gestured for silence, straining to listen to a faint sound from outside. Rod, too, detected an odd noise, resembling the sound of hooves, growing ever closer. "We should vacate this house. In the event of conflict, this cramped space will hinder us," Baron advised. The others nodded in agreement, following Baron out of the small dwelling. Once outside, they brandished their weapons, alert to the approaching sounds of hoofbeats. The noise intensified, and soon 3 lavishly equipped knights emerged before them. Adorned in ivory full-plate armor, they wielded shields emblazoned with golden crosses and gilded lances. The chest plates bore a golden cross, though its family crest remained unknown. They rode horses cloaked in robes. Their eyes the only visible feature, with a golden cross emblazoned on their foreheads. The knight on the far left halted 10 meters away and inquired, "Who are you?" His tone radiated arrogance, the visor of his helmet firmly in place, and his lance aimed at Rod and his companions. Judging by his voice, he appeared to be a youth of no more than 30. "We are adventurers passing through, seeking respite in this town, only to find it utterly deserted," Baron replied. The knight, likely of noble birth, seemed displeased with Baron's response but restrained his ire, stating, "This place is perilous. It is not fit for your kind. You would do well to leave promptly. What has transpired here?" "Even if danger lurks, we are capable of handling it," Hammer interjected. "Do you presume to question a nobleman, peasant?" The young knight retorted impatiently, causing Rod to bristle. "This is not a place for you either. What brings members of the glorious Cross Knights from the Roman Empire to the Nord Kingdom?" Weber, who had remained silent until now, queried. At this, the young knight raised his lance, only to be restrained by the knight in the center. The middle knight lowered his visor, revealing a middle-aged man with deep blue eyes and a neatly trimmed beard. "Indeed, we are members of the glorious Cross Knights. However, we are not beholden to the Roman Empire. We maintain neutrality regarding the conflicts on the continent. Our presence in the Nord Kingdom is sanctioned, as we are here to pursue several cultists of the Death Sect. It appears the troubles in this town are of their making. Alas, we have arrived too late," he continued. "You may wonder why such matters are not handled by the local lord. Upon our arrival, we sought to confer with the lord, only to discover that his family had fallen victim to the Death Sect's attacks. His brother, who has returned from his own adventures to assume lordship, lacks the experience needed to manage such affairs. Thus, he has entrusted us with the task of locating the cultists, intending to lead an expedition to eradicate them and avenge his family. The Death Sect? A malevolent cult from the south, delighted in murder to appease their dark deity, filled with deranged zealots. You reveal so much to us. Do you not fear that we might be affiliated with the Death Sect ourselves?" Rod inquired. "You? A novice like you? The Death Sect does not recruit those who have yet to take a life," the young knight scoffed. "But what of the townsfolk? Surely they have not been slaughtered?" Weber asked. Concern etched across his face. "Perhaps we shall ascertain the truth once we thoroughly investigate the town," the middle-aged knight sighed. Weber clenched his fists tightly, fury igniting in his eyes. Baron placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and addressed the knights. "We are willing to assist you, without expectation of reward." The middle-aged knight nodded appreciatively. "I am grateful for your help, but this endeavor is fraught with danger. If you find yourselves in peril, it is best to flee. Whom do you deem beneath you?" Hammer retorted, irritation evident in his voice. "You lack the armor necessary to withstand magic. In the face of certain spells, you would be akin to sheep awaiting slaughter," the middle-aged knight explained, unperturbed by Hammer's tone. "We appreciate your warning. We will exercise caution," Baron replied. Thus, the group split into two. embarking on their search through the desolate town. Chapter 19. An uneasy dinner. The party meticulously examined each house, even scouring cellars and wardrobes, yet found no sign of life. By the time they completed their search, darkness had enveloped the town. They chose the tavern as their resting place for the night, where the provisions in the cellar remained untouched and intact. Not only was the tavern preserved, but Rod had observed that valuables lay undisturbed within the houses, with no traces of bloodshed or struggle. It was as if the townsfolk had abruptly set down their tasks and vanished without a trace. Hammer rubbed his growling stomach and inquired, "When will dinner be served?" The tavern was modest, lacking a separate kitchen, with meals prepared over the central hearth. "Soon," Weber replied, stirring the pot. Rod gazed into the bubbling contents. Contemplating the impending meal, it seemed they would once again dine on boiled fare. For Baron and the others, Weber's culinary skills were commendable, yet for Rod, since his arrival in this world, he had not savored a stir-fried dish. He resolved to seek a blacksmith to forge a frying pan to stow in his spatial ring at the earliest opportunity. Baron emerged from the cellar, hauling 2 barrels of wine. "Is there room to warm ourselves?" "I procured the finest wine from the cellar." The middle-aged knight, seated on a bench by the hearth, shifted to make space and remarked, "Though drinking at such a time may not be prudent, I believe we could all benefit from a warm drink. Winters in Nord are bitterly cold. This year has been relatively mild. It is a warm winter, and spring is upon us, making it far more bearable than in previous years," Baron replied, pouring wine into a cup and offering it to the knight. "Do you not remove your armor for the night? We have come without attendants, and donning full plate is a challenge, so we generally keep it on. It serves as a form of training for us," the knight said, taking a sip of wine, his helmet still attached while clad in full armor. "If I were to remain confined in a tin can while trying to sleep, I would undoubtedly be unable to rest. By the way, we still do not know your name," Baron remarked. "I am Harvey Lannis," the middle-aged knight replied. "You may call me Baron," he continued. Baron gestured towards Hammer, who was clutching a wine goblet and observing them intently. "This is Hammer, a formidable berserker." He then pointed to Weber, who was cooking by the pot. "This is Weber, an experienced rogue with excellent culinary skills." Finally, he directed his attention to the dazed Rod. "This is my nephew, Rod. I recall that the Lannis family is a prominent lineage of the Roman Empire. It is surprising to encounter one in such a humble locale," Baron said as he took a sip of his drink. "I am merely the illegitimate son of the 3rd son of Lord Lannis. Lord Lannis, recognizing my valor in the war against the Fish Kingdom, knighted me and permitted me to bear the family name," Harvey remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. "Later, I relinquished my lands to join the Order of the Radiant Cross and devoted myself to serving my deity. There are numerous knightly orders across the continent, each adhering to distinct beliefs, yet only a few within these orders are true knights, as knighthood is inherently tied to nobility. Most members of these orders are mounted knights, accompanied by logistical support and clerical figures. While there exist churches led by priests, these institutions typically lack martial strength. At that moment, 2 additional knights entered the tavern after tending to their horses. "What are their names?" Baron inquired. Harvey indicated the young knight. The one who had displayed considerable arrogance, he spoke. "His name is Stephen Eileen, the youngest son of Count Eileen. Though overly pampered by his family, he is still a commendable warrior." Stephen was strikingly handsome, with naturally curly golden hair, pale green eyes, and a prominent nose. Rod mused that should he be just a tad more attractive, he might nearly rival him. "And what about the other one?" Baron asked, pointing to another knight who, unlike the others, had not removed his helmet, not even lifting his visor. "He is a shy lad who grew up in the knightly order, having had little contact with outsiders. He is reluctant to have his name shared beyond the order," Harvey explained. "Well then, how should we address him? Does he have any nicknames?" Baron pressed. "For now, you may refer to him as the Silent Knight," Harvey replied. "Dinner is ready," Weber announced. Baron moved a dining table closer, and everyone gathered around to partake in the meal. The repast consisted solely of a large pot of venison and vegetable stew, as the cellar held no bread or similar provisions. And Weber had not learned to bake, thus, they had to make do with this fare. Weber divided the stew into 7 portions and placed the wooden bowls before everyone. Rod retrieved the eating utensils that had been soaking in boiling water for some time and distributed them among those at the table. During his previous time in the wild, he would always sanitize his utensils, typically washing them and then heating them over a fire, in an era where one's health depended solely on physical resilience. He could only strive to avoid illness. The middle-aged knight Harvey took a spoonful of the stew and praised, "This is the finest soup I have tasted in Nord. Even the broth from lordly castles pales in comparison." "I am honored by your commendation, sir," Weber expressed gratefully. The young knight Stephen also took a spoonful and remarked, "It is certainly better than the slop I had before. It nearly matches the fare prepared by my household staff." Hammer's face turned green upon hearing Stephen's words. "Are you implying that we Nord people typically consume slop?" "I apologize on his behalf. Please forgive this ungrateful child. He has been excessively spoiled by his family, hence his behavior towards others," Harvey quickly interjected. Baron let out a hearty laugh, patting Rod on the shoulder. "Having a noble like you apologize to us is quite astonishing. I can understand his conduct. It mirrors my nephew's behavior in the past, lacking the ability to interact properly with others." Rod found Harvey's prompt apology curious, having often heard that the nobles of the Roman Empire treated commoners much like slave owners regard their slaves. "You truly bring shame upon our nobility. I would never apologize to base commoners," Stephen retorted angrily. "Cast aside your former noble airs. Your family sent you to the knightly order with the hope that you would become a self-reliant man. In the kingdom of Nord, we must adhere to local customs, where strength commands respect, and the nobility earns the esteem of their subjects through their family's honor and power," Harvey patiently articulated. "I do not believe any of them could best me. Even if they all ganged up on me, they are but a horde of armed peasants," Stephen scoffed. Hammer, infuriated, slammed his hand on the table and stood up. "Boy, do you require me to teach your parents a lesson so you may comprehend your place in the world?" Baron restrained Hammer, saying, "We may encounter danger at any moment. It is best to avoid conflict. Are you afraid, peasants?" Stephen continued to taunt. "The mere fact that I am sharing a table with you is a great honor for you. Do you dare suggest that you should discipline my parents? In our presence. Aside from your family name, what do you have to be proud of? By mere strength, I wager you could not even defeat Rod," Hammer retorted angrily. Ignoring their quarrel, Rod, who was engrossed in his meal, felt caught in the crossfire and helplessly raised his head to size up Stephen. "I disdain bullying the weak," Stephen declared loudly. "You clearly lack the courage to face even Rod, the weakest among us. If you possess any valor, let us step outside and see who prevails," Hammer challenged. "What do you mean by the weakest among us? I believe I could match you evenly at this point," Rod thought to himself, feeling slightly irked by Stephen. Rod drew his long sword and approached the door, turning back to say, "Come on." Stephen, nearly bursting with fury, seized his sword and shield and stormed outside. "Let us go watch. Simply dining is rather dull," Baron suggested. Harvey nodded in agreement and followed suit. Chapter 20. A sparring match. Upon stepping outside, Rod was met with a chilling gust of wind, prompting a pang of regret for his impulsive decision to engage in a sparring match and for having provoked someone. Why did I suddenly lose my composure? Who instilled this confidence in me? Was it the recent triumph over a few bandits that has inflated my ego? He was a knight trained in the proper arts, while I have barely practiced for a few days. Yet, losing would not be disgraceful, and winning would bestow considerable pride. Stephen emerged, followed by the others who had been dining in the tavern, gathering nearby to watch. The night was dark, but the tavern's lights provided sufficient illumination at the entrance. Clad in full plate armor, Stephen handed his longsword to Harvey, opting to wield only a shield, he declared, "against a weakling like you. Donning my armor tarnishes my honor. Should I employ a weapon, I fear those I know would mock me." Casting a glance at the silent knight, he raised his shield and charged at Rod. To his surprise, he moved swiftly despite his armor, but Rod sidestepped the direct assault. Stephen swung his shield, striking Rod's shoulder with considerable force, causing him to lose his balance. Rod spun around, retaliating with a swift slash aimed at Stephen, who expertly blocked the attack with his shield. As Stephen repelled the strike, his empty right fist flew toward Rod, landing a quick blow to his chest. The impact, though not as powerful as Baroness, elicited a sharp pain in Rod's torso. Without hesitation, Rod seized Stephen's right arm, yanking him forward and head-butting his nose. Having recently removed his helmet to eat, Stephen was unprotected. The two were of similar height. With Stephen slightly taller, Rod's head collided with Stephen's nose, causing tears and blood to stream forth. Seizing the moment while Stephen was dazed, Rod pressed his sword to his neck and declared, "You have lost." Stephen, initially stunned, began to protest, "Your fighting style is despicable, lacking any sense of honor. Had I been wearing my helmet, your underhanded tactics would have been futile. Had I wielded my sword, you would have perished in the first exchange," he added. "I am not a noble, merely a common adventurer, for whom victory in battle holds greater importance than honor. Moreover, you disrespected your opponent in moments of life and death. I believe even the most honor-bound knight would not concern themselves with the perceived dishonor of their tactics," Rod retorted. Stephen's face flushed with indignation as he prepared to argue further, but Harvey intervened. "He speaks the truth. This defeat serves as a valuable lesson. Remember, in future battles, regardless of your opponent, you must treat them with your utmost seriousness, even if you are mounted and fully armored." Harvey remarked, "Now, quickly tend to the blood on your nose." Having said that, Harvey led the silent knight into the tavern to continue enjoying their dinner. Rod and the others also entered. And just as they settled down, Sherwin walked in, placing food beside him and sitting alone in a corner to eat. In truth, Sherwin might not have lost. He had not considered whether I could penetrate the armor around his neck. Rod thought to himself. Rod was curious about how the silent knight managed to eat without removing his helmet, only to discover that the silent knight had opened a part of his visor. His helmet's mask was unlike those of others, being segmented, allowing only his mouth to be exposed, just enough for him to eat. The mouth revealed by the silent knight was quite handsome. Rod observed for a long while, offering this assessment. It seemed he noticed Rod's gaze and lowered his head even further. Soon, the meal came to an end, with only Hammer and Baron remaining at the table, continuing to drink and boast, while Harvey had only consumed a single cup of wine and nothing more. Rod also had a sip. Perhaps the wine was not to his liking, which led the knight to limit himself to 1 cup, or so he speculated. The drink contained some honey and a substance reminiscent of butter, imparting a peculiar flavor. After the meal, Rod, exhilarated by his recent victory, found himself unable to sleep. He resolved to practice some basic sword techniques in hopes of leveling up to complete his task. He could also practice the gravity spell later. With so much to accomplish, it was best to enhance his strength promptly. Rod took his sword and began practicing basic sword techniques at the tavern entrance. After about an hour and a half, he felt somewhat fatigued and decided to stop. Dressed warmly for winter, it was rather exhausting to train. He thought to himself that once summer arrived, he would certainly practice for a longer duration. He set down his sword and, out of the corner of his eye, noticed Sherwin observing him from a shadowy corner. An idea sparked in Rod's mind. He turned his back to Sherwin and attempted the gravity spell, which he had never successfully used before. He placed his palms together at his chest, and a purplish-black orb materialized in his hands. This time, under Rod's control, the orb successfully formed into a perfect sphere. Why did my first attempt today succeed? Rod began to feel the orb between his palms, and after successfully linking with it, he sensed that he could perceive his surroundings through his mind. It appeared that Otto's self-created spell held some merit. He felt Sherwin through his mind and imagined forcefully pulling him. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Sherwin fell to the ground, his armor clattering heavily as it struck the earth. Rod immediately dispelled the magic, and in that moment, he experienced a sensation entirely different from when his magic had previously failed. He refocused his concentration to release the gravity spell again, linking to the orb. And through his mental perception, he detected an anomaly he had never noticed before. This town seemed to be a small corner of a vast magical array. It was invisible to the naked eye. But through the orb and his mental energy, he could discern strange patterns drawn on the ground, reminiscent of the magical circles described in Otto's notes. What happened? Baron inquired, having presumably heard the sound of Sherwin's armored fall. Sherwin struggled to rise from the ground, having fallen unprepared, which left his rear end sore. As for why he fell, he had no idea. Rod was still observing the surroundings of the town through the purplish-black orb, forming some conjectures about the whereabouts of the townsfolk. "What are you standing around for?" Baron asked curiously, Glancing at our Odai in the darkness, the purplish-black glow was not particularly conspicuous, and Baron likely hadn't he noticed it. Rod turned to speak. I believe I know where the residents of this town have gone. Chapter 21. Investigation. The group gathered around the largest table in the tavern, listening intently as Rod recounted his findings. I just used a spell I learned from a necromancer's diary. The one belonging to Otto, Rod explained, and discovered a magical array resonating with the ground in this town. The spell I used pertains to gravity and can manipulate objects according to my will. The magical array on the ground is similar. It compels those within it, be they human or animal, to move involuntarily towards a destination set by the creator of the array. Are you certain? Can you ascertain where the creator of the array directed the residents? Javi pressed eagerly. Rod nodded, replying, my total magical capacity should suffice to maintain this spell until we locate the destination. Without delay. Let us set forth, Baron declared, rising from the bench and heading outside, only to turn back sheepishly to scratch his head, asking, which direction should we take? The purplish-black orb hovered in Rod's palm as he closed his eyes, carefully sensing the atmosphere before pointing in a general direction, prompting the group to move together towards that path. Are we going tonight? Why not rest for a day and then depart? Rod questioned. We do not know what awaits us there. If we arrive earlier, we might save many lives, Javi replied. Do you have horses? None. Baron shook his head. Javi turned to Rod, saying, your name is Rod, correct? Sherwin will lend you his horse first. The three of us will ride ahead, leaving markers along the way for you to follow on foot, Javi added. You want to give my horse to a commoner? A noble should walk. Sherwin exclaimed angrily. We must continually confirm our direction. And only Rod can accomplish that. If we ride, we may save more lives, Javi insisted. Then why not let him borrow his horse? He is. Sherwin pointed at the already mounted Silent Knight. Javi promptly interrupted. Do not waste time. He is far more useful than you. Reluctantly, Sherwin acquiesced. Fine. I agree to lend my horse to this commoner, but you must ensure its safety. In the end, the noble lad will still have to walk with us impoverished commoners, Baron teased from the side. UV said so much. Yet you haven't considered whether I can ride a horse, Rod interjected. Sherwin looked at Rod in disbelief, as if encountering someone who had never ridden before. I am not a noble. I scarcely saw a horse before becoming an adventurer, Rod clarified. My oversight. For us Southerners, not only nobles, but even adventurers from freeborn backgrounds often ride, Javi acknowledged. However, I possess a divine technique that allows you to communicate simply with the warhorse. Thus, even if you have not learned to ride, you can manage it. Upon hearing that Rod could not ride, Sherwin felt a wave of relief, but his expression soured again after Javi spoke. Nevertheless, he led the warhorse before Rod and handed him the reins. Javi placed a hand on Rod's shoulder, his palm glowing with a brilliant golden light, which soon enveloped Rod. Rod felt a warmth spreading through him, his face flushing alarmingly. It took several deep breaths before his temperature returned to normal. Javi mounted his horse and said to Rod, Don T. Dawdle, quickly get on the horse. Rod mimicked Javi's posture and mounted the horse. As soon as he did, he sensed a vague connection with the warhorse beneath him. Do not be nervous. While it cannot comprehend your words, it can sense your thoughts, Javi reassured him. You all should go. We will keep pace with you, Baron urged. Rod nodded, using his mind to communicate with the horse, which began to gallop. Rod's first experience riding was frigid. Riding in winter at night was unexpectedly uncomfortable. No wonder most Nordics do not ride. It was colder than riding an electric bike in winter. If I could outfit the front of the horse with something akin to the windbreaks essential for electric bikes, would that spark a riding trend among the Nordics? Wealthy individuals use bear pelts, while the average person opts for goat skins. Yet, the thought of putting such an item on the front of a horse seemed foolish. So he dismissed it. Throughout the journey, Rod intermittently utilized the gravity spell to sense the alluring magical force pulling him. Javi did not need to mark the path deliberately. The three armored riders left unmistakable tracks in the snow. They paused beneath a peak, where Rod did not even need to use magic to sense the aura. The eerie crimson glow emanating from the mountaintop was clearly visible from a distance. The glow was undetectable, but as they approached the mountain's base, it suddenly became apparent. Should we wait for them or proceed to investigate? Rod inquired. Javi dismounted, unsheathing his two-handed sword from his back. stating, "Riding horses consumes stamina on mountainous terrain. From here on, we shall walk. If the situation appears dire, we will swiftly retreat to this spot and regroup with the horses. Rod, you stay here and look after the horses. I and he will go up." Rod felt a twinge of joy at being spared from the perilous ascent. But just then, a dark figure leaped down from the trees, lunging at Javi. Rod barely had time to warn him before Javi was knocked to the ground, the shadowy figure gripping his neck and pinning him down. With its other hand raised high, it aimed to deliver a fatal blow. Rod finally discerned what the dark figure was, a werewolf, its body covered in black fur. Before the werewolf's assault could land, it was struck by the silent knight beside it, who deftly swung a two-handed sword towards the creature's neck. The werewolf managed to block the lethal blow with its arm, resulting in a bloody gash but sparing its limb from severance. Seizing the opportunity, Harvey, lying on the ground, delivered a punch that sent the werewolf sprawling. The creature rolled away, creating distance between itself and the two knights. Now on guard for another attack, Harvey retrieved the two-handed sword from the ground, bowed his head in silent prayer, and charged at the werewolf. Observing this, the werewolf turned and fled. However, Harvey's speed paled in comparison to the werewolf's swift escape. He halted, checking the dents in the armor on his neck caused by the werewolf's claws. What terrifying strength! Fortuitously, my armor was forged with mithril. Otherwise, I would have already returned to the embrace of the divine, Harvey remarked with relief. Encountering such a perilous creature at the foot of the mountain indicates that the heights must be even more treacherous. "We should await Baron and the others here," suggested Rod. Harvey nodded, stating, "There is a distinction between bravery and recklessness. I had not anticipated such danger here. It does not betray my oath to wait for my comrades before ascending." Though Rod was curious about the oath Harvey mentioned, he refrained from asking, opting instead to find a spot he deemed safe to conserve his strength. The late hour and the skirmish left him weary and longing for rest. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of eyes watched him from the shadows nearby. Chapter 22. Sacrifice. Upon first encountering a werewolf, Rod felt neither fear nor excitement, having previously witnessed undead beings wielding swords long after death. "I never expected to find werewolves within the death god cult," Harvey commented. "Are werewolves not common in the Roman Empire?" Rod inquired. "Indeed. In my extensive career as a warrior, this marks my third encounter with a werewolf," Harvey replied. "A cabal of misguided sorcerers conducted experiments on humans and wolves, ultimately creating werewolves through a unique magical ritual. Those who succeed in the ritual can shift between human and werewolf forms at will while retaining their human intellect. Conversely, the failed products of the ritual remain in a half-human, half-wolf state, devoid of reason and driven by an insatiable bloodlust. In addition to werewolves, the world also harbors vampires, a fact Rod had heard about in taverns. He recalled an adventurer's tale of discovering a cave in the wilderness, intending to rest through a long, cold night. Upon entering, he found a group of individuals gathered around a dining table, feasting on a human corpse, their mouths stained with blood as they fixated on him. The unwelcome guest. The adventurer fled in terror, eventually escaping with his life. When he later returned with companions to the cave, they found only a half-eaten corpse and the vampire's belongings. The horror left them all abstaining from meat for a month. As Rod reminisced, he pondered whether man-eaters would be a more fitting term for those creatures than vampires. Just as Rod was lost in thought, the silent knight swung her two-handed sword at him. The sudden attack startled him, prompting him to roll away several times, only to realize that the knight was not targeting him, but rather an object concealed beside him. He then noticed a cloaked assassin in black, who had been lurking nearby, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The silent knight forced the assassin from the shadows, who engaged her in combat with a matte black dagger. The assassin proved significantly more skilled, parrying each of the knight's strikes and leaving marks on her armor during the brief intervals of attack. However, the assassin's dagger could not penetrate the knight's full-plate armor, and he hesitated to risk a thrust, fearing he might not withdraw the blade in time. Harvey quickly deduced the situation and launched an attack on the assassin from another angle. The assassin, utilizing agile footwork and his black dagger, maintained a semblance of control against the coordinated assault of the two knights. Rod, wielding the disaster of the wise, hesitated, uncertain whether to assist. He felt that their combined efforts left him without an angle to attack. Any rash movement could disrupt their rhythm and prove counterproductive. Remembering the magical effect of his longsword, he cast its enchantment upon the assassin. A blue light enveloped Disaster of the Wise and the assassin, causing the latter's strikes to become even more ferocious, albeit with more openings. Soon, the assassin's left shoulder was wounded by the knight's sword. Seeing this, Harvey sought to capitalize on the advantage, igniting his two-handed sword with golden flames, raising it high before delivering a powerful downward strike while shouting, "For justice." The assassin swiftly pivoted, using his injured left shoulder to absorb the blow while his right hand thrust the black dagger toward Harvey's throat. His left arm was severed entirely, the flames from Harvey's sword cauterizing the wound, inadvertently stemming the flow of blood. However, the dagger plunged into the indentation made by the werewolf's claws, emerging from the back of Harvey's neck. The assassin quickly withdrew the dagger, accompanied by a torrent of Harvey's blood that gushed from the armor's breach. Harvey opened his mouth but emitted no sound, merely coughing up blood before collapsing weakly to the ground. His head drooping in a split second, the silent knight severed the assassin in two before he could turn away. The assassin stifling a groan of pain as he fell but not succumbing to death. With his last ounce of strength, he hurled the dagger at the silent knight, who deflected it with her sword, raising her weapon in a furious roar as she lunged at the downed assassin. Her voice was sharp and uncharacteristic of a normal man's. The assassin's heart was pierced, and he perished instantly. The silent knight discarded her sword and rushed to inspect Harvey's wounds, only to discover that he had already succumbed to death. She cradled his lifeless body, her quiet sobs filling the air. Rod, witnessing the tragic scene unfold from a distance, felt overwhelming guilt. The events had transpired too swiftly, from Harvey's throat being pierced to the assassin's demise, leaving him with no time to process what had happened. He picked up the assassin's dagger, which was exceptionally sharp and serrated, capable of inflicting grievous wounds, possibly imbued with magic, explaining Harvey's swift death. If he had only refrained from casting the magic of Disaster of the Wise, the assassin might not have abandoned a conservative strategy, opting instead for a desperate gamble that ultimately cost him his life. Rod's self-reproach deepened as he reflected on Harvey's character. Despite being a nobleman, Harvey displayed none of the arrogance typical of his kind. He was willing to risk his own life to save others, even strangers, in stark contrast to Harvey's courageous righteousness. Rod felt his own cowardice and weakness to be utterly contemptible at that moment. Baron and the others arrived, and when Shivan saw the scene, he rushed to Harvey's body, consumed by anguish. "What happened?" Baron asked. Rod recounted the harrowing events to Baron but hesitated to mention his use of Disaster of the Wise, choosing instead to conceal his role, explaining that the assassin had succumbed to exhaustion and ultimately chose to sacrifice himself. Shivan glared at Rod with disdain, coldly declaring, "Coward! If you had helped, Uncle Harvey would still be alive." Rod felt powerless to refute Shivan's words, the weight of recent events amplifying his guilt. "Let us not quarrel. None of us anticipated the assassin's reckless abandon. Rod's decision not to engage was prudent, given our lack of coordination. We must now fulfill Uncle Harvey's legacy by eradicating the Death God cult and rescuing the innocent villagers," the silent knight interjected. Rod was taken aback, not merely by the knight's speech or her defense of him, but by the revelation that the previously formidable silent knight was, in fact, a female knight. Chapter 23. Bitter struggle upon hearing the female knight's words. Shivan stood, wiping his tears, and grasped his sword and shield. "Then let us act swiftly. We shall launch our assault under the cover of darkness and leave no cultist unscathed. We should first notify the Lord and have his troops surround this area. If their numbers are too great, we will be at a disadvantage," Weber interjected. "If you fear, then you should go inform the Lord," Shivan replied coldly. "I believe you should go. It is not a matter of courage or cowardice. You are currently blinded by hatred, and if you confront them, you will only squander your life needlessly. Furthermore, you are the only noble among us, and you have met the local lord, making your negotiation with him far more persuasive than ours." Weber spoke calmly, without anger. "I will not flee under such pretense," Sherwin retorted angrily. "I shall personally deliver this band of cultists to their god." "I think he is right, Sherwin. You should inform the Lord," the female knight interjected. "We are all counting on you to bring reinforcements." Her voice was melodious, surpassing even that of the bard Rod had encountered in the tavern. Sherwin hesitated, but ultimately acquiesced to their counsel. Then you must wait for my return before taking action. Without me, you stand little chance against them. Take care to protect Uncle Harvey's remains. His body can be placed in Rod's space ring. It will not decay there. Once all of this is over, we can return to lay him to rest, Balan suggested. Both Sherwin and the female knight agreed to Balan's proposal, and soon after, Sherwin mounted the horse Rod had lent him and set off towards the Lord's castle. Rod organized the contents of the space ring. He had nearly exhausted the supplies before heading to the town, and amidst the numerous events that unfolded in the small town, he had forgotten to restock. Therefore, there was still ample space in the ring. He found a vacant spot and placed Harvey's body within. After watching Sherwin ride away, Balan spoke, "Let us ascend the mountain. I sense that the magical ceremony taking place above is nearing its conclusion. Once it ends, it will be too late." "Are we not waiting for Sherwin to return with reinforcements?" Rod inquired. "By the time he returns, it will be too late, and I have a foreboding feeling," Weber replied. "I too sense my warhammer vibrating ominously," Hammer added. Although Rod suspected, he merely echoed their sentiments. "I shall scout ahead," Weber declared before vanishing into the darkness. "Let us follow him," Balan said. Moving forward, it was unclear how Balan was able to see Weber's stealthy form, as Rod himself could not detect him at all along the way. Apart from Weber dismantling a few bear traps and tripwires, they encountered no significant dangers. The mountain was not as imposing as it appeared. In about 20 minutes, they reached the summit, where a large platform had been cleared in the midst of the forest. Intricate magical symbols and patterns adorned the platform, and at its center stood a raised altar. Floating above the altar was a vivid red mask, its glow illuminating the sky. Surrounding the altar was a throng of people, all of whom appeared dazed and devoid of vitality. They were likely the missing residents of the town, and it seemed there were not only townsfolk from River Bridge, but also from other areas. A rough count sent a shiver through Rod. There were approximately 1,000 residents gathered here. It was unclear what means the death cult had employed to exert control over them. In addition to the residents they needed to rescue, there was also a figure clad in a black and red ceremonial robe, accompanied by 7 werewolves and 3 assassins dressed in black, wielding short swords. The werewolves and assassins stood facing the priest, who was uttering something, but Rod was too far away to discern his words. Unable to read his lips, among them was a werewolf that had previously fought Harvey and sustained injuries. "Do you 3 truly dare to pursue these members of the death cult?" Rod asked the female knight, who had yet to remove her helmet, leaving Rod unaware of her appearance. However, he imagined such a formidable knight must be well-muscled, and even if she were strikingly beautiful, the thought alone made the female knight ignored Rod. Her focus wholly on assessing the situation on the platform, contemplating the best approach for a surprise attack. "Weber, do you not understand lip reading? What is that priest saying?" Hammer whispered. "We have already welcomed one of our companions back into the embrace of the great master," Weber relayed. "Now we must activate the magic circle to free these lost lambs from this earthly hell, so that when this hell no longer harbors suffering, we too may return to the embrace of our master. The death cult believes this world to be the true hell. They think that by killing someone, they are liberating them from their suffering," the female knight explained to the group. It was Rod's first encounter with such a bizarre doctrine. Was it possible he had crossed over to this world only to endure torment? "They are about to commence. We advance directly," Balan declared. Observing the priest approach the altar, without hesitation, he brandished his great axe and charged at the cultists, with Hammer closely following behind. They were diving straight into battle without uttering a single word. This time, Balan did not hold back as he had against the bandits. His axe, though missing a blade, cleaved a werewolf in two. Previously, the female knight's full-force strike had merely inflicted a bloody wound on the werewolf's arm, while Balan was able to sever both the werewolf and its limb in one blow. Blood rained down from the sky, drenching Balan, who now resembled a bloodthirsty demon emerging from the depths of hell. He raised his bloodied axe to attack another werewolf, and upon witnessing the fate of their comrade, the remaining werewolves dared not confront him directly, instead relying on their agility to evade his assault. Meanwhile, Hammer, wielding his warhammer, pushed back a group of black-clad assassins. Faced with Hammer's warhammer, these assassins did not dare to parry his attacks as the one at the foot of the mountain had. Instead, they retreated after each strike, regardless of whether they were hit. Heavy weaponry proved advantageous. Hammer, who had previously suffered injuries in battles, was now able to take on multiple black-clad assassins single-handedly, although their combat prowess was evidently inferior to that of the one who had slain Harvey. By the time Rod arrived on the battlefield, the situation had evolved to Balan single-handedly engaging 6 werewolves while maintaining the upper hand, and Hammer contending with 4 assassins in an evenly matched exchange. Meanwhile, Weber had pushed close to the altar, preparing to confront the most formidable-looking priest. It was unclear how Balan managed to occupy 6 swift werewolves without sustaining injuries himself, while Hammer was embroiled in a struggle with 4 opponents, occasionally suffering minor wounds during the fray. "I will assist the diminutive rogue against that priest," the female knight declared. "You should help the one with the hammer. He is exhausting himself with such aggressive assaults and is already beginning to breathe heavily." Rod nodded in agreement and sprinted towards Hammer. Upon arrival, he launched a surprise attack on an assassin who had dodged Hammer's strike, inflicting a wound on the back of the black-clad figure. Rod forced him out of the fray, initiating a one-on-one confrontation. With Rod's intervention, Hammer's advantage increased significantly. Seizing the opportunity, Hammer's warhammer flew from his grasp and struck 2 assassins who were too close together, causing them to spurt blood and collapse, unable to rise again. Without his warhammer, Hammer charged at the remaining assassin, and though unarmed, his gauntlets and arm guards were forged from fine steel, providing formidable defense against the assassin's short sword, which merely left white marks upon impact. However, it was evident that Hammer's stamina was waning after the fierce battle, and without a weapon, he found himself evenly matched against the assassin, who seemed to gain the upper hand as time passed. Rod, engaged in one-on-one combat with the wounded assassin, was not faring as well. The assassin possessed extensive combat experience and managed to predict Rod's attack direction based on his body language and eye movements, effectively countering his strikes. Rod felt as though he were being completely read, with the assassin continually pressing the attack, were it not for his iron cloth and the tattered yet protective armor he wore. He might have already fallen several times as the battle wore on. Rod grew increasingly impatient. This could not continue. To defeat him, he needed to catch him off guard. Yet, such combat was also the perfect opportunity to hone his swordsmanship. As long as he remained vigilant, he could avoid injury. If he could elevate his basic sword technique to level V3 and acquire special abilities, he would undoubtedly defeat the assassin with ease. Rod mused. Chapter 24. Predicament. The priest at the altar summoned 3 earth elementals from another plane, ensnaring Weber and the female knight. The attacks of these elementals were not particularly powerful, yet Weber and the knight could not inflict any substantial damage after prolonged engagement. Neither Weber's poisoned dagger nor the female knight's dual blades, aflame with golden fire, could kill the earth elementals. Even when cleaved in 2, the elementals would absorb the soil beneath them to restore their original form within mere breaths. Weber attempted to evade them and rush towards the gesticulating priest, but to no avail. The elementals could teleport short distances and consistently blocked his path. This cannot continue. If his ritual is completed, not only will the innocent residents meet their damned god, but we too shall be unable to escape. Weber spoke up. Only magic can combat magic. We should seek out Rod or Baron to deal with them. You go assist them in resolving the battle. I can handle these 3 earth elementals by myself. The female knight agreed without a moment's hesitation. She glanced back at the situation behind her and resolved to aid Rod and Hammer first. Her sword plunged into the assassin who was parrying Rod's assault. Then she swiftly turned and ran a few steps, driving her sword into the throat of the assassin on Hammer's side. Blood flowed down her blade as she raced towards Baron. Her decisive and fluid movements astonished Rod, who had not anticipated such a disparity between himself and the female knight. After a brief moment of shock, he too made his way to assist Baron. With the female knight disrupting the battle on Baron's side, the werewolves chose to close in on him, preparing to launch a deadly assault from various angles. Baron, undeterred by the situation, ignited his axe with crimson flames. In an instant, as the werewolves charged, he executed several whirlwind slashes, cleaving the 4 assailants into segments before their blood could even spray forth, being incinerated by the flames. The scent of charred meat wafted through the air, and Rod, witnessing Baron's recent whirlwind strikes, recalled a counter spiral from a certain game. Baron turned to face the last werewolf, who, having witnessed the earlier events and seeing Baron gaze at it, recoiled in fear, baring its teeth. Baron drew a throwing axe from his waist and hurled it, striking the werewolf's head and eliminating it. He then pivoted and strode purposefully towards the altar. Baron's seamless combat left Rod in awe. When would he ever be that formidable? He had thought the throwing axe was merely ornamental. Yet he wielded it with such prowess. He must have practiced in secret. Seeing everyone move towards the altar, Rod quickly retrieved the throwing axe from the werewolf's corpse and followed suit. Not far away, he observed as Baron's axe ignited once more, cleaving towards the earth elemental. Upon contact, the elemental rapidly fissured, ultimately disintegrating into dried clumps of soil that fell to the ground, an effect the female knight, with her golden flames, had been unable to achieve. He glanced at the female knight, who was intently watching Baron. Perhaps the stars had twinkled in her eyes beneath her helmet. Rod mused, if she were truly muscular, she would be quite the match for the brawny Baron. Soon enough, Baron had dispatched all three troublesome earth elementals. The priest, it seemed, lacked any significant melee capabilities. This rescue operation was nearing its conclusion. Unexpectedly simpler than anticipated, though it was regrettable for Harvey, whose misfortune was entirely my fault. The priest, observing his minions eliminated, halted, standing tall as he gazed down upon Rod and the others. "Lost lambs," he intoned softly, his voice reminiscent of a gentle pastor. "You have hastened the return of my companions to the embrace of the Lord, depriving yourselves of the relief that instinct would have granted. You must continue to suffer in this hell. Are you not afraid? If you plead for mercy regarding the innocent, we might consider delivering you to the local lord for a fair trial. Otherwise, we shall hand you over to this young lady, to escort you back to their nightly order," Baron remarked. "Ignorant lambs," the priest sighed, turning to don a blood-red mask, bathed in a crimson glow. With a subtle wave of his hand, Rod felt as if he had encountered the most terrifying sight on earth. He collapsed to the ground, sweating profusely and trembling, summoning every ounce of strength to barely lift his head. Not just he, but all in the party trembled, their faces pale. Baron managed to stand with the support of his massive axe, while Hammer and Weber could only kneel. Yet, lying prostrate on the ground, Rod was not alone in his plight. The female knight, surrounded by swirling golden motes, managed to stand, sword in hand. She shouted, exerting all her strength to take a step forward, using her sword as a makeshift crutch to ascend the steps of the altar. The priest watched her ascent without taking any action, merely observing as she climbed, step by step. Rod, witnessing her determination, began to struggle as well, yet the profound fear rooted deep within him left his limbs weak and powerless. Ultimately, the female knight reached the altar, laboriously raising her sword, her arms and legs shaking violently. Just before her sword could fall, the priest lunged forward with a dagger, swiftly stabbing at the knight. "Since you are so eager to return to the embrace of the Lord, I shall, in his stead, graciously allow you to bear the punishment you have yet to accept." The priest's voice remained soothing, though the age behind the mask was indiscernible. As he spoke, he withdrew the dagger and thrust it into another location. The knight endured excruciating pain, unable to withstand it any longer, her sword clattering to the ground with a resounding clang. She knelt, blood pouring from her wound as she struggled to hold herself up. "Would you prefer to bleed out slowly? Or shall I grant you a swift release? If given the choice, I would opt for the slow bleed. It better reflects my deep repentance for my sins, though I long to return to the Lord's embrace. Please forgive me. I must first fulfill the mission entrusted to me by him," the priest stated flatly. The knight offered no reply, while those beneath the altar seethed with rage, their teeth nearly grinding to dust. Yet lacking the strength to act against him, Baron roared, flames of red surging around him. Roaring like a dragon, he too began to approach the altar step by step, though each movement grew increasingly arduous. The flames dimming with every effort, Rod, lying on the ground, yearned for Baron to once again turn the tide for them. Chapter 25. Helpless, another lamb yearning for release has arrived, the priest remarked, disregarding the kneeling knight to focus on Baron, who continued to advance, teeth clenched. He cast aside his massive axe, quickening his pace slightly. "Do not struggle. Even if you are so desperate for release, I shall not grant you this wish," the priest warned Baron. "You are steeped in sin and must continue to pay for your transgressions in this hell. Today is not your day for liberation." With that, he pointed at Baron, causing several fissures to appear beneath his feet, ensnaring him in the earth from the knees down. Baron exerted all his strength to break free from the restraints, but to no avail. Ultimately, his flames extinguished and he collapsed, having lost all his strength. Do not struggle like them. You too must endure punishment in this cruel hell. Today, I shall not aid your release, the priest declared. He gestured to his mask. Before the mask granted by the divine, all fear within the heart is magnified infinitely. Those of you so terrified that you cannot stand should not even think of challenging me. With that, he lifted the female knight and placed her upon the stone platform of the altar. I shall use your blood as a guide, steering these lost lambs back to the embrace of the Lord. Rod lay on the ground. Filled with self-loathing in the face of danger, he always attempted to flee first or relied on others. He had never chosen to step forward. If only he could be braver, he would not be reduced to lying before that scoundrel. He possessed a martial arts system that others lacked, yet he was still far inferior to those who did not possess it. The title of hero had never been one he truly earned. For a person like him to possess a martial arts system was a profound insult to the very concept of heroism. The priest on the altar raised the dagger high and plunged it into the female knight's shoulder. She trembled violently but stifled her cries of pain. More wounds will allow the Lord to sense your devotion. Though your sins remain unatoned, I believe the merciful Lord will forgive you. With that, he drove the dagger into her thigh, and she continued to suppress her cries. What a strong lamb, he commented before forcefully stabbing the dagger into her abdomen and twisting it. The excruciating agony of her intestines being severed left her unable to endure any longer, and she screamed in anguish. Rod, hearing her cries, wept bitterly. Dark green flames erupted from his body, unlike Baron's fiery aggression. His flames exuded resilience and vitality. He seized his long sword, which, along with his body, shimmered with a flash of blue light. He charged towards the astonished priest, his sword imbued with fury. The priest's robe, emanating a purple glow, blocked the strike. Black flames erupted from the long sword, shattering the purple light surrounding the priest, tearing his robe to tatters. Yet the black flames did not harm the priest himself. Regaining his composure, the priest retaliated with his bloodied dagger. Your flames are utterly disgusting. Reeking of blasphemy, Rod reached out with his empty left hand to grasp the dagger while swinging his long sword towards the priest's mask. The priest's dagger was razor-sharp, leaving a deep wound in Rod's left hand. But he succeeded in shattering the mask, which fell to the ground in two pieces. The visage of the priest emerged, revealing a handsome middle-aged man with golden hair, whose appearance alone would surely lead one to assume he was an elegant nobleman. Foolish blasphemer, he scoffed. Do you truly believe that this will liberate you from your terror? Even if you shatter the facade of the divine artifact, you cannot harm its intrinsic spiritual essence. With a cold smile, the priest continued, After your demise, you shall not return to the embrace of the Lord. I shall relish in tormenting your soul. Rod felt the priest's words were mere prattle and chose to disregard him, launching yet another assault. His attack was effortlessly evaded by the priest, and just as he prepared for a subsequent strike, the priest's dagger came hurtling towards him. Yet, he made no effort to parry it. Instead, he deliberately thrust his left shoulder against the dagger, discarding his long sword, and seized the priest's shoulders with both hands, violently ramming his forehead against the priest's face. The priest sought to inflict greater harm with his dagger to compel Rod to cease his assault. But Rod's grip was ironclad around the priest's throat, simultaneously constricting it while keeping him at an optimal distance for the relentless blows, rendering the priest's dagger ineffective. The priest's once proud nose was battered and bloodied by Rod's forehead, and as asphyxiation set in, his struggles grew feebler. Ultimately, the priest ceased his resistance, succumbing to unconsciousness. Rod, wielding the dagger still embedded in the priest's body, severed his throat, sending him forth to meet his god. To ensure there were no unforeseen complications, Rod also took the liberty of decapitating him. Having completed these grim tasks, Rod neglected to assess his own injuries and dashed towards the female knight upon the stone platform. He failed to notice the strange glimmer emanating from the dagger. The knight lay upon the stone, teetering on the edge of consciousness, Having lost copious amounts of blood, her wounds grievous, particularly the one to her abdomen. Rod carelessly transferred the effects of disaster of the sage to a nearby resident still ensnared in a hypnotic state. I can scarcely hold on any longer. Do not waste your energy on me. Quickly, find a way to rescue those innocents, the knight uttered weakly. Rod paid her no heed, directly slicing open the armor over her wound with the priest's dagger, applying the last vestige of high-grade healing balm. Yet the abdominal injury was too severe. Even if the exterior healed, the interior would remain irreparable. The knight's skin began to cool as she succumbed to excessive blood loss. Gazing into her helmet, Rod saw the despairing pain etched in her eyes, and his mind raced, seeking a means to save her. Lacking surgical expertise, he knew only that he required a remedy akin to the high-grade healing balm. One capable of mending internal injuries, he turned to the system for guidance, but it remained silent. Suddenly, he recalled an unfinished task. Completing it would grant him a chance at a lottery, providing an opportunity to save her. Basic swordsmanship would not suffice. Should it remain unupgraded, she would perish. He needed to select one with rapid advancement. With this thought, he plunged the dagger into his thigh, then into the other leg. Each thrust deep yet avoiding the arteries. The knight regarded him with confusion, but it seemed she lacked the strength to voice her inquiry, her eyes gradually losing their spark, as though she were on the verge of slumber. Seeing this, Rod quickened his pace, continuously inflicting wounds upon himself, grimacing in pain yet stifling any cries. At last, he heard a voice akin to celestial music. His iron cloth had reached level V4. The weekly task target achieved, granting him a lottery opportunity. Rod swiftly initiated the draw. The prize wheel brimmed with numerous rewards, several of which could potentially save her, such as life-extending 8 pills and 1,000-year ginseng. In his heart, Rod fervently prayed to all the deities he knew, beseeching them for a blessing that he might draw the items capable of rescuing her. Should he fail to procure the appropriate medicine, he would be forced to witness her demise before his eyes. Yet the lottery offered but one chance, and when the results materialized, the pointer halted at high-grade anesthetic powder. The high-grade anesthetic powder possessed exceptional analgesic properties. Upon consumption, it rendered the user entirely devoid of sensation, with a single vial sufficient for 3 doses. Rod, upon seeing the result, felt a surge of frustration mingled with helplessness. Was this truly fate, denying him the life-saving remedy, instead offering a painkiller to allow her a final moment devoid of suffering? Chapter 26 concludes. Rod, clutching the high-grade anesthetic powder, sighed in resignation, ultimately administering a dose to the knight. Though his body was riddled with wounds, he was disinclined to alleviate his own suffering. The pain he bore served to ease his troubled heart. After taking the medication, the knight's brow, once furrowed in agony, relaxed. "Thank you," she said, gazing at Rod with understanding. Aware that her fate was sealed, through the cold metal visor, Rod observed tears trickling down the corners of her eyes. Hearing her expression of gratitude, Rod felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Had he conquered his fears sooner? Perhaps this outcome could have been averted. No, there had to be a way to save her, he thought desperately. His mind raced as he recalled the seemingly useless healing technique he had learned. The healing technique, said to possess the power of resurrection, yet could it be applied to others? Rod attempted to channel his inner energy, only to find it confined within his own body, incapable of reaching beyond. At that moment, he remembered the priest's derisive comments about his flames during battle, full of sacrilegious essence. To him, was this sacrilegious essence not the breath of life? He reignited the flames, feeble compared to before, and directed them towards one of his wounds. The searing pain coursed through him, yet he noticed the injury beginning to mend. He envisioned how he might save her life. With his left hand, he employed the gravitational technique, using his mental prowess to assess the extent of her internal injuries. His right hand gathered dark green flames, reattaching the severed intestines. He had never been a physician, nor had he any surgical experience. Whether he could bring her back to life rested entirely upon fate. As he worked, he felt the encroaching cold and dizziness from blood loss. He bit down on his tongue to rouse himself, hastening his actions, striving to stitch her wounds together before losing consciousness. He heard Baron calling his name, yet he paid no mind, remaining focused on his task. An arrow struck his thigh from an unseen source. He swayed but continued to tend to the knight's wounds. After successfully suturing her abdomen, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Rod found himself traversing a pitch-black realm, surrounded by countless voices calling his name. Am I dead? Is this the realm of death? He surveyed his surroundings, shrouded in darkness, unable to discern anything. Glancing down at his hands, he saw nothing. He could feel his body, could touch it, yet visibility eluded him. He sensed something grasping at his feet and looked down to find countless hands striving to seize him. He struggled against one, only to be ensnared by another. Pulled downwards, he fought to regain his footing, but found no leverage. Feeling as though he floated in midair, he struggled in vain. Gradually feeling the suffocation closing in that moment, he ceased his attempts to escape and began to strike back. Employing his feet, fists, nails, and teeth. After a fierce onslaught, the hands vanished. With their disappearance, the world darkened once more, rendering him blind. Rising from the ground, he attempted to shout, yet no sound escaped his lips. He moved forward, seeking to determine if this world had an end. After some time, he began to run, sprinting for what felt like an eternity, yet the darkness remained unyielding, and he felt no fatigue. He continued to run, pressing ever onward. Rod awoke to find himself reclined upon an exquisite wooden bed, surrounded by the fragrant scent of wood, devoid of the peculiar amalgamation of ale and mildew typical of tavern rooms. The walls were constructed of gray brick, adorned with the heads of deer and rows of elegant candlesticks, their flames illuminating the chamber brilliantly. He endeavored to recollect the events that transpired, remembering his fainting spell upon the altar and the hauntingly vivid nightmare that followed. Rod had no notion of how long he had been unconscious. Although the dream felt extensive, it likely had not lasted long, for he awoke without the sensations of hunger or thirst. Observing his hands, he noted white bandages wrapped around his left palm, recalling the deep, bone-exposing gash inflicted by the priest. His right hand was entirely encased in bandages and devoid of sensation. He attempted to unravel the bandages with his injured left hand and teeth, discovering that his entire right hand had been charred. Will my right hand be rendered useless? Would I then need to learn to wield a sword with my left hand, becoming the legendary hero of this other world? I recall the moment of attack. The injury to my right hand was inflicted by the assailant, was it not? He stared at his hand for an extended period, soon realizing that the spatial ring he once wore had vanished. He threw aside the covers and attempted to rise, only to be met with a wave of excruciating pain, causing him to collapse onto the floor. Rod struggled to his feet and sat upon the bed. Realizing he was truly battered and bruised, every inch of his body swathed in bandages. The wooden door of the room creaked open, and Baron strode in, taking a seat on the chair beside the bed. You just woke up as I was stepping out to use the restroom, Baron remarked. You have been unconscious for 3 days. We summoned the scholar from the castle to tend to your injuries. Noticing Rod's charred right hand, he added, Your right hand is unscathed. It will heal in due time. Rod let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this and inquired, What transpired after that day? How did I end up being struck by an arrow? At that time, the Death God cult had others stationed on the opposite side of the mountain. After the battle concluded, they fled up the mountain. Subsequently, that Shivan arrived with the forces of the Blade family. We are currently within his castle. You were fortunate. The arrow merely struck your thigh, Baron explained. Did that female knight survive? Rod pressed. She did survive. Later, several members of her knightly order came to retrieve her, along with Harvey's remains. Before departing, she noticed your sword had been rendered unusable by your flames and left her sword for you, Baron continued. Taking a sip before elaborating, they were grateful for your efforts in saving her and administered a vial of alchemical elixir to restore your strength, allowing you to remain nourished during these days of unconsciousness. Rod felt a sense of regret. Having always been curious about the visage behind that metal helm, and where is my spatial ring? Rod inquired further. It is with me. I have kept it safe for a few days. For now, refrain from speaking too much, lie down and continue to rest. When it is time for dinner, I shall come to summon you to meet the lord of this place. Once your injuries have sufficiently healed, we can accompany the Blade family's caravan south to Nord, Baron concluded before exiting. Rod had many questions lingering in his mind, yet with Baron gone and his strength waning, he succumbed to weariness once more. Lying back down to sleep, Chapter 27. The banquet with Baron's assistance, Rod entered the grand hall of the castle. The hall was immensely spacious, soaring nearly 10 meters high. The apex sat the lord's seat, where he typically presided over the affairs of his domain. A colossal rectangular table occupied the center of the hall, ample enough to accommodate nearly 100 diners, where Hammer and Weber were already seated. In the most honored position at the table sat a burly, bald man akin in stature to Baron, clad in a bearskin coat embroidered with crossed swords and golden thread. A formidable scar marred his face, slicing from the left of his mouth across the bridge of his nose to his right eye, rendering him an intimidating figure. Upon noticing Rod and the others enter, he rose to greet them, exclaiming, "Come, sit here. We shall dispense with any notions of noble etiquette." The table was laden with a feast. Roasted sausages, fried bacon, stews of cured meats, pickled fish, and white bread. Yet the only diners present were Rod, his companions, and the scarred lord. As Rod settled into his chair, he curiously surveyed his surroundings. "I have yet to formally express my gratitude. Allow me to raise a toast in honor of your vengeance for my brother," the scarred lord proclaimed, lifting his goblet and downing its contents in one swift motion. Rod was momentarily taken aback, raising his own cup to take a sip. "Your generosity overwhelms me. I had intended to toast to you as well. But please forgive me, for my appetite is lacking after awakening from my stupor." The scarred lord nodded, saying, "That is of no consequence. Do indulge yourself." Wiping his mouth, he continued, "Tonight, we shall drink to excess. This exquisite vintage was just drawn from the castle's wine cellar." Baron raised his cup in acknowledgement to the scarred lord, declaring, "Thank you for your bountiful hospitality. May you enjoy longevity." With that, he drained his goblet. Hammer and Weber followed suit, toasting the scarred lord as Rod hesitated, pondering whether he should also offer a toast. "Why is it that you were so composed against the death god cult's priest a few days ago, yet find yourself so anxious in this trivial gathering devoid of outsiders?" Baron remarked to Rod. The scarred lord erupted in laughter. "Spare me the pretense. I did not witness such decorum yesterday. Suddenly, you all have become so courteous, leaving this young man rather flustered." Hammer joined in the laughter. "As commoners, we must show respect to your lordship. John, you bested me in drink yesterday, but today, I shall reclaim my honor." "Yesterday? It was Baron who succumbed to intoxication. If you wish to reclaim your honor, you must render him inebriated today," John jested. "Why must the heat of battle be redirected onto me? John, you ought to remember that my capacity for drink pales in comparison to yours." "It was your haste that led to your swift downfall yesterday," Baron replied, feigning innocence with outstretched hands. Rod observed Baron's hands, realizing why he was the best drinker among them, as his spatial ring remained upon Baron's hand, though he had no intention of exposing him. John nodded towards Baron. "Let us drink slowly today, and see who among us can hold their liquor best." "Certainly, it is you, Lord John," Baron quipped, raising his cup to take a hearty gulp after satiating his hunger. Rod returned to his chamber while Baron and John continued their revelry in the hall. Baron and John had been acquaintances for quite some time, their camaraderie well established. John had once been an adventurer like Baron, however. His brother's family had met a tragic end at the hands of the death god cult, by law. He became the first heir to his brother's estate and title after their demise. Thus, he was summoned by the Duke to inherit the lands and earldom, bringing his adventuring days to a close. Typically, noble families would pass their estates and titles to the eldest son, unless a younger son was knighted by the local duke or king, in which case he might be granted a small estate in the Kingdom of Nord. Most nobles who were not heirs would choose to venture forth as adventurers to carve out their own wealth and status. Weber had long aspired to become a noble and return to his hometown in splendor for a comfortable retirement. Rod sat on the bed. He reflected on the flames that had engulfed him near the altar. Pondering whether he could replicate that feat, however, despite his attempts, he could not conjure flames as he had before. What was the reason for this? Was it necessary to be in a state of extreme anger to ignite his inner cosmos? Perhaps he could inquire with Baron next time. Why was his flame a deep emerald green, possessing the ability to heal wounds? Was it due to the cultivation of the divine reflection technique? He gazed at his charred right hand, questioning why it appeared as though it had been seared, while the rest of his body remained unharmed. Baron had never been burned by his own flames. Had his right hand transferred its vitality to heal that female knight, resulting in this anomaly? Rod's mind swirled with unanswered questions, leaving him no choice but to await the rekindling of his flames to unveil the answers. He picked up the now broken disaster of the sage, the long sword that had lain within the tomb for an unknown number of years, remaining remarkably sharp. The sword had become warped from Rod's own flames, rendering it unusable as a weapon, and it was no longer aesthetically pleasing as a mere ornament. Using gravitational magic, Rod scrutinized the enchanted runes on the sword, discovering that they remained intact. Perhaps if he consulted an experienced blacksmith, the sword could be restored. With the previous mission completed and over a week having passed since he had accepted it, he pondered whether he could undertake another task. As he contemplated, he opened the system's task interface, revealing new missions before his eyes. Task 1. Personal strength is the foundation for dominance. Without power, one cannot advance. Requirement: elevate any martial skill by 2 levels. Task 2. Experience and knowledge are of utmost importance. Many places can facilitate rapid growth in these areas. Requirement: visit taverns in 5 different cities. Task 3. Becoming a noble allows one to traverse most places with ease and enjoy respect. Requirement: attain noble status. Without hesitation, Rod selected Task 1, as it bore resemblance to his previous mission. The last task required a cumulative elevation of 2 levels, while this one demanded the enhancement of a single skill by 2 levels. Based on his prior experiences, accomplishing this within a week would be challenging yet feasible, whereas the other 2 tasks might take a month or more to complete. Rod was currently swathed in bandages, and the castle's warmth, with its numerous fireplaces, had caused him to sweat profusely during his unconsciousness. He yearned for a bath, as the conditions of the castle permitted it. However, fearing the possibility of infection in his wounds, he abandoned the thought. Having slept excessively, he now found himself wide awake in bed, unable to rise for practice, feeling rather bored. The divine reflection technique, when mastered, could bestow the gift of resurrection. Could it not expedite the recovery of his injuries if he actively cultivated it? Rod had never attempted this before. Now that the idea crossed his mind, he sat cross-legged on the bed and began his endeavor. Chapter 28. Rod's culinary skills. Early the next morning, Rod was roused by Baron for breakfast. The previous night, he had spent most of the hours running the divine reflection technique, only managing to sleep as dawn approached. He had intended to slumber until noon and enjoy a leisurely lunch. But now, less than a few hours after falling asleep, he was summoned for breakfast, leaving him quite discomfort. After practicing the Shenjiao technique for most of the night, he experienced a slight increase in his overall internal energy, accompanied by a tingling sensation at the site of his wounds, a sign that they were nearing healing. His right hand, once charred and numb, was now capable of performing simple movements. Whether it was a psychological effect or a genuine improvement, Rod felt that his physical condition had slightly enhanced after exerting himself so intensely. Despite the beneficial effects of an all-night practice, he was now so fatigued that he could barely open his eyes, lacking even the strength to rise to his feet. "Why are you waking me up so early?" Rod mumbled groggily from his bed. "Of course, it's time to get up for breakfast. You've sustained so many injuries. You need to eat well to recover quickly. You've inflicted so many cuts on yourself and lost so much blood. If you don't eat, do you still expect to grow taller? I don't expect you to be as tall as me, but at the very least, you should be comparable to John." Rod chose to ignore him, shutting his eyes in preparation for more sleep. He wondered why Baron was so talkative this morning. Could it be that they had drunk too much the previous night and he was now inebriated? Once his eyes closed, he drifted back into slumber. When he awoke again, the golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the window. Hearing someone snoring, he sat up and saw Baron sprawled on the floor, sound asleep. The castle boasted numerous fireplaces, and even the floor was heated by pipes carrying hot water. Standing barefoot on the floor, Rod could distinctly feel its warmth. His earlier suspicion was confirmed. Baron had indeed overindulged in drink that morning. Rod swung his legs over the side of the bed and stood up, noticing that the pain in his legs had significantly diminished, no longer as severe as it had been the day before. It appeared that frequent practice of the Shenjiao technique would yield benefits, despite the temptation to stay up late. At that moment, his stomach emitted a low growl, prompting him to seek something to eat. He cast a glance at Baron on the floor, recalling how he had been awakened that morning, and resisted the urge to kick him awake instead. He draped a blanket over him and made his way out. As he descended the staircase, he braced himself against the wall, taking each step cautiously. Yesterday, it had been Baron who had carried him down, and now, with his injuries, navigating the stairs alone was a challenge. Upon reaching the hall, he noticed that the long table was not laden with food as it had been the previous day. He approached a male servant who was wiping down the table and inquired about the kitchen's location. The servant informed Rod that no food had yet been prepared. After receiving directions, Rod limped toward the kitchen, which was adjacent to the hall, sparing him the need to navigate the stairs again. At the kitchen door, he overheard the cook murmuring, "The guests Lord John invited this time truly can eat. They're nearly depleting the castle's meat supplies, and there are hardly any eggs left. I need to sift the flour very finely just to bake them some bread. The previous master seldom indulged in bread made from such fine flour." Standing at the entrance, Rod hesitated to enter, feeling somewhat awkward about requesting food. However, hunger gnawed at him, having been nearly a whole day since his last meal, so he stepped inside. The plump cook, kneading dough, eyed Rod curiously. "Who are you? I've never seen you in the castle before." Rod scratched his head with his left hand. "I am one of the guests you mentioned who can eat quite a lot." "Oh dear. What brings such a distinguished guest to this messy kitchen?" The rotund cook chuckled. "I'm a bit hungry and wanted to see if there's anything to eat," Rod replied sheepishly. "I'm truly sorry, but there's nothing readily available. Only some leftover bread from yesterday. If you want fresh bread, you'll have to wait a bit longer, as I'm still kneading the dough," the cook said with a smile. Rod looked around the kitchen, noting the absence of anything resembling a modern oven. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "How do you bake your bread?" "Isn't that simple?" the cook replied without looking up. "You place the dough beside the stove's fire, cover it with a cloth, and wait for it to rise before taking it out to knead again, then put it back in to bake." Rod glanced at the soot-covered stove, feeling somewhat disheartened. He had always thought the black substance on bread was merely burnt crust. He had not realized it was actually ash. If even nobles consumed such bread, it was clear what kind of fare he had been served at the tavern. This stove resembled an igloo, complete with a chimney, and had an opening akin to a door, through which firewood was added. While the bread was placed beside the flames, it was entirely unlike the earthen stoves he was accustomed to. Where a fire burned beneath a pot, as he surveyed the kitchen's other utensils, aside from the stove, the only recognizable item was a large pot, hanging from a rope above a fire. Rod entered the kitchen, feeling an urge to showcase his culinary skills and let them experience the magic of his homeland's cuisine. He began to contemplate what dishes he could prepare with the limited ingredients available. The variety of ingredients was sparse, and the spices were even fewer, making it somewhat challenging to create a delectable meal. "Are there any other ingredients besides these?" Rod inquired. "There are some in the cellar." "Why do you ask?" the cook replied. "I wish to prepare a meal myself," Rod stated. The cook raised her head, eyeing him warily. "What exactly are you planning to do?" Rod found her scrutiny peculiar, unsure if she feared he would poison the food or if she doubted his culinary abilities. Perhaps she thought he found her cooking unappetizing, prompting his desire to cook. "I mean no harm. Please take me to see the cellar," Rod said. "Fine, but I want to watch you cook the entire time," the cook insisted, wiping her hands on her apron before leading Rod toward the cellar. After navigating a lengthy staircase, Rod arrived in the cellar, where the temperature was similar to that outside the castle, hovering below freezing. Dressed lightly, he found the cold unsettling, whereas the stout cook appeared unfazed by the chilled seemed that being plump had its advantages. The cellar held a fair amount of food, though it was not a comprehensive storage area for the estate's provisions. So the supplies were still limited. Rod retrieved half a pig and a bag of stale rice, carrying them back to the kitchen with the cook. He decided to prepare braised pork, braised ribs, and egg fried rice. To ensure the meat was flavorful, he needed ginger and star anise to mask the pork's gamey taste. However, he could not find these in the kitchen, though he did discover some spices with similar properties. The most pressing issue was the absence of soy sauce in this world. Rod resolved to experiment with cooking without it. Since materials for making soy sauce existed in this realm, he recalled having learned the brewing process and vowed to introduce this marvelous seasoning when the opportunity arose. Cutting the meat was labor-intensive, particularly with bones involved, and as his injuries were not yet fully healed, he entrusted the task to the cook. She proved to be quite adept, wielding the cleaver with the finesse of a master butcher, expertly slicing the half-pig into various cuts. Meanwhile, Rod used the large pot to boil the stale rice, then brought water to a boil in another pot to blanch the expertly cut pork belly, removing the blood and any unpleasant odors. Next, he sought a pan suitable for frying rice, crafting a makeshift spatula from a clean piece of wood, whittled into shape with his dagger, for egg-fried rice. Slightly dried rice was ideal, so he intentionally used less water while cooking, resulting in a fragrant batch with plenty of crispy bits. However, this took some time, during which he snacked on a piece of freshly baked bread from the cook. The eggs here were traditional free-range eggs from chickens raised on insects. The fried rice he produced, although devoid of the beloved lao gan ma sauce, was incredibly aromatic. The cook had never encountered such a dish before, and she watched intently, nearly drooling. The stale rice had been a specialty gifted to the castle by a merchant from the fish kingdom, and since the cook lacked the knowledge to prepare it, it had languished in the cellar for months. She was so engrossed in observing Rod's technique that she nearly reached for a notebook to take notes. The salt used in the castle was also refined sea salt from the fish kingdom. Unlike the unrefined rock salt Rod had been consuming before, the meat in the pot had released some liquid, prompting Rod to remove it, then briefly saute it in oil before adding spices and covering it to simmer. Without rock candy, he substituted honey for sweetness and used refined wheat beer in place of cooking wine. He pondered whether this dish could stand proudly in the realm of culinary experimentation. The ribs continued to simmer, and with the absence of soy sauce, he realized he might not achieve the desired flavor profile. Consequently, he took another pot, rendered some fat from pork belly, then removed the fat and fried the ribs until golden. After draining most of the oil, he added water and spices, covering the pot to let it cook for a while. In the past, he would have included Sichuan peppercorns for their numbing sensation, a flavor he adored, but he could not find a suitable substitute. However, this vast world surely held the promise of discovering both Sichuan pepper and chili peppers in the future. This moment. The braised pork was nearly devoid of its liquid, filling the kitchen with an intoxicating aroma. The addition of honey enhanced the fragrance remarkably. Subsequently, I procured a pristine plate to serve the braised pork, and as I speared a piece with a fork for a taste test, I found the flavor satisfactory. However, the inclusion of rock sugar and soy sauce would have rendered it perfect. The spices I had added proved to be more effective in masking the gamey scent than ginger. The meat was imbued with a delightful aroma, devoid of any unpleasantness. The ribs were also nearing completion. Upon lifting the lid, a rich meaty fragrance wafted through the air, nearly causing Rod to drool. The plump cook cautiously inquired, "May I have a piece?" Rod nodded in immediate agreement, believing that delicious food, particularly that which he had prepared, was meant to be shared. After sampling a piece of the braised pork, the cook's eyes lingered longingly on the dish, realizing that without soy sauce, it rightfully ought to be dubbed white braised pork. "The taste is exquisite, but your cooking generates far too much smoke," the cook remarked. Rod was already well aware that Chinese cuisine often produced significant smoke. In this world, there were no range hoods, and relying solely on a chimney was utterly insufficient. After receiving the cook's affirmation, Rod resolved to summon Baron and the others to share in the feast. The cook called upon a servant to arrange Rod's culinary creations on the long table in the hall, and then she proceeded to roast sausages and fry bacon. It took Rod nearly 2 hours to prepare the meal, and once finished, he excused himself to the restroom, which was located in the open area surrounding the castle. As there were no facilities within, his previous garments were tattered beyond wear, having been discarded by the servants who had cared for him and consigned to the fire. He borrowed a piece of clothing from the steward before hurrying outside to relieve himself. Upon returning to the hall, he discovered that Baron and the others had already seated themselves at the table, having nearly consumed the fruits of his labor. "You're back," Baron said. "Come, sit and eat. The food here is truly delightful. I have never tasted anything so exquisite before. Nobles certainly know how to indulge. I've never experienced such fare either. Had I known the food at home was this delectable, I would have never ventured out. I should have stayed home and lived off the bounty, which might have spared my brother from his tragic fate," John remarked as he ate. Rod hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal that he was the one who had prepared the meal. If he did, they would likely expect him to cook every day, and the labor of cooking was quite exhausting. "Why did you not serve the food on separate plates?" Rod inquired. "It's unnecessary. It matters not whether we share plates or not. I have no qualms about it, John replied. Isn't it because you eat too hastily and deem sharing plates a waste of your time? Hammer teased. Huh. It's clearly you, John chuckled. I believe this egg dish pairs wonderfully with whatever else is on the table, though it could use a bit more. Matthew, could you ask Jenny to prepare us some more? The steward nodded and made his way to the kitchen. Matthew was the name of the castle steward, and Jenny was the name of the plump cook. Before long, Jenny entered the hall and informed John, My lord, this dish was not made by me. I only roasted the sausages and fried the bacon. The egg fried rice was prepared by that gentleman over there, she gestured towards Rod. The name of the egg fried rice was something Rod had shared with Jenny, thus she recognized it. Perhaps you should refrain from accompanying your uncle on adventures, and instead remain here to serve as my cook. It would yield you far more than joining him in his escapades, John suggested to Rod. Chapter 29. The visitor after dinner, Weber approached Rod, expressing his desire to learn how to prepare the evening's dish. Without a moment's hesitation, Rod agreed, promising to teach him the following day if time permitted. Upon returning to his quarters, Rod lay on his bed, utterly drained, having sustained numerous injuries and spent so long cooking, only to find he had barely eaten. He resolved to practice the divine radiance technique for a short while before retiring for the night. Determined not to let his routine become too chaotic, it was said that the initial stages of the divine radiance technique were akin to ordinary breathing exercises, with little noticeable difference for the first 10 to 20 years. But its true power emerged in later stages. If this technique possessed such remarkable efficacy, one could only imagine the prowess of techniques like the 9-yang divine art or the I Ching Jing. Rod found himself yearning for such skills. He pondered whether mastering techniques such as the 18 dragon-subduing palms would enable him to vanquish the real evil dragons of this world. Currently, with his right hand injured, he could manage cooking, but in battle, he would be at a distinct disadvantage. Should he take advantage of this period of rest to practice swordsmanship with his left hand? Utilizing a sword with the left hand could catch opponents accustomed to facing right-handed swordsmen off guard, potentially allowing him to eliminate powerful adversaries at the onset of combat. Upon reflection, he realized that he seemed to possess no actively offensive abilities. All his skills were of a passive nature. The iron cloth technique aside, the only skill that could be considered offensive was the basic sword technique, which allowed him to practice fundamental moves and enhance his control over the sword during idle moments. In actual combat, one could not merely shout and unleash a grand technique. He resolved that next opportunity, he must learn a technique that could be actively employed. Exhausted, Rod's thoughts drifted, and he soon fell asleep. The next day, Rod practiced left-handed swordsmanship in the castle courtyard, wielding the sword gifted to him by the female knight. His injuries, save for those on his thigh and the palm of his left hand, were all superficial wounds inflicted by his own dagger. After a prolonged period of rest and treatment by the castle scholar, he was now fit to practice swordplay. The wound on his thigh had not damaged the bone, merely causing discomfort during movement. The injury to his left palm had appeared severe at the time, but it was merely a light wound, now fully scabbed over, bound with a bandage and covered with a glove, allowing him to practice left-handed swordplay with minimal hindrance. His charred right hand remained somewhat clumsy, lacking the strength to grip as it once did. While he could manage with a spatula, wielding a sword felt awkward. Coupled with the basic sword technique, he adapted to left-handed swordplay remarkably quickly, achieving proficiency comparable to that of his right hand shortly after arriving in this world. He estimated that with another day or two of practice, his left hand would become as agile as his right, and perhaps even surpass it in skill soon after. Returning to the castle to rest, he planned to eat lunch before dedicating the entire afternoon to training. His previous experiences had instilled in him the understanding of how vital strength was. Without it, one was merely prey. Rumor had it that the last priest of the death cult had used his mask to hypnotize the residents of nearby towns, gathering them on a mountain to sacrifice them in order to enhance the mask's power. Had Rod and his companions arrived a day later, not a single soul would have been saved. Weber mentioned that the actions of the death cult had angered the spirit guardian of Nord, Augustus. Rod had been chosen by the spirit to rescue the innocent villagers and, in a moment of peril, had unleashed a power not his own to slay the priest, using the remnants of that power to save the innocent followers and the righteous female knight. After accomplishing his mission, the spirit had reclaimed its power, leaving Rod in a 3-day stupor, during which he could no longer wield the dark green flames as he had near the altar. Weber had failed to notice that, in an instant, Rod had unleashed black flames from his sword, shattering the priest's shield. Rod had little faith in Weber's words, yet Weber understood well that Rod did not share his perspective. During dinner the previous night, Rod had inquired of Baron about the state of his right hand, to which Baron admitted ignorance, as he had never been burned by flames of his own making. Weber suggested that the flames were a gift from the spirit, explaining their capacity to scorch Rod. The Nord people revered flames for their warmth and protection, and the spirit Augustus was indeed the god of fire. Legend had it that he had withstood the fiery breath of the Dragon King with flames of his own and ultimately vanquished it, liberating the Nord people from the tyrannical reign of dragons. "Let us head to the kitchen," Rod heard Weber say as he had just settled himself at a table in the hall. In the kitchen, Rod imparted his signature egg fried rice recipe to Weber, who was astonished to witness the cooking technique of stir-frying for the first time, believing it to be divine knowledge bestowed upon Rod. Upon realizing Weber's thoughts, Rod felt a sense of helplessness, for he had always been a staunch atheist. Upon arriving in this world, he had come to believe that the deities were mere fabrications. Having deceived not only himself but others as well, their invented gods and doctrines possessed a semblance of reason, which led many to place their faith in them, much like the death cult, which posited that this world was the true hell, and that death was merely a return to the embrace of the divine, where one would bask in eternal bliss. This notion resonated deeply with those who had suffered greatly, and even some nobles, who were inherently compassionate towards the downtrodden, had adopted such extreme views. It was evident that the priest Rod had slain had once been a noble. It was unclear what had driven him down such a dark path. The act of personally slaying that priest did not evoke any discomfort in Rod, who felt instead a sense of exhilaration, knowing that his actions were righteous and aligned with his true self. Had the priest lived, he would have indiscriminately slain everyone near the altar, including Rod himself. Soon enough, Weber had prepared a plate of egg fried rice, and Rod, merely by observing its sheen and inhaling its aroma, deduced that it was undoubtedly delicious, although it still fell slightly short of his own creation. In this batch of egg fried rice, Rod had additionally incorporated some finely chopped cured ham, ensuring it would surpass yesterday's version in flavor. After preparing the egg fried rice, Rod requested the plump cook, Jenny, to procure a bag of flour finely sifted to perfection, along with pork and scallions from this world, to be minced together. He intended to make dumplings later that evening. Just yesterday, Rod had assured John that he would teach his cook some dishes in exchange for a variety of meticulously crafted utensils from the blacksmith and carpenter of the castle. Rod sketched the frying pan and skillet from his memory for the blacksmith, gesturing to indicate their approximate size. Upon hearing this, the blacksmith deemed it a rather simple task. The carpenter would assist Rod in creating steamers and pot lids. Naturally, these items would also be produced for the castle kitchen. Rod and Weber returned to the hall with a large basin of egg fried rice, where Balan and the others were already seated, eagerly awaiting their meal. Such a substantial portion of fried rice should suffice to fill them to the point of discomfort. After the maid evenly distributed the hefty serving into everyone's plates, the grand doors of the castle hall swung open, and a familiar figure was ushered in by the guards. Chapter 30. Retrieving Memories, my Lord John. This man claims to have urgent matters to report to you, the castle guard announced. The individual beside the guard was disheveled, clad in tattered garments, exuding a foul odor that surpassed even Balan's week-long neglect of bathing. Everyone present, with the exception of John, recognized him. "What is this important matter?" John inquired. Raising his gaze, the man, upon entering, was visibly astonished as he took in Balan and the others. Now, upon hearing John's question, he replied with a respectful tone, "It concerns the Baolong sect. They have appeared in your territory and have stolen my goods." "Oh, are you certain it was the Baolong sect? Did they merely take your goods? What precisely did they covet?" John took a sip of his drink and continued to question. "There was nothing particularly valuable. Merely furs and provisions," the man responded. Rod found his voice vaguely familiar and scrutinized him closely, realizing that this was none other than the bearded Daniel. It was surprising to see how much he had fallen since their last encounter a few days prior. "Is it true that the Baolong sect resorts to stealing such trifles?" John remarked. "It seems they are in dire need of sustenance. After all, they are human and require food. I beseech you to dispatch troops to eradicate them and secure justice for me, as they pose a threat within the territory, Daniel lamented. Weber seemed to recall something upon hearing John's words. The frequency of their encounters with robbers had been rather alarming. They had faced 3 instances of robbery in a short stretch, including a common bandit, a well-trained and well-equipped free rider, and finally, the followers of the Baolong sect accompanied by a group of marauders. The last robbery had been preceded by an ordinary arrow that diverted both him and Balan towards the source, as if under some enchantment. Something doesn't add up. You must have been transporting something unusual, Weber asserted. Recounting his experiences and suspicions, Daniel's expression shifted at this remark, only to quickly regain composure. John stroked his chin in contemplation before stating, "You would do well to speak the truth." "This is the truth," Daniel insisted stubbornly. "Fetch Master Locker," John commanded a nearby servant. Locker was the scholar and mage of John's castle. Unlike the typical mages residing within the castle, he had chosen to dwell near a forest within the territory to conduct his studies. Both John and his brother had grown under Locker's guidance, and he felt immense guilt over John's brother's demise. After the tragic death of John's family, he returned to the castle, fearing for John's safety. Now, Locker seldom left his chambers, engrossed in magical research and the pursuit of knowledge, with meals delivered by servants. Before long, Locker appeared beside the staircase in the hall, his countenance grave, with a hawkish nose and deep-set eyes. He appeared aged yet possessed a keen gaze. However, his appearance was unkempt. His once white silk robe was now a dingy gray. "Master Locker." John rose to greet him and ushered him to sit, then recounted the entire situation. Throughout John's narration, Locker's piercing eyes remained fixed on Daniel, causing him to squirm uncomfortably. "I can sense that you have recently come into contact with Dragon Crystal," Locker began. "You should know that such deceit cannot escape my notice. Why do you persist in withholding the truth? Do you seek to suffer the consequences?" His voice was both authoritative and frigid, sending a shiver down Rod's spine, reminiscent of the stern reprimands from a schoolteacher. "Not at all. My lord, I have no knowledge of what Dragon Crystal is," Daniel stammered in panic. Rod, too, was unfamiliar with the concept of Dragon Crystal in this world, but its name suggested a connection to dragons. "Humph," Locker scoffed. "Do not attempt to obfuscate the matter further. Even without magic, I can discern that you are aware of your misdeeds. Should you confess willingly, you may mitigate your suffering." Daniel fell silent, casting furtive glances around, as if contemplating escape. That moment, the guard beside him pressed him to the ground, forcing him to kneel. "I have already informed you. I will not waste my efforts to read your memories personally," Locker declared, rising to stand before Daniel and placing a finger upon his brow. A blue luminescence emanated from his fingertip, and Daniel convulsed as if struck by lightning, subsequently writhing in agony, yet the guards held him firmly in place. Locker withdrew his finger, the strange blue glow dissipating, leaving a dark mark upon Daniel's forehead, who then slumped forward onto the ground in a state of utter exhaustion. "Humph, having committed a transgression, you seek the Lord's justice, yet here you are, walking willingly into your own trap as a slave trader," Locker remarked, turning to ascend the staircase, casting a glance back at John. John hesitated for a moment before hastily following him. Rod, listening to their cryptic exchange, felt a sense of unease. "Are all mages serving the Lord as formidable as he?" Rod inquired of Weber. Unsettled by Locker's ease in extracting Daniel's memories, which undermined the confidence he had recently built. "Certainly not. I have encountered many self-proclaimed mages in taverns, and their abilities were quite average. You must understand that Locker is not only a mage but also a scholar. Not every mage achieves the status of a scholar," Weber explained. "What distinguishes a scholar from a mage?" Rod pressed further. "Only those with profound knowledge, who have gained the personal endorsement of the chief scholar of Nord, may be called scholars. Not all scholars possess magical abilities, but you must remember that any mage capable of magic would outmatch us collectively. As for mages, many who can perform simple tricks dare to call themselves mages," Weber elaborated. Daniel evidently misunderstood the situation, assuming that only an ordinary mage resided within the castle, hence his appeal for justice. "So, does this imply that most lords do not have scholars in their service?" Rod queried. "Isn't that obvious?" Hammer interjected. "It seems you truly ought to explore more widely and familiarize yourself with the basic conditions of the Nord Kingdom." You should know that the total number of scholars across the kingdom does not exceed 50. Rod nodded and asked Hammer, "Then why did Daniel come seeking help, only to end up imprisoned in the dungeons?" Hammer, while savoring his egg-fried rice, replied, "I cannot say. We shall find out once John returns. He is surely going to be troubled by this matter." Rod finished his meal, yet John had not returned to the hall. Instead of waiting for John to explain the unfolding events, he took the sword gifted by the female knight and returned to the castle courtyard to practice left-handed swordsmanship. Chapter 31. Details after completing his sword practice. Rod hurried to the kitchen, instructing Weber on how to prepare dumplings. Using the smooth rolling pin crafted by the carpenter, he rolled a small portion of dough into a dumpling skin, placed the meat filling in the center, moistened the edges with a bit of water, and pinched the dumpling closed, completing one. Weber learned the technique after just one demonstration. Initially, Rod intended to use the steamer made by the carpenter for bowsy, but he soon discovered that making bowsy was significantly more challenging. Unlike dumpling skins, which could be rolled flat with a rolling pin, bowsy skins required the addition of baking soda or yeast for leavening. He was uncertain of the appropriate quantity of baking soda to use or how long to allow the dough to rise, necessitating further research. Most critically, he did not know how to shape the bowsy. In contrast, dumplings were considerably simpler. He decided to prepare 2 batches of dumplings, one set boiled and the other pan-fried. Boiling dumplings was far easier than steaming bowsy. All it required was water and heat. He was also familiar with frying dumplings, pouring a layer of oil into the skillet, placing the dumplings inside, adding water until it barely covered them, covering the pan, and heating until the water evaporated, leaving the dumplings cooked. Rod mused that he could endure eating dumplings without vinegar, but upon reflection, he realized there was vinegar available here. He dashed to the wine cellar, retrieved a bottle of apple vinegar, sampled a bit, and concluded that eating dumplings alone was quite palatable. This evening's meal included an additional guest. Locker had left his chamber today to join them in the hall for dinner. Rod surveyed Lakar and concluded that he must also be a person indifferent to noble etiquette. Otherwise, he would not appear so disheveled. Lakar sat at the long table, silent, causing even the boisterous Baron to maintain his quietude. The servant brought forth the neatly arranged dumplings, and the others fixated on Lakar, daring to move their forks only after he began to do so. Lakar speared a dumpling with his fork and placed it onto a separate plate, meticulously cutting it with a knife before consuming it. The previously silent gathering observed the erudite Lakar eating this unfamiliar dish and began to imitate him. Rod initially felt reluctant to correct them, but ultimately could not refrain, informing them that this was not the proper way to eat. He then used the chopsticks crafted by a carpenter to pick up a dumpling and tossed it into his mouth, chewing and swallowing it. The dumplings were rather large, making Rod feel somewhat uncomfortable as he swallowed. Seeing Rod's demonstration, the others awkwardly attempted to use their forks to eat the dumplings. The boiled ones easily fell apart, while the pan-fried ones fared better. Baron swiftly devoured all the dumplings on his plate, then turned his gaze towards Rod's. Rod generously shared some of his portion with Baron, while Lakar, after observing Rod's technique, refrained from eating further and continued to watch Rod use the chopsticks, making Rod feel somewhat embarrassed, though he hesitated to inquire about Lakar's interest. "Young man, could you elucidate how to utilize those 2 wooden sticks in your hands?" Lakar inquired. It turned out he wished to learn how to use chopsticks, which relieved Rod, prompting him to slowly demonstrate the technique before Lakar, breaking down each movement. After observing, Rod handed Lakar a pair of unused chopsticks. Lakar scrutinized the slender, rounded utensils for a while before attempting to use them. After several unsuccessful tries, he remarked, "My age has made my hands less nimble." He relaxed his grip on the right hand, and the chopsticks moved with precision, successfully grasping a boiled dumpling and bringing it to his lips. After taking a bite, he commented, "Tender and juicy, the dough is fine, requiring little chewing. The meat is rich yet not greasy, making it perfect for an old man like me." Rod pondered why Lakar did not simply use his mental prowess to lift the dumplings directly, instead of opting for chopsticks. Though advanced in years, Lakar consumed his food with remarkable speed. While he could not rival Baron, he was swifter than Rod. Soon, he finished all the boiled dumplings in front of him, having only sampled a couple of the pan-fried ones. He then began to fixate on the plate before Rod, who, with a sigh of resignation, relinquished all his boiled dumplings to Lakar, who seemed to prefer them, showing little interest in the pan-fried variety. Lakar nodded appreciatively and resumed his rapid consumption, declaring, "If I could eat this every day, I could live another 10 years. I will instruct the kitchen to prepare this for you daily," John stated. "Daily consumption may lead to monotony," Lakar replied as he continued to eat. "You can request the kitchen to prepare different fillings. This is pork, but they can also make beef, egg, cabbage, or a pork and cabbage mix," Rod suggested. "Is it truly so fascinating? Teach me how to make this tomorrow. I wish to try my hand at it." "I forgot to ask, what is this called?" Lakar inquired. "This is called dumplings. I shall teach you how to make them tomorrow," Rod responded. After finishing his meal, Lakar burped and departed from the long table. Heading towards the staircase, the others at the table breathed a sigh of relief. "Finally, he has left," John murmured. "As the Lord, why are you still so apprehensive around him?" Baron asked. "He is my grandfather's uncle, and I am merely the little brat he raised. Even though I am now the Lord, what am I in his presence?" John replied helplessly. However, having such an elder in the family provides me with great comfort. As long as he remains untroubled, my territory will remain safe," John added. "By the way, what did that person do to end up in the dungeon?" Hammer asked. "Human trafficking and worse. He was selling a noble," John said, taking a sip of wine. "A teenage girl from a lord's family in the northern province had stolen a carriage from home for a joyride, and he seized both her and the carriage. He was originally a traveling merchant, and a luxurious carriage stripped of its insignia appearing in his convoy wasn't particularly suspicious. Then he journeyed south, intending to sell her at a high price in the Roman Empire. Why was he attacked by the dragon cult? Is it true that they are desperate for food?" Hammer inquired further. "Of course not. That girl's necklace was made of dragon crystal, which is why the dragon cult targeted his caravan. After losing everything, he came to me for help," John explained. "And what became of that girl?" Weber asked. "She was captured by the dragon cult," John replied. "Then seeking your assistance was a fool's errand. If that girl told you she was a noble abducted by him, wouldn't that seal his fate?" Rod questioned. To avoid drawing attention, he had the girl dressed in rags. Who would believe the tale of a homeless girl taken in by a caravan while daydreaming? John said. Rod recalled that luxurious carriage being taken by a group of free riders, which he had allowed to escape without retrieving it, and those riders had not reappeared. He had been perplexed before. But now he understood a bit more, though many questions remained. Rod contemplated whether he could consult Scholar Lakar tomorrow, for there might be similar occurrences in this world. Even if not, Lakar's vast knowledge could potentially offer a solution to his dilemma. Unable to sleep, Rod lay in bed, his mind racing until he opened the martial arts system, which he had only accessed during task transfers. He clicked on the martial arts section and discovered a new addition, a shop, which had not existed before. Sinister Soul 1, powerful, chivalric value. 1263 points. Upon seeing the two figures in the shop sidebar, Rod deduced that the Sinister Soul points must have come from the priest he had slain, while the points for saving the innocents were accrued from the residents he had rescued previously. He began to assess the martial arts available for purchase. To his dismay, he found that martial arts could not be directly exchanged for points, but rather required a lottery system. Each draw cost 100 chivalric points, and the outcome was entirely based on luck. Given that he had obtained over 1,000 points through sheer fortune, he realized that if saving a single person only earned him 1 point, it could take several months to accumulate such a total again. The shop featured several interfaces, including martial arts, equipment, elixirs, and miscellaneous studies. He entered the martial arts lottery interface. Unlike the spinning wheel of rewards after completing tasks, this shop's lottery results appeared instantaneously upon selection. After pressing the button, the result materialized: Taizu Chongquan, also known as the 32 Postures Long Fist, renowned throughout the land as the Mother of 100 Fists. Rod felt a wave of frustration. Taizu Chongquan had already appeared twice, and he had declined it both times, yet here he was, seemingly fated to learn it. He pressed the lottery button again, and the result swiftly appeared: Golden Bell Shield, which envelopes the entire body like a golden bell, making it exceedingly difficult for external forces to breach its defenses. Detected hosts existing skill Iron Cloth Shirt. Would you like to reduce the level of Iron Cloth Shirt by 1 to merge it with Golden Bell Shield into Golden Bell Shield Iron Cloth Shirt? Without hesitation, Rod selected yes, for the limited number of martial arts slots necessitated such a choice. Merging the two would amplify their effectiveness while occupying only a single slot. Moreover, having a lower skill level would facilitate upgrading, making it easier to complete weekly tasks. Rod noticed he still had one empty martial arts slot and pressed the lottery button once more. Embrace the one, which maintains a tranquil mind, preserves the essence, chi, and spirit, preventing internal strife and external leakage, ensuring long-term vitality within the body, uniting with the physical form. Cultivating this technique can extend life and even lead to immortality. Upon seeing this martial art, Rod was intrigued and decided to refrain from further draws for today, saving the opportunity for future use. However, this martial art appears to be a practice focused on cultivating one's vital energy, spirit, and essence, far more sophisticated than the methods employed by the mages of this world to enhance their mental prowess. Its efficacy remains uncertain. Following the training regimen outlined in the system, he commenced his practice of the embrace of unity, clearing his mind of distractions and regulating his breath. With the system's assistance, he soon entered a state of tranquility. He felt as though he had transcended into a wondrous realm, neither fully asleep nor entirely awake, experiencing a sense of freedom akin to soaring through the skies, feeling one with the universe. Upon awakening from this state, he found the day had fully dawned, the winter sun casting a warm glow upon him, turning his eyes to a hue reminiscent of gold. Rod rose from his bed. After a night of stillness, he felt little more than a slight soreness in his posterior and legs. Yet he was invigorated, his spirit more rejuvenated than after a full night's sleep. He resolved to replace his slumber with the practice of embrace of unity henceforth. With a sudden thought, he utilized his soul-mastered spell, the gravitational art, and discovered that this time it was executed with remarkable swiftness, allowing him to perceive the world with a newfound clarity. Previously, it was as though he were a myopic individual gazing through a hazy fog. But now it felt akin to a person with perfect vision observing his own hand. He was astonished by the effectiveness of embrace of unity in enhancing his vital energy and spirit. Deciding to perform several sets of Taizu Longquan in the courtyard before breakfast, he stepped outside. The temperature had not risen significantly with the impending arrival of spring. It remained as frigid as before. He shed his heavy outer garments and began practicing Taizu Longquan in the center of the courtyard. With each punch, his bones cracked audibly, and by the end of the routine, he was drenched in sweat, exhaling a breath of stale air that resonated with a sound akin to a dragon's roar. Rod noticed that the castle guards, who had been training with swords and shields alongside their instructor, had paused to observe his martial practice. "What's the matter?" Rod inquired, a touch of embarrassment in his tone. "I instructed them to take a brief respite, which is why everyone is watching you train. It's quite a novelty to see someone practicing without weapons. To be frank, your technique appears quite impressive. Are you preparing to master it for bare-handed brawls in the tavern?" The instructor replied with a chuckle. He then called out to the guards, "You've rested enough. Assemble now." Rod felt somewhat speechless upon hearing this. In the taverns of Nord, disputes between individuals often culminate in peaceful resolutions through bare-handed combat. With neither party wielding weapons, the loser merely suffers a loss of face. It is not uncommon for one moment to see someone felled by a punch, only to share a drink with them moments later. True irreconcilable conflicts typically result in armed duels outside the tavern, though such occurrences are rare, as both parties would pay a heavy price, one losing their life or teetering on the brink of death, while the victor might find themselves imprisoned by the guards. After completing several sets of Taizu Longquan, Rod returned to the castle for breakfast. The castle guards typically resided in the outer areas of the castle, where they dined and lived, while the lord and his guests occupied the inner chambers. "At the break of dawn tomorrow, we shall depart with John's family caravan towards the south," Baron stated as he approached Rod. Rod nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "My injuries have long ceased to affect me." Having reached a bottleneck in his training of the divine illumination technique, his wounds had nearly healed, with even the charred skin of his right hand beginning to shed, revealing the tender flesh beneath. After finishing his breakfast, Rod sought out Locker in his quarters to discuss his condition and fulfill his promise to teach him how to make dumplings before departing. Chapter 33. Instruction. Rod sat in the merchant caravan's wagon, yawning as he gazed out the window. He had begun teaching Locker how to make dumplings the previous day, starting from noon. Once Locker had grasped the technique, He insisted on sampling a variety of dumpling fillings, and Rod accompanied him until the early hours of the next day, marking the end of this arduous endeavor. It baffled him how such an elderly man could possess such vitality. Even Rod, being youthful, found it challenging to keep pace, while Locker only released him upon realizing their imminent departure. Throughout an entire afternoon and evening, Rod had tasted dumplings stuffed with beef, chicken, venison. Every conceivable filling that could be wrapped within dough had been explored, even experimenting with dumplings filled with bread and dumpling skins. Just as Locker was preparing to use some alchemical materials to create dumplings and partake in a taste test with Rod, dawn finally broke. Rod declined Locker's invitation, citing their imminent departure as the reason. Locker, less obstinate than expected, merely sighed in disappointment and allowed Rod to leave. Before parting, Rod shared with Locker the methods of making soy sauce and vinegar, urging him to recruit someone to explore their production, mentioning that dipping dumplings in vinegar and soy sauce would enhance their flavor. Upon learning this, Locker felt less regret and promptly arranged for the materials. Eager to conduct experiments himself, despite the prolonged efforts, the anticipation of enjoying soy sauce and vinegar in the future brought Rod joy. Once he resolved the curses afflicting Baron and Weber, he intended to return and request soy sauce and vinegar from Locker. Before leaving, the highlight for Rod was sneaking into the castle's hot spring room for a warm bath, while everyone else busily prepared for departure. As the wagon rolled through the castle gates, Rod glanced back, imprinting the visage and name of the ancient fortress, Black Mountain Keep, into his memory. The caravan meandered through a series of mountains blanketed in a vast expanse of snow, transporting valuable local specialties from Black Mountain Keep to the south for sale while acquiring supplies in return. Due to its unique geography, the Highlands province is the coldest in Nord, aside from the far northern province. The environment and climate have fostered an array of wildlife not found in the south, including pelts from rare animals, such as the elusive shadow lynx, whose fur has fetched exorbitant prices in the southern markets. The majority of the caravan's cargo consisted of rare animal pelts, teeth, and horns. This caravan would proceed directly to the destination of Baron and his companions, the province of Winterfell. Rod found it perplexing why John's family caravan chose to sell furs at the end of winter rather than before it began. Whether it was a lack of business acumen or some other reason remained unclear. The caravan bore the banner of the Blades family, displaying crossed swords, and encountered no bandits along the way, a stark contrast to his previous experiences with Daniel's caravan, where trepidation was a constant companion. Throughout the journey, Rod practiced Embrace of Unity, or honed his foundational sword techniques in Taizu Longquan while seated in the wagon. After several days of practice, Taizu Longquan had progressed to level V2, while the foundational swordsmanship remained unchanged. However, Rod found his left-hand swordplay nearly as competent as his right, likely owing to his body's inherent strength in various aspects. 3 days had elapsed since their departure from John's castle, and the caravan was approaching the territory of the Blades family. The once lethargic guards began to awaken, for while the banner of their family had ensured absolute safety within the Blades domain, entering the lands of other families was uncertain. It was plausible that a lord struggling to maintain their territory might disguise themselves as bandits to rob them. However, such incidents typically occurred in impoverished Highlands province. Once they left, law and order would improve significantly. It was said that in the Roman Empire, such occurrences were commonplace, with many nobles resorting to robbing passing caravans to indulge in a more lavish lifestyle, disgracefully tarnishing their family's honor by seizing goods and selling the caravan members into slavery. Rod ceased his cultivation of the divine illumination technique after experiencing persistent aches throughout his body. He had consulted Locker, the dumpling-obsessed scholar, who likened Rod to dumpling dough and his internal energy to the filling. To accommodate more filling, one required larger dough. He explained that Rod's internal magical energy was too abundant to store much of that peculiar energy, which Rod referred to as inner strength. Aside from enlarging Rod's dumpling skin, he could also compress his internal magical energy or inner strength to free up space for other energies. Many methods existed to expand Rod's dumpling skin, such as bathing in dragon's blood to enhance his physique and affinity for magic, thereby increasing his capacity. Magic users utilize their internal magical energy to resonate with the elements in their surroundings, invoking them according to the caster's incantations to wield formidable spells. Only a few spells rely solely on the caster's internal magical energy. Most require harnessing the elemental forces present in the environment. Rod had previously attempted to draw from the lottery within the apothecary section of the marketplace, having tried 3 times. The first yielded a tin flavor softening powder, the second a minor rejuvenation pill, and the last a black jade discontinuity ointment. None of the draws provided the desired elixirs to enhance his physique. The tin flavor softening powder is a colorless and odorless poison that renders the body weak upon consumption. And although one may appear normal after several days, their inner strength is utterly diminished. The poison and its antidote appear identical. If the poisoned individual consumes more poison, they face certain death. The minor rejuvenation pill, a green elixir, replenishes one's true energy, generating warmth within the dantian and invigorating the spirit, aiding in the restoration of one's power. Those who practice martial arts yearn for this with great fervor. The Heiyu Duanshu ointment is the exclusive secret remedy of the King Kong sect, characterized by its ebony exterior and a fragrant, refreshing aroma. Its medicinal properties are extraordinarily miraculous. When an individual suffers severe injuries to their limbs and joints, leading to disability, the application of this ointment can facilitate healing, allowing them to gradually resume normal activities. After 3 rounds of lottery draws, Rod still has 6 opportunities remaining. He suppresses his desire to continue drawing and resolves to wait for a pivotal moment to utilize his chances. "Why are you daydreaming with your eyes closed again?" Baron inquired of Rod, who was seated in the carriage, practicing the art of Baoyuan Shui. Rod's trance-like state was interrupted by Baron for the 4th time that day. The monotony of their peaceful journey over the past fortnight had rendered Baron exceedingly bored, prompting him to seek conversation with anyone nearby. "I am engaging in a special form of meditation," Rod replied, feeling somewhat exasperated. An idea sparked in his mind, and he contemplated imparting the techniques and principles of Baoyuan Shui to Baron, uncertain if Baron would be able to grasp them. "What makes it special?" Baron asked. "I can teach you. Sit cross-legged like me and close your eyes. Is it like this?" "Close enough, but please refrain from speaking further." "Why can't I feel anything?" "If you remain silent and quietly immerse yourself for 5 minutes, you will enter that state." "What does that state feel like?" "You will understand after a while of keeping your mouth shut." "All right, but first I need a sip of water." Chapter 34. The boy in the ambush. The merchant caravan did not halt in any city along the way, opting instead to purchase food from the villagers of small towns they passed. After departing from the territory of the Blade family, the only group of foolish bandits attempted to rob the caravan, only to be swiftly dealt with by Baron, whose itch for action could not be contained. That moment, Baron insisted that the others refrain from intervening, desiring to confront the 11 formidable bandits alone. Ultimately, Baron demonstrated that the bandits' fearsome reputation was merely superficial. None could withstand even 2 seconds against him. In the end, all were captured and subsequently handed over to the local constable of a small village in exchange for a reward. Rod exerted considerable effort trying to teach Baron the art of Baoyuan Shui, but Baron could hardly remain still for more than 5 minutes. Ironically, it was Weber, who had been merely spectating, that ended up mastering Baoyuan Shui, albeit without systematic reinforcement, rendering his results significantly inferior to Rod's. Nevertheless, Weber was thoroughly satisfied with the outcome, and on the 3rd day post-learning, he successfully cast his very first spell, the Fire Tongue. The thrill of successfully executing such a simple spell led him to excitedly recount his experience to Baron for an entire day when no one else was around to converse with. Afterward, regardless of whether Rod was practicing boxing or swordplay, someone would invariably approach to observe. "What use is it to practice boxing daily? You ought to devote more time to swordsmanship, no matter how strong your fists may be. They cannot rival the lethality of a sword," Baron remarked to Rod, who was diligently practicing Taizu Chongquan. "This isn't mere exaggeration. There was once a Nord who gained fame for his fists, besting all challengers in unarmed combat throughout the Nord Kingdom, only to be slain by a newly armed knight esquire in the Roman Empire. Such tales are not rare. There's another story." The sword gifted to Rod by the female knight, along with the damaged disaster of the wise, had been taken by the perpetually sleepy Hammer, who was examining the forging techniques within, hoping to glean insights to enhance his blacksmithing skills. The caravan had camped by the roadside the previous night and had yet to set off. Seizing the opportunity, Rod practiced Taizu Chongquan, advancing it to level V4, completing his previous weekly task, and accepting a new one that required him to elevate any martial art to level V5. Unlike the Iron Shirt technique, Taizu Chongquan did not confer any additional effects upon reaching level V3, which left Rod feeling somewhat disappointed. From his last weekly task, he had drawn a pair of Constable S boots, black leather boots that enhanced his speed and evasion capabilities, which he donned immediately. Baron was still ill-suited for long journeys, particularly one as uneventful as this. His aimless chatter had begun to annoy those around him, and now the members of the caravan would deliberately steer clear of him. Rod finally understood why Tang Song was so talkative. It was likely similar to Baron, as lengthy journeys tended to amplify one's propensity for conversation, allowing one to engage anyone for an entire day. However, Rod was nearly immune to Baron's incessant chatter, able to practice his martial arts amidst Baron's recitations. Ultimately, it was Baron who, feeling neglected, sought out his next conversational victim, in stark contrast to Baron. Hammer had been enjoying long stretches of sleep in the carriage, having not stirred even during Baron's encounter with the bandits. The caravan resumed its journey, and according to the caravan leader, they would reach the Winterhold province in a week's time. Typically, they would head towards the Dragonfire province, where the royal capital is located, but this time, they were diverting due to Baron's presence. Nevertheless, it was a novel endeavor, as they had previously been unaware of whether their goods would fetch good prices in Winterhold. Once Rod completed an entire set of punches, he noticed that the caravan had already moved several hundred meters away, prompting him to sprint after them. This was not the first instance of such an occurrence. He had become so engrossed in his training that even reminders failed to deter him from finishing a complete set before departing. After retracting his punches, Rod heard a rustling sound from the forest behind him. He glanced back at the remnants of the extinguished campfire from the previous day, finding nothing amiss. A purplish-black light emanated from Rod's hand as he employed the gravity spell. Referring to it as such may not be entirely accurate. Recently, he had utilized this magic not for its traditional function akin to the mage hand, but rather to observe his surroundings through mental force. Upon casting the gravity spell, Rod attached his mental energy to the luminous orb created by it, enabling him to see through the obstacles around him as though possessing X-ray vision, yet lamenting that he could not see through clothing. The forest no longer obstructed Rod's line of sight. He spotted a boy of about 8 or 9 years old, holding his breath and crouching behind a tree, seemingly afraid of being discovered. Could he be a scout dispatched by a band of robbers, sent to assess the caravan's situation? Even if captured, given his tender age, they likely would not resort to harsh treatment. Rod dispelled the gravity spell, feigning ignorance of the boy's presence as he pretended to search for something on the ground, gradually approaching the tree's direction. As he drew within 10 meters of the tree, he lunged toward it. The boy, concealed behind the tree, immediately turned to flee, with Rod hot on his heels. Rod's speed far surpassed that of the boy, and he swiftly tackled him to the ground, pinning him down. The boy thrashed wildly, kicking at Rod with his legs, clawing at his face, and attempting to bite his hands. Rod pressed the boy face down into the ground, gripping his neck while using his shins to pin the boy's legs firmly to the earth. "Who are you?" Rod inquired as he retrieved a length of rope from his spatial ring to bind the boy's hands. Baron had returned the spatial ring to Rod before their departure, and as anticipated, it contained an abundance of liquor. The boy kept his head down, refusing to utter a word, prompting Rod to bind his legs with another piece of rope before hoisting him over his shoulder and heading toward the direction the caravan had taken. The boy continued to struggle against Rod's hold. "What good will it do you to escape? You are still tied up," Rod remarked to the boy, who was straining against his shoulder. The boy ignored Rod's advice, doubling his efforts to break free, until Rod placed him on his thigh and delivered a firm smack to his backside, which finally subdued him. The boy had a mop of ash-gray hair, long enough to obscure his ears. His clothing was caked in dirt, as though he had not changed in days while living outdoors. Rod carried him, feeling a twinge of disdain. Noticing the boy's bare hands, which were frostbitten and red from the cold, Rod sighed and retrieved a pair of deer leather gloves from his spatial ring, offering them to the boy. Upon returning to the caravan, Rod encountered Baron, who was standing at the back, boasting to one of the caravan guards. "Who is this person you're carrying?" Baron inquired with curiosity as Rod approached. "I'm not sure. I spotted him lurking around the campsite we left behind. The moment he saw me, he bolted, resembling a scout for bandits. After capturing him, he hasn't uttered a single word," Rod explained, tossing the boy onto an open freight cart. "Then hand him over to me." You know I have a penchant for consuming the flesh of children. The last one was a bit plump and rather unappetizing when roasted. This one looks just right for a hearty stew, Baron said earnestly to the boy, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. The boy, alarmed, lifted his head, his face smeared with dirt, yet it could still be described as delicate. Ah, you seem quite delectable. Is it not a waste to stew you? We should roast you directly, Baron said, licking his lips as he approached the boy, effortlessly lifting him. What a pity you're so light. There is hardly any meat on you, but I do enjoy gnawing on bones. The boy, terrified by Baron's demeanor, burst into tears, struggling desperately to escape Baron's grasp. Don't eat me. I'm not tasty at all. I haven't bathed in days, and my flesh must surely be sour, the boy pleaded, his voice quivering with fear. Ha, it's nothing. I have a penchant for slightly sour flavors, as they tend to be less cloying. Typically, I enjoy pairing grilled meats with a more acidic wine. Rest assured, my grilling skills are quite proficient. I will ensure your meat is perfectly charred on the outside while remaining tender within, seasoned with a sprinkle of fine salt, guaranteeing a delectable experience, Baron said with a hearty laugh. The boy burst into tears, exclaiming, I just wanted to find something to eat, and now I fear I shall be devoured by you wicked individuals. Upon witnessing his tears, Baron felt a twinge of guilt and ceased his attempts to frighten him. Rod, observing the scene, could hardly contain his laughter. He retrieved a loaf of freshly baked bread from the castle's kitchen, still warm from the space ring, and offered it to the little boy. The child, seated at the back of a cart, devoured the bread ravenously, clearly having gone a long time without food. Rod pondered the curious circumstances that led such a young child to wander in the wilderness. The boy ate so hurriedly that he nearly choked, prompting Rod to hand him a jug of warm water from the space ring. In this world, he had yet to encounter bread as finely crafted as that from the bakeries of his previous life. Even the loaves enjoyed by the nobility paled in comparison. Don't eat so hastily. There's no one competing with you for it. And stop staring at me like that. I won't actually eat you. Baron continued to converse with the boy as he consumed his meal, asking, What is your name? The boy, with his mouth full, mumbled, My parents call me Aya. Rod moved to a cart situated farther away from Baron and took out a book borrowed from Lakar, intending to pass the time. True to his scholarly nature, Lakar had amassed a private library underground in the castle, housing nearly tens of thousands of volumes pinned on sheepskin. The paper-making industry in this world was underdeveloped, yielding only poor-quality yellow paper, thus preserving precious knowledge on animal hides. The lingering odor of aged hides in Lakar's library was quite poignant. Do you have any more food? This little brat claims he is still hungry, Baron said, approaching Rod, who had just begun to read. The book narrated the tale of a free-spirited rider traversing the continent, ultimately becoming a knight. A story summarizable as a mercenary with a horse following a lord into battle, engaging in pillaging and debauchery. The explicit descriptions caused even Rod, an experienced man, to blush. Upon their arrival, Rod closed the book with a serious demeanor. I have some more food here, but if he eats any more, he might burst. After being hungry for so long, it takes a while to feel full. That loaf I just gave him would have satisfied me about 80%, Rod replied. Does he wish to accompany us? Rod inquired. Baron nodded, explaining, he mentioned that he lived in the wilderness with his family, but a band of thieves discovered them and seized their home. They intended to flee to the city, but encountered another group of robbers along the way, causing him to become separated from his parents. He has been starving for many days and was hoping to scavenge something from our camp when you found him. Now homeless, he seems quite pitiable, and since I could use the company, why not let him join us? Rod had no objections, believing Weber and the others would feel the same. Shall I fetch some warm water to clean his face? Rod asked, immediately realizing the redundancy of his question. There was enough warm water in the space ring for such a purpose, so he produced a jug of hot water and a fresh towel, handing them to Baron. After Baron wiped Aya's face, the boy's appearance transformed, making him resemble a girl rather than a boy. Are you a boy or a girl? Rod asked out of curiosity. I am. Of course, a boy, Aya replied. Could it be that spending time among rough men had led to such a delicate impression of a young boy? To be honest, aside from the rather rotund cook and an elderly maid he had encountered at Black Mountain Castle, Rod had seen very few women, Well, there was a possibility of a strikingly beautiful yet robust night. After cleaning Aya's face, Baron noticed the boy was struggling to keep his eyes open. "Are you feeling quite tired now?" Baron asked. The boy nodded. "Let me find you a warmer place to rest," Baron suggested. Before receiving a response, Rod noticed that Aya had already leaned against Baron and fallen asleep. Baron, realizing this, carried the boy to the cart where Hammer was sleeping, allowing Aya to rest comfortably inside. Afterward, Baron returned to Rod's side and began to regale him with tales of his early adventures before Rod joined him. This was not the first time Rod had heard such stories, although Baron's accounts varied slightly with each retelling. They had become rather tiresome, as Baron spoke on. Rod felt increasingly drowsy, wondering if there was a certain enchantment in Baron's words that induced lethargy, not just in people, but even in the horses pulling the cart, which seemed to have dozed off under Baron's narration. Baron himself eventually succumbed to his own storytelling. No, Rod bit his tongue, forcing himself to remain alert. This was not the effect of Baron's words, but rather an ambush. He stood up from the cart, but the moment his feet touched the ground, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and his body weakened, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 35. The teleportation. Rod opened his eyes. Feeling as though his head had been cleaved apart, he attempted to rub his temples, only to discover he was tightly bound by ropes. The darkness surrounding him was impenetrable, and the uneven stone beneath him suggested he was in a cave. Why had the entire caravan been put to sleep? Was that Aya truly a spy? He struggled to stand, but his legs felt weak, causing him to fall back down. With renewed determination, he made another attempt, this time managing to rise unsteadily and begin to move forward. After what felt like an eternity without reaching an end, he found himself lost in the darkness, disoriented and trudging onward like a mere shell of a person. Suddenly, he stumbled over a stone on the ground, jolting him awake from his stupor. It dawned on him that he had been sitting on the ground all along, perhaps having dozed off again after waking. Instead of standing, he chose to crawl forward like a caterpillar. This method of movement was exhausting, and after a short while, he found himself utterly drained. He paused to catch his breath in that moment. The thought of practicing Baoyuan Shuyi crossed his mind, prompting him to lie flat on the ground and enter a meditative state. When he next opened his eyes, he realized he was still seated on the ground, with the same uneven stones behind him. Was it all merely a dream within a dream? Had he never truly awakened? A sense of inexplicable dread began to fill him, reminiscent of the horror films he had seen before, akin to The Ring or A Nightmare on Elm Street. This time, instead of moving forward, he suddenly leaned back with all his might, causing the stone behind him to shatter like paper upon impact, revealing an endless abyss. The force of inertia sent him tumbling backward, flailing in midair. Ultimately, he crashed to the ground, his body shattered, awakening in a cold sweat to realize that it had all been a dream. Gasping for breath, he lay on the ground, looking up to find himself in a dense forest. He had been hypnotized in the morning, and now it was nearly evening. Lying there, he felt a pang of hunger and attempted to retrieve some food from his space ring, only to discover it was missing. Rod shot upright, scanning the ground for his space ring but finding nothing. Besides himself, he noticed Aya still slumbering against a tree. To his surprise, perched on the very tree Aya leaned against was a beguiling figure. The individual, noticing Rod's gaze, spoke, "I have taken your space rings." To my surprise, one contained a key, and even if the other was empty, my directional teleportation scroll was not wasted. I shall spare your lives for now. Rod picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it, only for it to pass through the figure's form. Once again, it was merely an illusion. His space ring held no valuable items, only Baron's wine and some food and warm water. What key could he possibly possess? As he pondered, he recalled acquiring a peculiar dagger from the necromancer Otto, which Weber claimed was a key to some sort of relic, though he remained uncertain about which relic it could unlock. He had temporarily stored it in his space ring, as for the razor-sharp dagger belonging to the death god cult's priest. Weber had taken possession of it. He remembered the legends surrounding the space rings. Having heard about them when he first acquired his, he had never anticipated encountering someone intent on collecting all 81. Rod roused the still sleeping Aya, shaking him for an extended period before finally waking him. Aya, groggily opening his eyes, asked, "Where are we now?" Rod recounted the illusion's words. Do you also possess a space ring like mine? Rod inquired. Aya hesitated briefly before nodding. I do. It is a family heirloom. My father, fearing thieves, insisted I keep it on my person. Then why didn't you wear it openly? Rod pressed. I feared it would be stolen if seen, so I hid it within my clothing, Aya explained. Rod felt that Aya was rather peculiar. Despite the heirloom being lost, there was no sign of distress whatsoever. He wondered if it was due to her youth or perhaps her temperament. Do you have any food on you? I am quite famished, Aya said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. My spatial ring was taken from me, and I currently possess neither food nor water, Rod replied. We must establish a temporary camp before nightfall. Otherwise, we may not survive the night. How did you manage to endure the nights alone before? Spring had yet to arrive, yet some wild beasts had already emerged to forage. The forest was cold at night, and without a campfire, the risk of freezing to death was substantial. I used to hide in the trees to sleep at night. It was too cold, and I feared falling into a deep sleep from which I might never awaken, Aya responded. Truly, the Nord people were resilient. They could survive frigid nights without fire. Let us gather some twigs and kindle a fire. It will make the night more bearable. Can you start a fire? Rod inquired. Aya shook her head. Though I have never done it myself, I have often observed others starting fires. I believe I can manage. Rod began leading Aya to collect dry branches scattered on the forest floor. There were numerous dead twigs in the forest, and soon they had amassed quite a pile. Staring at the heap of branches, Rod fell into contemplation. Without flint or a knife, how could he ignite a fire? Would he have to resort to friction? If only he could conjure the emerald flames as he had before, but ever since that fainting episode, he had been unable to summon them. If only he could wield the fire tongue technique. While it was a modest spell, it would suffice to create a fire. Rod regretted not having learned this magic from Baron. He cleared a patch of snow, revealing the earth beneath, and placed some branches atop it. He decided to first attempt a gravity spell. He manipulated a branch to scrape wood shavings off another pine branch, then caused a clump of pine shavings to rub against each other rapidly. The shavings ignited, and he used the gravity spell to draw the burning shavings towards the other branches. In no time, Rod successfully created a small fire. Aya watched in envy as Rod wielded his magic. I never expected you could use magic, she remarked. I only know this one spell, Rod replied. Let us gather more supplies before darkness falls. Aya nodded and hurried off to collect more branches. Finding food in the winter forest was a challenge. Many areas remained blanketed in snow. This place did not seem to be the Highland province, at least not like the places he had visited before. As the snow cover here was considerably less, if only there were some animals around, he could enjoy a delicious roast. Just as he pondered this, he spotted a fierce wild boar not far off. Its tusks lowered and digging into the ground as if preparing to charge at him. Chapter 36. The Wild Boar. Upon seeing the wild boar, Rod thought he had found a solution for dinner. Though a wave of anxiety washed over him, he was unsure if he could contend with it unarmed. The largest creature he had slain was a frostbite spider, yet that creature was significantly smaller than this wild boar. And at the time, he had wielded an axe. This boar likely weighed half a ton, comparable to a water buffalo. Yet, it was not merely a matter of whether he wanted to catch the wild boar. It was whether the boar would spare him. The boar let out a loud grunt and charged at Rod, who swiftly moved to the side, causing the boar to adjust its trajectory, at the last moment, just before the boar would have collided with him. Rod nimbly evaded like a Spanish matador. The boar rushed past, creating a gust of wind that tousled Rod's hair, and it only came to a halt after crashing into a tree. Had he been struck head-on? He would have surely faced severe injury or worse. How could he possibly kill such a beast without a weapon? He wondered if he could employ the Taizu long fist combined with his agility to defeat it. Perhaps he should give it a try. The wild boar wasted no time and charged at Rod once more again. Rod dodged the attack and seized the opportunity to land a solid punch on the boar's side. The boar emitted a muffled grunt, seemingly unfazed, while Rod's hand felt numbed from the impact against the boar's muscular frame. Unless he struck a vital point, it would be exceedingly difficult to slay it with mere fists. He hesitated to use the Taizu long fist, as it required a buildup of energy, and he feared being attacked by the boar during that time. A standard attack, though less powerful, felt safer. Against a similarly sized human, the Taizu long fist might be effective. But against a beast of this magnitude, it felt rather futile. Fighting a wild boar barehanded would be as challenging as using the dragon slaying 18 palms against it. He desperately needed a weapon. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Perhaps he could win a weapon through the system's lottery. After narrowly avoiding the boar's tusks, Rod quickly distanced himself and began a lottery draw in the system's weapons section. The result appeared instantly, a fine needle. Without reading the description, he drew again, this time winning a pair of brass knuckles. Crafted from refined iron, these knuckles would significantly enhance his striking power and induce bleeding effects on his adversaries. Though true masters would scoff at such equipment, without a second thought, Rod donned the knuckles. The spiked tips promised to pierce the boar's flesh effectively as the boar approached him. It no longer aimed to charge, but instead lunged with its tusks. Its mouth agape as if ready to bite Rod. Aware of the boar's formidable bite strength, Rod was cautious not to let it catch him. The boar was less agile in turning than he was. And Rod seized upon this fact, darting around the boar to strike from behind. Each punch left several gashes on the boar's hide, but the Taizu long fist techniques were impractical in this scenario. Rod could only circle and strike. Though the boar could swiftly pivot to attack, Rod found it easy to evade. He had yet to strike at the boar's vulnerable areas like its eyes or snout, while the boar was riddled with wounds. It had not sustained any life-threatening injuries. The knuckle spikes were too short, only managing to pierce its skin and a portion of muscle. He began to breathe heavily, his movements growing sluggish. This could not continue. The boar was still standing. While he was running out of energy, Rod stood still, focusing on regulating his breath, preparing to withstand the boar's next charge and execute the Taizu long fist technique fully. The wild boar charged once again, and Rod did not flinch. Instead, he unleashed his strongest strike, his fist resembling a cannonball as it struck the boar's eye. The boar shuddered from the impact, and despite Rod's protective techniques, he still felt a slight injury to his wrist, rendering him temporarily unable to use such attacks. His arm was longer than the boar's tusks, allowing him to hit first before the tusks could connect, obliterating the boar's left eye in the aftermath of this grievous injury. The boar became frenzied, wildly swinging its tusks. Rod refrained from attacking further and began to evade. After losing its left eye, the boar's coordination faltered significantly. It swayed unsteadily, likely disoriented from the powerful blow. If only he had a spear. It was said that the best weapon against a wild boar was a spear. Simply thrusting it forward during a charge could pierce the creature effectively. In this forest, the distance between trees provided ample space for the boar to launch its powerful assaults. Had they been in the dense southern woods, it might have been easier to contend with the boar unarmed. As Rod distanced himself from the rampaging boar, he continued to ponder these thoughts. "Why aren't you using magic?" he heard Aya's voice. Looking up, he saw Aya perched on a nearby tree, evidently drawn in by the commotion of the battle. Rod had considered using magic, but was unsure what effect a gravity spell would have on the board. A purple-black orb materialized in his palm. After countless uses of the gravity spell, he had become adept at casting it swiftly. Upon using the spell, he noticed the boar's movements seemed to slow. Perhaps his cognitive or reaction speed had quickened with the aid of mental energy. It seemed he would need to rename this spell in the future. After casting the gravity spell, Rod found he could evade even the wild boar's chaotic attacks, and though he could only use one hand, he began to inflict new wounds on the beast. The gravity spell not only accelerated his reflexes, but occasionally propelled the boar into his fists, amplifying the damage dealt. Rod increased his magical output. Managing to pin the boar in place, he realized he could not maintain this for long, so he charged in, relentlessly attacking the boar's eyes, blinding it completely, though he could not bring about its demise. If only he had a sword, he could have ended it right then. Rod felt regret. His fists lacked sufficient power. Perhaps Baron could have crushed its skull with a single blow. After enduring such excruciating pain, the boar's thrashing intensified. The strongest force of the gravity spell could no longer restrain it. The bloodied wild boar launched a more ferocious assault on Rod. Yet each attack grew increasingly feeble until it ultimately collapsed to the ground. Rod approached the fallen beast, only to be taken aback as the wild boar suddenly made a final desperate charge at him. However, it missed Rod and instead crashed into a tree, its tusks piercing the trunk completely before it lay still. Rod, still shaken, gazed at it, thankful that its eyes were blind. Otherwise, he feared he might not have survived the encounter. "Since you are so valiant, I shall ensure you are exquisitely roasted later," Rod mused as he patted his rumbling stomach and dragged the wild boar to the campfire. Chapter 37. The wolf pack. The aroma of the roasted meat was irresistible. Rod devoured nearly half of a large thigh, and despite the absence of any seasoning, it was the most delectable meal he had ever tasted. Being the first wild boar he had personally slain, he had drawn a finely crafted steel dagger from the system and used it to slice the boar's meat into small strips for roasting. As smaller pieces cooked more quickly, Aya, perhaps having gone too long without meat, indulged in a considerable amount as well, though he remarked that the meat was somewhat gamey. By the time they finished eating, night had fully descended. Just as Rod prepared to sleep, the haunting sound of continuous wolf howls pierced the night air, drawn by the scent of roasted meat and the carcass of the wild boar. Rod caught sight of several wolves lurking in the shadows, deterred by the fire's glow yet daring to observe from a distance. It seemed likely that they would soon muster the courage to attempt to steal the boar's remains. Feeling encircled by the wolves, Rod experienced a surge of anxiety. Although he believed that these wolves could not overpower the wild boar, an instinctual fear gripped him. Aya, upon witnessing the wolves, grew silent and pressed closer to Rod, who had previously kept a distance while they roasted the meat. The wolves, perhaps sensing the aura of fear, inched closer. Rod seized a burning branch to ward off the encroaching wolves, despite his trepidation. He was unwilling to relinquish the hard-earned spoils of his hunt. "If only I had a sword, I could slay these wolves," Rod thought, pondering his lack of armor and wondering if his rudimentary defenses would suffice against their vicious bites. He recalled how he had vanquished the frost-biting spider, relying on his armor and techniques to achieve victory. These wolves were not particularly large, smaller than the huskies he had seen before. Even without armor, he reasoned that his third-tier defensive techniques combined with his previous skills should be adequate. Was it the sharp dagger of the death cult priest that had instilled such doubt in his own resilience? Stay closer to the fire. And it would be wise to grab a burning branch. They fear flames, Rod instructed Aya, pulling his hand away from his fur coat. He grabbed a thick, burning branch and approached the wolves, who growled and bared their teeth, retreating in response. To fend off the wolves, Rod swung the branch at them. It was considerably thicker than the mop he had previously wielded, and the impact elicited pained whimpers from the beasts. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his calf and looked down to find a wolf gnawing at his leg. In retaliation, he kicked the creature against a nearby tree, causing it to yelp in agony. He pressed his knee against the wolf, preparing to deliver a punch when he felt a sharp bite on his hand that held the branch. The pain was immediate, yet he felt no blood flowing, which he attributed to the protective layers of his thick fur coat. Releasing the branch, he grasped the wolf that was attacking him, only for it to release his left hand and sink its teeth into his right palm. A surge of pain coursed through him, nearly eliciting a scream. In that moment of desperation, a bold idea struck him. He focused his remaining magical energy into his right hand, releasing a burst of gravitational force that exploded outward, leaving the wolf that had bitten him bloodied and lifeless on the ground, while his hand bore several puncture wounds, rendering his glove tattered. Realizing the peril of his unprotected neck, Rod felt a wave of dread wash over him. Compelling him to concentrate intently, he raised his left hand and delivered a powerful punch to the wolf trapped between his leg and the tree. The impact, enhanced by the brass knuckles he wore, shattered the wolf's skull, causing a significant dent and blood to ooze from the fracture. Released from his hold, the wolf collapsed, and Rod surveyed his surroundings. The remaining wolves, witnessing the demise of their comrades, hesitated to advance, their fangs bared as they circled Rod in search of an opportune moment. Suddenly, the strongest wolf let out a piercing howl, prompting the pack to charge at Rod from all directions. Realizing the imminent danger, Rod sprinted towards the campfire, kicking one wolf aside and striking another mid-leap as it aimed for his throat. As he reached the fire, the remaining dozen wolves, under the leadership of the alpha, advanced incrementally. Aya, hiding behind Rod, whimpered, "What do we do?" "Fear not," Rod replied, casting a glance at Aya. He hurled a burning branch from the fire towards the wolves, but none of them were struck. Internally, Rod felt a surge of panic. He could likely defeat the wolves with minimal injuries. Yet Aya was not as resilient, and he could not disregard the young boy's safety. Even though he had known Aya for only a day, he could not bear the thought of such a brutal fate befalling him at such a tender age. He thought of Barong. Even Hammer would suffice against these wolves. Hammer had faced stronger, more agile werewolves previously and managed to hold his own. Against these beasts, it would be an outright massacre. Rod realized he was still too weak. Fleeing was not an option. Even if he were faster than the best long-distance runners of his former life, he would still fall short against such predators. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Aya was quite adept at climbing trees. Their campfire was situated in a clearing devoid of trees. If he could get Aya to ascend one, the wolves would be unable to follow. I will carry you to the nearest tree. When we arrive, climb swiftly and do not come down, Rod instructed Aya, who nodded in understanding. Without hesitation, Rod lifted Aya and dashed past the fire, the wolves trailing behind, their focus shifting from the boar's remains to their prey. Reaching a tree, he hoisted Aya upward. Aya quickly ascended the trunk, glancing back at Rod, who was soon besieged by the wolves. Each wolf weighed between 70 and 80 pounds, and with several launching themselves at him. Even Rod, now equipped with several martial arts techniques, could not withstand their onslaught on the ground. He did his utmost to shield his neck and head, as he endured the stench emanating from the wolves' mouths. Rod summoned all his strength to throw off the beast that had pinned him down. Once standing, he leaned against a tree, gasping for breath, and assumed a defensive stance, ready to face the eager pack. It seemed this night would only allow one side to leave this place. Chapter 38. An acquaintance utilizing the Taizu long fist against the wolves, Rod found himself unimpeded by their numbers. But striking creatures much shorter than him left him feeling somewhat ineffective. After he shattered the skulls of several wolves, the remaining 8 or 9 hesitated to confront him directly. Why did they linger instead of absconding with the boar's carcass? Their thirst for vengeance was palpable. As time dragged on, Rod's breathing became increasingly labored. He seized every opportunity to recover his strength, yet the wolves offered him no respite. Following the earlier battle with the wild boar, he had not fully regained his stamina. He attempted to draw a suitable weapon but retrieved only a peculiar throwing knife. When he tried to draw again, he was informed that he had reached the weekly limit of 10 draws. Thus, he was left with no choice but to continue fighting with his brass knuckles and Taizu long fist against these wolves. The wild beasts employed deceptive tactics, feigning attacks to divert Rod's attention before launching ambushes from other angles. Every time he sought to pursue, the wolves were too swift to catch. His fur coat was in tatters, and his energy was nearly depleted. If I can slay the alpha, they will lose their coordinated strategy, Rod thought. Eyeing the strongest wolf with determination, he opened the system and retrieved a slender needle he had drawn earlier, recalling its description. A poison needle with 5 different lethal toxins, ensuring swift demise upon contact. It appeared he would have to resort to tactics he had once scorned. Grasping the needle tightly, he feigned injury and collapsed to the ground as a wolf sank its teeth into his thigh. As the other wolves observed, they surged forward in a frenzy. Seizing the opportunity, Rod quickly rose and charged at the lead wolf, plunging a needle into its body. The lead wolf, struck by the needle, swiftly retreated. Once it had backed away to what it deemed a safe distance, it shook its head and collapsed, convulsing on the ground. The wolves in the pack ceased their assault on Rod and turned back to the lead wolf. Beginning to sniff around its body, before long, the lead wolf foamed at the mouth and ceased its convulsions, lying motionless. The pack lifted their heads to the sky and howled in unison. Taking advantage of their lamentation, Rod dashed towards the mourning wolves, prompting them to scatter and emit terrified cries. Angered, they collectively lunged at Rod, who, undeterred by their disarray, fought back fiercely, swinging his fists like cannonballs despite enduring bites from the wolves. Rather than retreating, the wild wolves became even more ferocious after sustaining injuries. Rod, now blinded by rage, roared and launched an even more vigorous attack against the frenzied canines. Soon, all the wild wolves lay dead at Rod's feet, leaving a grim scene of carnage. Covered in blood, most of which belonged to the wolves, he had only sustained minor injuries. After the battle, Rod felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, they had been mere ordinary wolves. Had he encountered something akin to a frost wolf or a beast as fearsome as a tiger, his fate would have been sealed. He pondered what madness had driven these wolves to fight to the bitter end. Will I contract rabies if bitten by a wild wolf? Will the wounds on my body become infected? Are we safe now? Aya, perched in a tree, interrupted Rod's thoughts. You can come down, Rod replied, yearning for sleep after the fierce skirmish. Upon returning to the flickering campfire with Aya, he noticed the flames had dimmed significantly. He added some firewood and said to Aya, "You keep watch for a while. Wake me when it's my turn." With that, he rested his head on a branch and drifted off to sleep. Rod awoke, rubbing his eyes, to find the day had fully dawned. He surveyed his surroundings. The campfire still had a few embers, and nearby lay the carcass of a wild boar, but Aya was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps she had slipped away while he slept, Rod mused with a self-deprecating smile. Rising, he stretched and placed a hand over his mouth, exhaling a breath that was surprisingly tolerable despite his lack of dental hygiene. He looked up at the trees, noting that the verdant side pointed south. If he wished to find Baron and the others, he would need to head in that direction. A decision was made in his mind. He patted himself down to retrieve the dagger from yesterday, intending to slice some boar meat for breakfast, only to discover it was missing. It must have been taken by Aya. Thankfully, she hadn't slit his throat while he slept. He recalled the flying dagger he had drawn yesterday, which had yet to be examined. The description read, "The mother flying dagger tastes blood each day, and each day it produces a child flying dagger." This seemed promising. If he saved up for a few years, he could open a flying dagger shop for sustenance, though it would be best passed down as a family heirloom. Rod produced the flying dagger, preparing to cut a piece of wild boar meat. In such frigid weather, the boar meat stored outside was comparable to that kept in a refrigerator. It would still be edible after a night. The flying dagger was not as sharp as the steel dagger from yesterday, yet it sufficed for slicing meat. After cutting a piece from the boar, the dagger absorbed some blood and began to vibrate violently. Startled by the sudden motion, Rod dropped the dagger to the ground. After a few seconds, the vibration ceased, revealing another flying dagger adorned with boar patterns beside it. Seemed that his future was secure. The child daggers produced by the mother dagger should sell well as crafts, far surpassing the capabilities of an average blacksmith in creating such exquisite designs. Testing the newly formed child dagger, Rod found it sharper than the mother dagger, so he resumed slicing meat. Previously, he would have been appalled at using a knife that had fallen to the ground without washing it to cut food. But he had grown less particular. He added more branches to the fire, which blazed back to life as he began grilling the meat on the makeshift barbecue he had fashioned the previous night. After satisfying his hunger, Rod took several pieces of wild boar meat to carry with him and set off towards the denser part of the forest. On the way, he suddenly thought, if he were not in the Nord Kingdom, wouldn't heading south take him further away? However, it was clear this was the northern forest. The trees in the southern forest appeared to be much denser. Arriving at a small stream, Rod knelt, removed his tattered gloves, and plunged his hands into the icy water. The cold was biting, but he splashed some on his face and drank a handful, feeling indifferent to any potential parasites or bacteria. He longed for boiled water, but without a pot, he could only quench his thirst after eating grilled meat, which left him parched. Without a clock, he relied on the sun to gauge the time. When it reached its zenith, Rod spotted several small wooden cabins. These must be temporary shelters for hunters, he surmised. Approaching one of the cabins, he heard the voices of men inside. He knocked on the door, intending to inquire about how to leave the forest. "Why are you knocking, brat?" asked a familiar mercenary, failing to recognize Rod. "I wish to know which direction I should take to exit this forest." Rod feigned ignorance. The mercenary looked at Rod with a dismissive expression, pointing carelessly in a direction. "Go that way," he replied, then shut the door. Rod, skeptical of the mercenary's indication, hesitated at the cabin's threshold, contemplating whether to knock again. "Should we capture that fool and sell him as a slave?" a voice inside suggested. "We could, but it's unnecessary. He is neither strong nor handsome, and a dimwit wouldn't he fetch much. Better to keep an eye on the one we have, lest he escape. We'll set out after dinner." The poor sound insulation of the cabin allowed Rod to overhear clearly. Realizing that Pilta had resumed his slave trade after fleeing from the cult of Baolong. After a moment's hesitation, he donned his finger claws, kicked open the cabin door, startling Pilta and 3 mercenaries who were eating bread and drinking meat soup. "Why are you back, brat?" the mercenary who had opened the door exclaimed. Rod's peripheral vision caught sight of Aya, her mouth bound and blindfolded in the corner. Upon seeing him, She widened her eyes and emitted muffled sounds to attract his attention. Rod feigned ignorance, replying, "I smelled the savory aroma of the soup and thought to come in for a taste before leaving. I haven't eaten in days." "The soup is not for you. You can taste your own blood instead." Another mercenary rose, unsheathing his sword. "Let us talk calmly. No need for weapons." Rod retreated a few steps, feigning fear. He then puffed out his chest and stepped forward, saying, "I advise you not to provoke me. I am the strongest in my village." And the village chief said, "I am the hope of all." The mercenary laughed heartily. "You? If I were you, I would be begging for mercy by now." "Indeed, you should have been begging for mercy long ago." Seizing the moment, Rod charged, executing a swift move. The mercenary raised his sword to block, but it was too late. Rod's fist struck his chest with tremendous force, causing him to collapse, blood spilling from his mouth. The remaining mercenaries drew their weapons, rising to confront Rod, who now faced 3 opponents. The mercenary who had opened the door swung an axe at Rod, who sidestepped just in time to avoid the blow. However, another mercenary exploited the moment to slash at Rod from the side. Dio evaded the axe. Rod collided with the sword-wielding mercenary, the thick fur coat absorbing the blow without harm, thanks to his innate defenses. Grasping the mercenary's sword, Rod pulled it towards him. Though he merely scraped the surface of the mercenary's skin, he did not inflict the same grievous wound he had on the dagger from the death cult. The mercenary, taken aback by Rod's grip, stumbled, allowing Rod to deliver an uppercut that crunched against his jaw, sending him crumpling to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Having finished off that mercenary, Rod felt a stab in his back from Pilta's short sword, which barely penetrated his skin. Rod pivoted and landed a punch squarely on Pilta's face, dislocating his jaw as he fell. The mercenary who had opened the door, witnessing Rod's invulnerability and his ability to fell one after another, dropped his axe in terror and knelt, forehead pressed to the ground, pleading, "Please, don't kill me. I'm just following orders." The mercenary felt a profound sense of regret. He should never have accepted the employment from Pilta to flee from the Roman Empire to the Kingdom of Nord. Last time, he had encountered a monster wielding an axe, and now he faced yet another fool using his fists. "Whatever you ask me now, I will answer truthfully. Otherwise," Rod chuckled ominously, "I will certainly speak the truth." "I will certainly speak the truth," the mercenary hastily replied. "Are you the only ones here?" Rod inquired. "Yes, my lord. We were attacked by the cult of the dragon last time, and those who resisted were killed, leaving only a few of us to escape," the mercenary said without a moment's hesitation. "And how did you capture this child?" Rod asked, pointing at the bound Aya in the corner. "We found him in this wooden hut," the mercenary answered. It seemed that Aya had stolen his dagger while he was asleep and had fled to this wooden hut. For now, it was best to keep him tied up for a lesson. Despite his desperate attempts to protect him, Rod felt a twinge of disappointment that he could not earn Aya's trust. Turning away, he ultimately decided to untie Aya as the rag stuffed in his mouth was removed. Aya's eyes widened, and he let out a loud cry. Rod quickly turned back to see the mercenary, who had been kneeling, raise his axe to strike at Rod's head. Rod instinctively raised his hand to block the blow. But it was too late. A searing pain shot through his forehead, followed by a wave of dizziness, and a clump of his hair fell away, blood streaming into his eyes. The mercenary, sneering, raised the axe again, aiming to cleave Rod's neck, convinced that his earlier slip had been a mere mistake. He felt confident that his next strike would surely end Rod's life. Rod bit down hard on his tongue, trying to regain his senses. By the time he collected himself, the axe was already descending towards him. The previous blow to his forehead had been mitigated by the protective effects of his inner strength, saving him from a fatal injury. If the axe were to sever his neck, nothing could save him. He could only lift his shoulder to absorb the impact, feeling the axe become lodged in his upper arm, the intense pain contorting his face. The mercenary relinquished his axe, gripping Rod's neck and slamming him against the wall, while his other fist landed heavily on Rod's face, with a twisted expression. The mercenary snarled, "You truly are a fool. I merely wanted you to spare my life, not that I wouldn't take yours." In the next instant, the mercenary felt something pierce his body, and his breath began to falter. He released his grip on Rod and clutched his own throat, gasping for air, but only a hiss escaped his lips. His face flushed crimson as he pointed at Rod, ultimately collapsing to the ground, dark blood oozing from his nose and ears. Rod, weakly sitting against the wall, gasped for breath as Pilta, who had previously fallen, rose again, sword in hand. His expression deranged as he charged at Rod. Chapter 40. Victory. Rod felt still dazed and unable to rise. Reacting instinctively to Pilta's thrust, he extended his hand to block the strike. The long sword pierced Rod's palm, becoming lodged within, causing him to cry out in agony. With a jaw misaligned from an earlier blow, Pilta withdrew the sword, swaying as he prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Rod. With his injured hand, Rod managed to extract the battle axe stuck in his other arm, summoning all his strength to swing it at Pilta's abdomen. Blood splattered, painting Rod's face in Pilta's crimson essence. Despite the pain, Pilta sought to kill Rod before succumbing to his own injuries. He brought his sword down, but just as it neared Rod, he was knocked to the ground, the sword clattering beside him. Pilta's eyes widened in disbelief as he tried to discern the identity of his assailant. A foot pressed firmly against his face. It was Aya. With Aya's assistance, Rod treated his wounds using a healing ointment from the system. The black jade ointment was a secret remedy of the King Kong sect, its exterior dark and its scent refreshingly cool. Its properties were miraculous. Even severe injuries could heal and allow normal movement after application. Unlike high-grade healing salves that could only be used thrice, this ointment was effective for a single injury. After applying the balm, Rod felt significantly better, though a lingering dizziness made him anxious about the potential disfigurement from the axe blow. After discussing with Aya, they decided to remain in the wooden hut for a few days until Rod's condition improved. The hut contained food, water, and even a fireplace with an iron pot. Rod and Aya spent the afternoon clearing the bodies from the hut, stripping them of intact clothing and valuables before disposing of the corpses in a distant ravine. Despite the lingering stench of blood within the hut, Rod, utterly exhausted, lay down on the sole bed and fell asleep. For the first time after killing so many, he felt no guilt. Was I inherently this kind of person? Or had my physical transformation dulled my fear of taking lives? Rod pondered this question as he drifted off to sleep, concluding that these individuals had reaped what they sowed, unaware of how many lives they had ruined. Turning others into slaves or playthings, he believed he was enacting divine justice by killing them. Moreover, the laws of the Kingdom of Nord stated that slayers of slave traders were not guilty. Capturing them alive could even yield a reward of 10 silver coins. If Baron had killed those 4, he might now be lamenting the loss of those 40 silver coins. When he awoke, night had fallen. Slowly sitting up, he noticed that the blood had been cleaned from the hut. A fire crackled in the fireplace and a pot simmered, filling the air with the aroma of meat soup. Aya stirred the pot with a long ladle. The enticing scent made Rod's stomach growl involuntarily. "You're awake." Aya turned to Rod and said, "Dinner will be ready shortly. I found some cured beef in their packs and made a pot of soup." "Is there any water?" Rod asked, thirst prevailing over hunger. "Here you go." Aya approached, handing him a water flask. Rod took it eagerly and drank deeply. "I washed their flasks in the stream and filled them all up," Aya explained as Rod quenched his thirst. Rod contemplated asking why Aya had stolen his dagger and left without a word, but he hesitated. After Rod set the flask down, Aya brought over a bowl of soup. "This is my first time cooking. I'm not sure how it turned out. So you want me to taste for poison first?" Rod joked. "I didn't poison it. Truly, if I wanted to kill you, I just need to slit your throat while you slept," Aya quickly clarified. "Do you have thoughts of killing me?" Rod feigned terror. No. I'm just trying to say I don't want to kill you," Aya explained. "The soup is a bit hot. You can try a piece of the beef first." "Are you trying to see if their cured beef is poisoned?" Rod teased again. "Not at all. If you think it's poisoned, then don't eat it," Aya retorted angrily, reaching for Rod's bowl but failing to take it, glaring at him instead. Rod chuckled, finding Aya's simplicity endearing. He often couldn't tell when Rod was joking. Just the day before, Baron had threatened to eat him, which had frightened Aya to tears. Rod sampled Aya's cooking, taking a bite of the meat before setting the bowl down. "I think you should cook it a little longer. If you don't like it, then don't eat it," Aya shot back, still fuming. "You're a girl, aren't you? You have such a short temper," Rod remarked. Aya paused her stirring, turning her head. "You're the girl. You're the one with a short temper." How old are you? Rod asked again. 12, Aya replied without looking back. Rod observed Aya's back and felt he resembled an 8 or 9-year-old child. 12 shewed he looked so small. Reflecting on it, he realized he was only 16 himself, despite Baron's claims of his short stature. He stood at nearly 6 feet tall. Did you often go hungry before? I'm also just 16, Rod said. You're the one who often goes hungry. You're lying. There's no way you're only 16. You look at least 26 and can't grow any taller. While I still have room to grow, Aya exclaimed, spinning around to voice her indignation. Do I really look that old? Rod mused, touching his face. Since leaving Ice Stone City, he hadn't seen a mirror. He used to think he was quite handsome. Throughout his travels, he had only encountered one person who could somewhat rival him, an arrogant noble knight whose name he had forgotten, with whom he had fought and emerged victorious. Since that encounter, he had gained confidence in his abilities. Could it be that using the dark green flames to heal the female knight had indeed drained his life force? Had he truly lost out? Why hadn't Baron or the others mentioned this to him? Do I really look so old? Rod whispered. Aya burst into laughter. You're really foolish. I was just joking with you. And you believed it? Rod was taken aback, not expecting Aya to joke, and he felt foolish for overthinking. Aya approached and took Rod's bowl, pouring its contents back into the pot. What are you doing? Rod asked. Curious. You said it wasn't cooked enough, so I'm putting it back in to cook longer. Aya responded without turning her head. Oh, but there's my saliva inside. Don't you mind? Rod reminded her. Aya slowly turned around, her expression impassive as she said, Why didn't you mention earlier that there was your saliva inside? I had to eat it to know if it was cooked or not. Aren't you clever enough to figure that out? Rod replied. Aya's chest heaved in frustration and her eyes reddened with tears. You can't possibly be a girl, crying so easily, Rod exclaimed, quickly rising from the bed. I just ate with a fork and didn't put it back in the bowl. I'll cook dinner instead. Chapter 41. Life in the cabin. Rod discovered several relatively fresh tomatoes in the backpack of Pilt and the others. He asked Aya to help wash them thoroughly, then chopped them into small pieces to add to the pot, covering it to simmer with the pickled beef, resulting in a rich tomato beef stew. Both he and Aya enjoyed the meal. But Aya ignored him throughout the evening, and he began to perceive her as a willful little girl. Perhaps boys seemed safer than girls, and Aya claimed to be a boy to protect herself. However, Rod had no intention of prying into the truth. He offered his bed to Aya, preparing to practice his meditation technique throughout the night. If exhaustion became unbearable, he would simply hold his position in the chair. The weather was rather cold, and despite the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning, Rod left the fireplace in the cabin burning, believing he could escape before succumbing to it. But in a world filled with magic, was it necessary to worry about carbon monoxide poisoning? Ultimately, Rod practiced his meditation throughout the night, hoping to expedite his recovery from injuries sustained in such a perilous forest. Aside from the minor wounds from last night's battle with the wolves, he had several more severe injuries: a gash on his left upper arm, a stab wound in his right palm, and a deep cut on his forehead from an axe. Fortunately, his protective abilities had made him more resilient. Otherwise, he would have perished countless times. Had that axe not struck his exceptionally hard head, he would have likely lost at least half of his skull. Reflecting on this, Rod felt a sense of relief. This time, as he practiced his meditation, he experienced none of the previous throbbing pain. Perhaps many injuries could be healed, or perhaps his constitution had improved. While he meditated, the howls of wolves echoed outside the cabin. Likely feasting on the corpses of the mercenaries, Rod surmised. The previously sleeping Aya was startled awake by the wolf sounds, trembling in bed for a while before falling back asleep. Rod had kicked the cabin door open at noon. Breaking the latch, fearing that animals might intrude during the night, he moved a table to barricade the door. After each complete cycle of his meditation, he felt the pain in his body lessen. The night passed swiftly. After a night of meditation combined with the black jade ointment, Rod felt that his injuries had healed significantly. He stood up from the chair to stretch his somewhat numb body. Following an entire night of meditation, he experienced a euphoric sense of wakefulness, feeling neither tired nor grounded, as if he were floating like a celestial being. Glancing at the sleeping Aya on the bed, a bold idea crossed Rod's mind. He wanted to discern her true gender. However, he reconsidered. If Aya truly was a girl, it would be quite awkward. Ultimately, he abandoned his daring thought. He picked up a water container and stepped outside. Taking a sip before rinsing his mouth, the Nord people placed great importance on dental hygiene, often carrying a plant powder similar to toothpaste, resulting in most having pristine white teeth. Pilt and the three mercenaries, however, were not Nord and had not brought such items in their backpacks. Rod walked a short distance to relieve himself by a tree, noting the bitter cold outside that nearly numbed him. He then entered another cabin filled with miscellaneous items, likely left by hunters resting here while hunting in the forest. In a cabinet, he discovered a small box. Opening it, he brought it to his nose and recognized the familiar plant powder used for cleaning teeth. After pouring a bit of water onto his hand to clean his right fingers, which were uninjured while his left arm remained incapacitated, he dipped his fingers into the box, applying the powder to his teeth. After a brief scrub, he rinsed his mouth with water and spat it outside the cabin. Those with unclean teeth faced disdain from other Nord people. Rod was unsure why this custom had developed. But he was accustomed to brushing his teeth upon waking, finding it unbearable not to. After cleaning his teeth, he wiped his face with water from the container and returned to the cabin, closing the door behind him to resume his meditation and restore his spirits. When he emerged from his meditative state, he found Aya fiddling with the pitiful pot by the fireplace. "Did you brush your teeth?" Rod inquired. Aya, startled, turned to reply, "I did. I found a box of tooth-cleaning plant powder in the other cabin." Indeed, she was just a child. After one night's sleep, she was no longer angry. "Are you cooking again?" Rod asked. "Yes. I woke up hungry. This time I will cook more." She turned away. Rod felt uneasy about Aya cooking, fearing she might produce yet another undercooked meal, so he suggested, "Let me handle it." "No need. You're injured. You should rest." "I can manage this, and I promise to cook more this time," Aya insisted stubbornly. Seeing her determination, Rod nodded, deciding to give her a chance to prove herself, especially since he felt quite fatigued and returned to his meditative state. Aya retrieved several carrots and a piece of smoked meat from the mercenary's backpack. She ran to the stream beside the cabin, washing the carrots and the finely crafted steel dagger she had taken from Rod before returning to the cabin to chop the carrots and smoked meat. She tossed the chopped smoked meat and carrots into the pot, adding water and covering it to simmer. The tomato beef stew Rod had made the day before lingered in her memory. As she had never tasted anything like it, only having had tomato beef soup before, cooking the carrots and smoked meat together would surely be delectable. It had to be better than what that fool had made yesterday. At this thought, she nearly drooled. Periodically, she lifted the pot lid to check if the water had evaporated, only to notice that the firewood by the fireplace was insufficient, prompting her to venture into the forest to gather some dry branches. Rod caught a strange odor that jolted him awake. Upon investigating, he traced the scent back to the pot at the fireplace. Lifting the lid, he discovered the contents had burnt, emitting a foul smell. Where was Aya? He scanned the cabin, but she was nowhere to be seen. Using tongs, he removed the pot from the fire and set it outside, allowing the burnt odor to dissipate in the open air. "What have you done to my food?" Aya, returning with branches in her arms, exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. "Why didn't you keep an eye on the pot?" "It's burnt." Rod pinched his nose and replied. Aya set down the branches and bent down to peer into the pot, astonished at the charred contents. "How could this happen? Did you use some wicked magic on it?" "I used no magic. It was your negligence that caused it to burn. How is this my fault?" Rod protested innocently. "I don't care. It's definitely your fault," Aya insisted angrily. "Little girl, why are you so quick to shift the blame?" Rod smiled. Aya, taken aback, retorted, "You re the little girl," before dropping the branches and rushing at Rod. Rod heard the crunch of snow beneath her feet and made a shushing gesture towards Aya, who paused, confusion etched on her face. He pointed, and a woman bearing a massive bow appeared in their line of sight. Chapter 42. "The huntress, who are you?" "This is where I reside while hunting," the woman with the enormous bow stated first. She appeared to be in her 30s, about Rod's height, clad in gray wolf skin, with brown hair and numerous freckles adorning her cheeks, her arms robust from years of drawing a bow. "I got lost in the forest with my sister and found this cabin to stay in for the night," Rod replied. His face slightly flushed. Aya shot him a fierce glare. "Oh, why do I still sense the scent of blood and death lingering here?" The huntress raised an eyebrow. The scent of blood and death likely comes from me. I fought with wolves the day before yesterday and sustained some injuries. But I also managed to take down a few of them, Rod explained. The huntress scrutinized him for a moment before speaking. Your injuries from 2 days ago shouldn't have healed this quickly. They appear to be at least a fortnight old. Upon hearing this, Rod glanced at his right hand, which had been pierced by Pilt's sword. The wound had scabbed over, and the bone had even begun to mend. His right palm was functional again, and he had just used his right fingers to dip into the plant powder for his dental care. The healing did indeed seem remarkably rapid. Aya noticed this too, her astonishment evident as she gazed at him, likely believing it to be some magical phenomenon. Rod found himself at a loss for words. Realizing that aside from speaking the unvarnished truth, he could conjure no fabrications. Yet, he hesitated to divulge the entire truth. If he claimed to have applied a remarkably effective potion, the huntress would demand to see it. Leaving him in a quandary. No. Why did he instinctively feel compelled to answer her inquiries? It seems I owe you no elaborate explanations. You are the mistress of this domain, and we are mere temporary inhabitants of your abode. Should you wish for us to depart at this very moment, we shall do so without delay, Rod declared. The huntress nodded. You would do well to vacate this forest swiftly. It harbors dangers far greater than you can fathom. If you are willing to compensate me, I could even guide you out. She and Baron appeared to be somewhat compatible, Rod mused. He ventured, Might I offer a sword as payment? The huntress unsheathed her short sword and retorted, Are you foolishly courting death? Rod hastily clarified, You have misconstrued my intent. I meant the sword as a fee for your guidance, not as a challenge. It was apparent that the huntress had misunderstood Rod's proposition, believing he sought confrontation. Following the encounter with Pilt and the 3 mercenaries the previous day, Rod had acquired 3 swords and an axe. The huntress acquiesced. Very well, that seems fair. May we partake in a meal before we take our leave? Aya inquired, her wide eyes fixed on the huntress, at first glance, or even by the sound of her voice. It was impossible to discern whether she was a boy or a girl. Although she adamantly insisted she was a girl, Rod had come to regard her as a boy, and she likely was the noble girl abducted by Daniel. Yet he chose not to confront this matter. The huntress hesitated but ultimately consented. You may prepare a meal, but I shall supervise. Upon hearing this, Aya discarded the burnt remnants from the pot and scurried to the stream to wash it. Rod entered the wooden cabin to organize their belongings, intending to give Aya Pilt's short sword for her use, a mercenary's long sword as payment to the huntress, while keeping the remaining long sword and axe for himself. Aya returned with the pot in hand. Have you decided what we shall eat? Rod retrieved several potatoes and some cured beef from his backpack on the table. We shall have this. After enjoying the potato stew with beef that Rod had overseen Aya prepare, the 3 set forth on the path to leave the forest. Even without the addition of pepper or soy sauce, both Aya and the huntress found the meal quite satisfying. The huntress led the way, with Rod and Aya trailing behind her. Since his arrival in this world, Rod had encountered numerous deceptions, from the necromancer masquerading as a merchant to the mercenary who had almost felled him with an axe the day prior. He held no trust in the huntress, though he retained a modicum of faith in Aya. How did you 2 end up lost in this forest? The huntress inquired with curiosity. What is amiss with this forest? Rod sidestepped the topic of their being lost. Instead, probing the huntress for information regarding the forest, as they walked, she explained, This forest is cursed. The creatures within have become exceedingly aggressive, often forsaking advantageous options, such as fleeing in favor of engaging their foes in a fight to the death. Is it influenced by some magical artifact? Rod asked, recalling his first magical item, the disaster of the wise. I couldn't say for certain. Perhaps. Some have suggested as much, the huntress replied, shaking her head. Others claim it is due to a noble Nord being interred here, having established a magical array within his tomb that affects the minds of those nearby. The array's power exceeded the creator's expectations, influencing the fauna above ground. She glanced skyward, noting the dwindling light. It is getting late. We ought to establish a campfire before darkness falls, lest we encounter grave dangers. Proceeding to a slightly elevated area, she announced, This shall suffice. She set her pack down and began gathering materials to construct a temporary campsite. You should sit and rest. Your wounds have yet to heal, Aya advised as Rod prepared to assist. Seizing the opportunity to shirk labor, Rod shamelessly sank to the ground, especially since Aya had permitted his idleness. As night approached and the temperature dropped, Rod pondered how he had managed to sleep so soundly in the cold the previous night. "How can you sit there idly while we two women toil?" the huntress mocked. Returning with an armful of branches. Of course, he was comfortable with it, though he would never vocalize that thought. "I can ignite the fire," Rod offered. The huntress cast him a disdainful glance before resuming her wood gathering. After a day of rest, Rod's magical energy had nearly replenished. Drawing from his previous experience, he swiftly conjured a campfire using gravitational magic. With a hint of obsessive-compulsive disorder, he arranged the fire and branches neatly under his mental control, taking pride in his handiwork. Just then, a pot was flung at him. It was the huntress. "Quit daydreaming and prepare the meal before you zone out." He rummaged through his backpack, discovering only the cabbage he was not particularly fond of. Nonetheless, having vegetables in winter was a luxury. Eating only meat had been too rich for him lately. He also unearthed the last of the cured beef, contemplating a cabbage and beef stew. Consuming beef daily was growing tiresome. And while the huntress was away, he rummaged through her pack, discovering some red leaves. Sniffing one, he realized it bore a resemblance to chili peppers. Combining the beef and cabbage with the pepper to create a hot pot seemed promising, especially with a potato on hand. Chapter 43. Werewolf. The trio gathered around the fire, enjoying their hot pot with beads of sweat forming on their brows. "I never imagined this plant could be consumed in such a manner. Previously, I had seen dogs avoid it, leading everyone to shun it. However, those who have ingested it have not been poisoned, merely experiencing discomfort during their bathroom visits." The huntress gasped, her breath hitching from the spice. Yet her fork continued to seek out the beef in the pot. "I had searched for this plant for ages without success, and yet here you are with an abundance. Given that you know dogs avoid it, why did you collect so much for your pack?" Rod inquired. "Ground into powder, it inflicts excruciating pain when applied to wounds. It is a staple in the castle's torture chamber. I ventured into the forest to gather it at the behest of the castle steward. Otherwise, who in their right mind would endure such hardship in the dead of winter?" The huntress regarded Rod with a knowing glint in her eye. She suspected that he and Aya were indeed braving the winter forest for ulterior motives. Yet, their experiences were extraordinary. Few would believe them if they spoke of it. "Water, water," Aya gasped, her face flushed and tears nearly spilling from the spice. Rod handed her a water flask. "Could you assist me in locating some seeds of this plant? I wish to cultivate some myself." "I can help you find some. I am sure we will encounter more on our journey tomorrow," the huntress replied, her mouth full. Rod found it peculiar. In the world he had come from, chili peppers thrived in subtropical regions, maturing in the fall and summer. It was surprising to discover a plant with similar leaves and flavor in such a frigid locale. "After consuming this, I no longer feel cold," the huntress remarked. Setting her fork down, and Aya nodded in agreement. It appeared they had surprisingly developed a tolerance for spice. Perhaps they should consider opening a hot pot restaurant post-adventure, hoping to find Sichuan pepper and star anise in future quests. Rod contemplated the myriad of ways he could amass wealth: high-grade grain liquor, a hot pot restaurant, a Chinese eatery, or a dumpling house. After satisfying their hunger, the huntress and Aya prepared to retire for the night, and the hot pot failed to attract any beasts. Rod took the first watch, with the huntress to relieve him in the latter half. Guarding the night proved tedious. Without a task, he risked dozing off. Lacking a book to read and with injuries hindering his ability to practice martial arts without disturbing the others, he opted to engage in a meditative practice to dull his awareness of the surroundings, which bore its own risks. He began to study the descriptions and techniques of the martial arts he possessed within the system, reading and rereading them until boredom set in. He resolved to explore gravitational magic further, aiming to uncover additional functions and perhaps rename it. Aside from serving as a mage's hand, it could also be used to sense the surrounding area. Its creator, the necromancer Otto, had chosen an overly dramatic name for the spell. After deliberation, Rod decided to rename it Mage's Sphere. Utilizing the Mage's Sphere, he probed his surroundings and discovered something concealed in the trees. A cold sweat broke out as he scrutinized the object, revealing it to be a werewolf. Why were werewolves present here? Given his previous encounters with the death cult's werewolves, he instinctively associated them with that organization. However, upon reflection, werewolves were not exclusive to the death cult. They also existed in Nord. Was the creature in the tree merely a wild wolf? He feigned ignorance, maintaining his pretense, wondering how long the werewolf had been perched in the tree without his notice. Had it arrived before their journey? Or while they were engaged in conversation over the hot pot? In the Roman Empire, werewolves were considered among the most perilous hunters, endowed with strength and agility, adept at concealing themselves while skillfully tracking their adversaries. Their razor-sharp claws could even rend the plate armor of an ordinary knight. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Nord, terrifying creatures such as saber-toothed tigers and frost trolls lurked. Fully grown frost trolls could effortlessly tear apart robust warhorses. The werewolf stealthily maneuvered through the trees, gradually approaching Rod and his companions. Rod, employing gravitational manipulation, yanked the werewolf from its perch, causing it to tumble to the ground, where it quickly rolled to dissipate some of the impact. Rod shouted loudly, rousing Aya and the female hunter from their slumber. The werewolf charged at Rod with a furious roar, yet its speed was evidently inferior to that of the werewolves from the Cult of Death. Rod was well prepared. Prior to the watch, he had donned a claw weapon on his right hand and kept his longsword close at hand. With his sword in his left hand, he met the werewolf's advance. Executing a diagonal slash, the werewolf, with its powerful arm, swatted Rod's longsword aside, lunging at him with its other hand. Rod was taken aback, astonished by the creature's immense strength. He realized he need not evade but instead unleash the Taizu long fist. Now at level V4, his right fist, clad with the claw weapon, collided with the werewolf's claw, producing a painful roar from the beast as its paw became drenched in its own blood, the foul liquid streaming down its appendage. Having gained the upper hand, Rod chose not to pursue the advantage but instead stepped back to equip his left hand with a claw weapon as well. After an afternoon of recovery, his left arm, treated with the black jade ointment, had nearly healed, with even the scabs on the connections about to fall away, prompting him to praise the remarkable efficacy of the system's lottery-derived medicine. An arrow whizzed past Rod, embedding itself in the werewolf's eye, eliciting another roar of fury as it surged forward. Rod employed the Taizu long fist, parrying the werewolf's frantic attacks while seizing opportunities to counterstrike. Seemingly entering a state of harmony with the martial art, executing moves with fluidity, a system notification congratulated Rod on mastering the essence of the Taizu long fist, indicating that the technique had become an integral part of him, no longer occupying a skill slot nor diminishing in level. With this newfound mastery, Rod faced the werewolf's chaotic onslaught with newfound ease, even glancing at the system while engaged in combat. A skills tab appeared in his martial arts panel, containing only the Taizu long fist, revealing the ability to activate it as a skill. Upon using the Taizu long fist at V4, the next punch would deal 175 damage and increase fist power by 40 for 10 seconds. With cooldown time determined by Rod's condition, after reviewing the description, Rod unleashed the Taizu long fist upon the werewolf, which crossed its arms to block. A sharp crack resonated as the werewolf's arms weakened and fell limp. Seizing the moment, Rod unleashed a barrage of punches that rained down upon the creature, opting to strike its face rather than its body, finally knocking the werewolf unconscious on the ground. He turned to the female hunter, saying, "Finish it off, end its suffering." The female hunter replied, "If you cannot bear to do it, I shall." Werewolves, transformed from humans, seldom retained their sanity, and only a rare few could shift between their human and werewolf forms at will. This werewolf was evidently among the majority. Having gained power without preserving its human intellect, the female hunter stepped forward and plunged Rod's long sword into the werewolf's throat, blood gushing forth as the creature's head tilted, motionless thereafter. Chapter 44. Identity. Rod and the female hunter relocated the werewolf's carcass. Uncertain whether the scent of blood might attract other beasts, a faint trace of the metallic aroma lingered on the ground, as the werewolf had bled profusely after the female hunter severed its throat. Rod constructed a small fire at that spot. After completing these tasks, he felt no fatigue, even brimming with excitement at the thought of finding someone to spar with. "Since you seem so energetic, you can keep watch the entire night," the female hunter remarked, stifling a yawn. Rod pondered his lack of sleep the previous day and the one before that, contemplating whether he might perish from exhaustion if he did not rest soon. "I shall only keep watch for the first half of the night. You can take over for the latter half. Rod declined the female hunter's suggestion. She nodded and lay down on her fur blanket, promptly falling asleep. Aya sat on the ground, her face pale and body trembling slightly. She had been frightened by the werewolf's ghastly visage and had yet to recover from her terror. Are you truly so timid? Rod teased softly. Aya, regaining her composure, retorted angrily, You're the one who's timid. Rod chuckled but suddenly fell silent, his expression shifting as he fixed his gaze above Aya. She froze in fear, too terrified to look up, and quietly inquired, What is up there? Her voice trembled with dread. Stay still. A leaf is about to fall, Rod replied earnestly. Aya, upon hearing this, remained still for a long moment before finally processing Rod's words. She then playfully struck him, turned her back to him, and lay down to sleep, ignoring him. Rod felt exasperated, uncertain if there existed any remedy for someone burdened with the wisdom's misfortune, such as Aya. Sitting by the fire, he idly played with the flames, and as the night wore on, he woke the female hunter to take her turn on watch. Leaning against a tree, he entered a meditative state. By morning, they merely rinsed their mouths and consumed some of the hard black bread from their packs, resuming their journey. According to the female hunter, if they moved quickly, they could exit the forest before nightfall and reach Frostwood Town on its outskirts. After inquiring further, Rod learned they had been transported to the Winterhold province. Had Baron continued at his previous pace, they would still be in the Highmount province, for their journey ahead required traversing several thousand-meter-high snow-capped mountains to reach Winterhold. On their way out of the forest, they encountered no further dangers, as the female hunter skillfully guided them away from a fully grown saber-toothed tiger. From a distance, Rod was taken aback by the sight of the creature, its size nearly rivaling that of the wild boar he had slain. Such a colossal feline could only be described as a death incarnate of the forest. The female hunter warned that should it launch a surprise attack, it could easily slay a squad of 5 well-equipped and strategically adept heavy infantry from the Kingdom of Fish. Rod remained skeptical. After all, the Kingdom of Fish had never invaded Nord's homeland. So how could she possibly know the outcome of such a battle? As the sun began to set, they emerged from the forest into a bustling small town built on its outskirts. Despite the impending arrival of spring, the town was vibrant, with merchants hawking their wares even as the sun dipped low and adventurers bearing weapons thronged the streets. Why are there adventurers here? Rod inquired curiously of the female hunter. As I mentioned before, it is rumored that a noble's tomb lies hidden within this forest. Many seek to uncover it and claim the treasures within. Furthermore, long ago, a duke from the Winterhold province issued a bounty, promising knighthood to anyone who could resolve the anomalies plaguing this forest. Consequently, every year, numerous adventurers arrive, preparing to venture into the woods come spring, she explained. Aren't they afraid someone might enter the forest during winter and find it before they do? Rod asked. Not at all. Countless adventurers have come here for centuries, yet none have succeeded in finding it. Nowadays, many adventurers come not solely to discover the tomb, but also to partake in the excitement and hunt for some game to earn a little coin, the female hunter replied. Well, you have exited the forest, and our deal is complete, so I shall take my leave now. But we don't even know your name, Rod stated. No need, you haven't told me yours either. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again, she said before departing. Are you following me, or what? Rod turned to Aya beside him. I have no money, and I don't know where my parents went. Where could I possibly go? Aya responded. Aren't you going back north to continue being a noble lady? Rod asked. Having narrowly escaped, how could I possibly return? Aya began but then realized she had slipped up. Rod smiled at her, while Aya stared at him, unsure of her next move. A noble lady yearning for adventure? Rod quipped. Aya ignored him, turning her head to the ground. A noble lady unwilling to accept an arranged marriage? Rod continued. In a fit of anger, Aya ran off to the side. Rod reached out and pulled her back, saying, Don't be upset just because I hit the nail on the head. It's foolish to run off alone. Others will surely abduct you and sell you to some fool in the Roman Empire, leaving you with nothing but a life of bearing children for someone else. Tears welled in Aya's eyes as she looked at Rod. How about we contact the local nobility and ask for their assistance in sending you home? Rod suggested. No. Even if I were abducted, I could find a way to escape. If I return home, I would never be able to leave again. Aya replied, her expression indicating she was on the verge of tears. Then what do you plan to do after escaping? If I were you, I would stay home, where all the best food and drink are delivered to your lips every day. Rod asked. I don't even know what I want to do. I just don't want to go home. They want to marry me off to a count who is over 20 years older than me, Aya murmured. Rod was at a loss, uncertain of how to comfort Aya and cease her tears. Faced with a weeping little girl, he felt a rising frustration. Aya tugged at the hem of Rod's clothing. So what will you do now? Will you follow me? Rod inquired, to which Aya nodded in affirmation. Resigned to the situation, Rod felt a touch of helplessness. With not a single coin to their names, he led Aya into a grocery store, intending to sell the axe he had acquired from the mercenaries. The steel axe should fetch a reasonable price. Upon entering the store, the proprietor was lazily dozing at the counter. How much will you give me for this axe? Rod asked. The shopkeeper rubbed his eyes, roused himself, and examined the axe for a considerable time before replying, The craftsmanship is quite fine, though the blade is somewhat dull and will require time to sharpen. I can offer you 1 gold coin. Rod argued, You won't find such an axe at any blacksmith shop for less than 10 gold coins. If you were to visit the blacksmith in the city, you'd have to pay at least 15 gold coins. And now you offer me just 1. It should be at least 5. After a moment of silence, the shopkeeper countered with a price of 3 gold coins. Return the axe to me. I shall sell it next door, Rod retorted. The shopkeeper hesitated, contemplating a higher offer. Aya interjected, We have not a single coin to our names. 3 gold coins is acceptable. She extended her hand towards the shopkeeper, stating, Hand over the 3 gold coins. The shopkeeper, pleased, placed the coins in Aya's palm. Let us depart, she declared. Rod now regretted bringing her along. Chapter 45. Chaos. Rod first ventured alone into the cleanest inn he could find, negotiating the price for 2 rooms with the innkeeper before returning to escort Aya inside. The inn served the same meal to all guests at a fixed time, and they arrived just in time for dinner, which consisted of onion soup accompanied by dark bread. It seemed Aya had noticed Rod's reluctance to include her in discussions regarding prices, as she remained silent throughout the meal and retreated to her room to sleep afterward. After finishing his meal, Rod observed outside that vendors were still peddling their wares. Noticing his tattered garments, he resolved to seek a tailor for a new outfit. Though the night had fallen, the streets of the town were illuminated by torches, providing ample visibility for passers-by. Rod entered a shop marked by a pair of scissors, only to find the tailor preparing to close. Upon seeing Rod, she resumed her seat. Rod's fur coat was ragged and stained, with traces of blood marring its surface. The tailor, a robust middle-aged woman, inquired, Are you looking to commission a new garment or to repair your old one? How much for a custom piece? Rod asked. That depends on the fabric. We offer cotton, wool, linen, and leather. If you have sufficient funds, we can even do velvet. I believe leather would suit you well. It's both affordable and durable, the tailor responded. Rod concurred, recognizing the practicality of leather in the beast-rich Nord Kingdom, where even many minor nobles opted for leather garments for their sturdiness and warmth. What is the specific price for the leather? Rod inquired again. Based on your measurements, I can craft a deer-hide outfit for 15 silver coins, or a cowhide outfit for 20. There are other skins available, such as wolf, but they are pricier, the tailor explained. Given that Frostwood Town was near the forest, deer were more plentiful than cattle, making deer-hide garments less expensive, and cowhide could be processed into armor. Then I shall take the deer-hide. Rod decided on the most economical option. You'll need to pay a deposit of 5 silver coins. Return in 3 days for your garment. Now, please stand so I can take your measurements. After departing the tailor's shop, Rod visited the blacksmith, only to find the armor still beyond his means. The gear worn by any of the 3 knights from the Radiant Cross Order, with whom he fought, was worth thousands of gold coins, though their equipment was likely crafted by members of their own order, and thus could be less expensive. Upon returning to the inn, Rod inquired with the innkeeper about bathing facilities. Regrettably, the innkeeper informed him that there were none, but mentioned a natural hot spring in the town where he could wash, although the lord had stationed someone there to collect fees. Rod assessed his wounds and decided it prudent to wait until he healed further before bathing. He requested some hot water from the innkeeper and returned to his room to wash away the blood and the ineffective black jade ointment. Subsequently, Rod sat on the bed and began practicing his martial arts, reflecting on how he could fell a wolf or even a mercenary with a single punch. Apart from the effects of the tiger claw and the Taizu long fist he had drawn from the system shop, he recognized that the comprehensive enhancement of his physical qualities through the martial arts had significantly increased his strength. The description of the martial arts indicated its potential to enhance overall physical attributes. But previously, due to the modest improvements, he had almost forgotten about this capability. Just as Rod immersed himself in his training, a resounding horn echoed from outside, startling him awake. What was happening? Would they not allow anyone to sleep? He seized his sword and pushed open the door, only to find a fellow guest from the adjacent room emerging as well. What is going on? Rod asked. The man shook his head in silence. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be a mercenary from the Anu royal court, clad in a dusty yellow robe, wearing a traditional woolen hat of the nomadic peoples, and bearing a sharp curved dagger at his waist. Rod rushed to Aya's room, discovering her already waiting at the door. All men capable of wielding a sword are to gather in the square, someone shouted from outside, followed by a cacophony of screams, both human and animal. Hearing this, Rod prepared to descend and ascertain the situation, but Aya grasped his arm, preventing him from going. What is it? Rod inquired. I am scared alone, Aya whispered. Then come with me, Rod replied, pulling her along as they descended. The inn's first floor was crowded with people, yet eerily silent. At the entrance, two burly men barricaded the door, while something outside seemed to be violently battering against it. Everyone held their weapons aloft, warily eyeing the door. What is happening? Weren't we supposed to gather in the square? Rod quietly asked a melancholy middle-aged man with long hair nearby. I do not know why, but the beasts from the forest have gone mad and invaded the town. The captain of the guard intended to assemble the men in the square to fend off the beasts before he was torn in half by a forest troll. The despondent man quivered. We are all going to die here. The innkeeper, still casually sipping his drink at a table, remarked nonchalantly, this is merely a minor occurrence. Every few years, as spring approaches, numerous beasts swarm into the town to attack humans. I've witnessed it countless times. Rod felt slightly reassured by the innkeeper's words. However, the innkeeper added, if I were you, I would sit down and enjoy one last drink. We have two forest trolls outside. With the people in this room, we are surely doomed. Rod glanced around, noting that the only seemingly capable individuals were the Anu royal court mercenary and the two burly men blocking the door. The others were young adventurers of a similar age to him. Along with the melancholy middle-aged man lurking at the back, hearing of the trolls outside, the young adventurers could barely steady their weapons. Why is your inn filled with young people? The melancholy man asked the innkeeper. The innkeeper chuckled, because young people and foreigners are the easiest to swindle. Experienced adventurers would never stay in an inn that appears this clean. It is clean not because it is unoccupied, but because the high prices deter patrons. The more honest inns are perpetually filled with adventurers, making them impossible to keep clean. Rod felt he had gained some insight from this exchange. Are there not two strong men at the door? The melancholy man queried. They, like you, sought refuge here only after seeing the trolls, the innkeeper replied. Just as he finished speaking, a large, furry hand reached through the wooden door, and the two men who had been blocking the entrance abandoned their resistance, retreating behind the door to brace for what was to come. With a loud crack, the sturdy wooden door was torn apart by the hand's owner, and two trolls burst into the room, emitting furious roars. Chapter 46. Trolls. The trolls did not resemble the kind Rod had often encountered in the Warcraft games he played. Rather, they bore a striking resemblance to gorillas, albeit on a much more massive scale, towering nearly 4 meters when standing. The height of the inn's first floor was insufficient for them to stand upright. They possessed 3 eyes, the 2 typical eyes of an animal and a horizontally oriented half-open eye located in the center of their foreheads. Many have studied the troll's singular eye, but Rod had not perused any such texts. However, he recalled Baron mentioning that trolls in this world were averse to fire and acid but were not particularly concerned by blades and swords. Their regenerative abilities were formidable, and should a warrior of modest magical prowess engage a troll, they could only hope their strength surpassed that of the troll. Upon the entrance of the troll, the entire hall was rendered grotesque. Rod held his nose, the creature exuding a foul stench reminiscent of congealed blood. Urine and moldy cheese point. One of the burly men who had previously barricaded the door raised his single-edged axe and, with a fierce roar, unleashed a Nord battle cry as he charged towards the troll. The troll extended its arm, and the axe struck with such force that it nearly cleaved the limb in two. The troll let out a pained roar, but in the next instant, another troll nearby swung its massive hand, striking him with a resounding slap. Rod, standing towards the back of the crowd, felt a powerful gust as the man wielding the axe was sent flying against the wall, creating a gaping hole in the sturdy wooden barrier, leaving half of his body trapped within, clearly a fatal predicament. Witnessing such a gruesome scene, the gathered crowd erupted in terrified screams, hastening towards the staircase behind Rod. The individual closest to the troll was also slammed against the wall. Rod, too, contemplated fleeing, yet in that fleeting moment, a thought struck him. Those who ran upstairs in horror films often met grim fates. He grasped Aya's hand tightly, a pang of regret washing over him for having sold the axe. It would have been far more effective against the troll than a one-handed sword. Perhaps even allowing an escape through the wall it could have breached. However, aside from him and Aya, only two others remained in the hall, a mercenary from the Anu court who lived next door, and the previously mentioned Nord brute. The Nord man, eyes ablaze with fury, glared at the two trolls, his teeth grinding incessantly. The one that had fallen was likely his brother. The troll with the injured arm approached the Anu mercenary brandishing a curved blade. Launching an attack, the mercenary deftly evaded the strike, countering with a wound to its flank. Rod noted that the troll's previously injured hand had almost healed completely. Outlander, your weapon is ineffective against it. You require a heavy weapon like mine. The Nord man shouted after blocking a strike from the troll with his axe. The mercenary, undeterred by the Nord's words, continued to evade and engage the troll with agility. Rod sought to seize the opportunity to escape with Aya through the door. But at that moment, a smaller troll, standing just over 2 meters tall, burst in. Is this a family affair? Rod mused as he pushed Aya aside. The diminutive troll lunged at Rod, swiping with a massive hand. But he bent low, easily dodging the attack. It seemed their method of assault was somewhat monotonous. After observing and experiencing their attacks, Rod concluded that they consistently struck from the side with their arms, never approaching vertically. Seizing the moment when the smaller troll swung its right hand to the left, unable to retract its arm quickly enough, Rod slipped behind it and thrust his sword upward into the back of its skull. He felt the blade pierce through flesh, and as he withdrew his sword, the small troll collapsed to the ground. The two larger trolls showed no reaction, even failing to glance at their fallen companion. Rod observed the small troll's wound. Its muscles writhed and visibly healed at an alarming rate. It propped itself up on its arms, preparing to rise. Without hesitation, Rod plunged his sword into it once more. If it were a human, he would have likely struck the cerebellum. It appeared that even with its regeneration, the troll remained incapacitated until its cerebellum had sufficiently healed. You stay here and keep stabbing that spot with your dagger. Pushing deeper, Rod instructed the somewhat dazed Aya. She nodded, coming to her senses. If only there were gasoline to ignite it. Armed with his long sword, Rod approached the two larger trolls. They loomed significantly taller than the previous one. Even if he leaped, he might struggle to penetrate their defenses. He resolved to assist the Nord man, who was on the verge of collapsing before the troll, suffering severe internal injuries as blood flowed from his mouth and nose. Rest for a moment. I will handle it, Rod said. No, I must avenge my brother, the Nord man insisted stubbornly, and the next instant, the troll sent his axe flying from his grasp. Perhaps I should take a break, he awkwardly conceded. Taking advantage of the troll's momentary distraction, Rod thrust his long sword into the creature's rear, twisting the blade forcefully, releasing an even more repugnant odor. The troll howled in agony, a sound that reverberated painfully in Rod's ears. Before he could withdraw the blade, the troll turned towards him. Rod rolled away just in time to evade a furious strike, witnessing the troll's earlier blow shatter a large table into splinters. Fear gripped him. A single misstep could transform him into mere pulp. Having lost his sword, Rod donned a set of tiger claws and, seizing the initiative, executed a technique from the Grand Ancestor's long fist. When the troll's attack missed, he delivered a powerful punch to its knee, shattering it and causing the creature to topple sideways. An idea struck him. He recalled the venomous gold needle he had obtained from a previous reward. He wondered whether the toxin would have any effect on the troll. With the troll now hindered, it presented an ideal opportunity for experimentation. Approaching cautiously, Rod deftly avoided the troll's furious swipes, finally driving the poisoned needle into its arm. After a few feeble roars, the troll succumbed to paralysis and fell into a deep slumber, though its chest still rose and fell with life. Such resilience, Rod mused, marveling at the creature's tenacity, wholly unlike any natural being he had encountered. The previously resting Nord man charged in, swiftly decapitating the troll. To Rod's disbelief, the troll's eyes flickered open once more, and its body began to writhe as it sought its severed head. The Nord man hastily severed its limbs, while the troll, entangled with the Anu mercenary, roared in rage, its speed and strength noticeably amplified. As soon as the Nord man dispatched the troll, Rod dashed to the table where the innkeeper had previously sat. Retrieving a large jug of alcohol to douse the troll's body and head, with a flick of his wrist, the Nord man conjured flames, casting the fire tongue spell. Rod was not surprised. Many adventurers possessed the ability to wield such magic. However, the fire tongue spell proved ineffective against the troll, which feared flames but was not critically harmed. Rod then poured alcohol over the small troll, which Aya had been mercilessly beating. The Nord man approached quietly and unleashed another fire tongue spell. Now, only one troll remained to confront. Chapter 47. Resolution. Before Rod and the Nord man intervened, the Anu mercenary had been skillfully evading the troll's attacks while inflicting wounds in return. It was not that the troll's strikes were slow, but rather that the mercenary was exceptionally agile. Yet, these wounds would not accumulate sufficiently to drain the troll's vitality. The troll that had lost its head continued to writhe on the ground, searching for its severed form to reattach. Rod found it perplexing that the smaller troll could only regain its mobility after some healing, possibly due to its size or youth resulting in lesser recuperative abilities. He began to realize that this world could not be entirely understood through the lens of his previous existence. Many phenomena defied logic, yet could be attributed to magic. Armed with a venomous gold needle, he approached the last remaining troll, remaining vigilant, for prior victories had not dulled his senses. His forehead bore a scar that would forever remind him of the dangers he faced. After a fierce struggle, the poison needle found its mark in the final troll. The needle would not outright slay the creature but merely induce a state of paralysis and slumber, and Rod had witnessed the effects firsthand with the Nord man's assistance. After dismembering the last troll, the Nord man combined fire with alcohol to ensure its demise. Yet, upon completing this task, he exhibited no joy in victory, instead cradling his brother's lifeless body, coughing blood as tears streamed down his face. Rod sighed, feeling helpless in the face of such profound grief. Mere words of comfort would never suffice. The Nord man's brother had sacrificed his life to protect others, a stark contrast to the safety the very people he had shielded now reveled in. Those upstairs, upon realizing the battle had ceased, rushed to the first floor, celebrating their survival, in light of the Nord brothers' plight. Rod felt a pang of discomfort within. Outside the inn, numerous beasts wandered, and battles raged on, claiming lives relentlessly. The scent of the trolls deterred ordinary beasts, while even those more formidable than trolls would circumvent the area. Observing the jubilant patrons raising their glasses in celebration, Rod felt an urge to release the pent-up frustration within him. He departed the tavern alone, unarmed save for his tiger claws. Aya attempted to grasp his arm, but he slipped away, vanishing into the night. Unbeknownst to Aya, Rod's departure into the perilous night left her anxious. As she dared not venture out in search of him, she remained in the hall, awaiting his return until dawn broke. She cast a disdainful glance at those who had previously cowered upstairs when the trolls invaded, only to rush downstairs to shout and holler now that the danger had subsided. When will I become powerful enough to no longer require anyone's protection? She pondered in her heart. She scrutinized the nearby mercenary from the Anu royal court, who was consuming venison steak, wondering what set such a formidable individual apart from herself. This meat had been specially roasted by the innkeeper in gratitude for his presence, yet, like before, the mercenary remained taciturn, leaving the ingratiating innkeeper feeling quite awkward. From the very first glance, Aya had harbored an aversion toward the innkeeper, that once expressionless now obsequiously rotund man. As dawn approached, a sudden cacophony erupted outside. Causing those who had been reveling to retreat upstairs once more. Aya witnessed the innkeeper scuttle into the cellar beneath the wine cabinet, locking the door behind him. The first floor was left with only Aya and the foreign mercenary, the Nordish giant. Having sustained grave injuries and weeping over his brother's corpse, had succumbed to unconsciousness and was carried upstairs by a group of people to rest. Just then, the freshly repaired door swung open, revealing a contingent of soldiers clad in chainmail, wielding one-handed swords and shields. The shields bore the emblem of a curled white fox. Their armor and swords were stained with blood, and upon entering, they brought with them a pungent stench of iron. Aya dared not make a sound as she observed them. She recognized the insignia as that of the Furs family, having studied the heraldry, languages, and histories of various noble families across the continent since childhood. Her own family bore a slight grudge against the Furs family. Should they recognize her, it was likely she would be seized as a hostage, unless her family paid a ransom. The soldiers wore helmets that concealed their faces, revealing only their piercing eyes. The leader of the soldiers surveyed the inn, his gaze momentarily lingering on the charred corpse of the troll and on the mercenary, before signaling to his comrades, who then methodically exited the tavern to venture elsewhere. With their departure, Aya exhaled in relief. Evidently, these ordinary soldiers would not recognize her. Perhaps even my father would fail to identify me now, Aya thought sadly. She glanced at herself. Her once flaxen hair had been hacked into a disheveled crop, and her elegantly tailored garments had been replaced with foul-smelling animal hides. Those who had taken refuge upstairs rushed down upon hearing the soldiers leave, one among them inquiring of the mercenary what had transpired. The mercenary, with eyes sharp as an eagle, cast a fleeting glance at him but offered no reply, continuing instead to drink and eat in solitude. Moments later, a throng of torch-bearing soldiers dashed past outside. The air was filled with roars and howls. Soon, however, silence fell, leaving only the commands of those tending to the wounded and clearing away the bodies. Aya approached the door to peer outside, the sun beginning to rise, the battle now concluded. Piles of beast carcasses lay strewn alongside the road, while the bodies of humans had been gathered and arranged neatly in a row by the soldiers. Many wept as they searched for the remains of family and friends. Concerned for Rod, Aya quickened her pace, ultimately breaking into a run, passing one house after another until she reached the edge of the small town, yet found no sign of him. Turning back, she sprinted toward the opposite side of the town, where she spotted Rod sitting on the ground, his face ashen, surrounded by the corpses of beasts, wolves, badgers, and even a colossal troll, larger than any she had seen before, towering at an estimated 5 meters when standing. Yet it lay dead, its massive head cleaved into several pieces by an inexplicable force. Aya gazed vacantly at the severed head, utterly bewildered as to how Rod had accomplished such a feat upon seeing her. Rod managed a weak smile, and Aya noticed his hands were smeared with blood, droplets continuing to drip down. He rose and approached her, weakly stating, "Let us return." Upon their return to the inn, Rod collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to sleep without washing the blood from his hands. Aya took a towel and warm water to cleanse his face and hands, clenching her fists as she vowed silently to grow stronger, to be of assistance rather than cower in a safe position like a coward. Chapter 48. The system's changes hunger roused Rod from his slumber. He opened the window to find the sun nearly set. Descending the stairs, he prepared to eat something. It was mealtime, and the hall was filled with patrons. Yet as he made his way down, every eye was fixed upon him. "Isn't that our troll slayer?" one of the seated adventurers exclaimed, prompting the others to erupt into raucous applause and cheers of "Troll slayer, troll slayer." Rod, taken aback by such attention for the first time, wondered if he ought to respond with a stoic wave. "You've awakened. I prepared my finest honey-roasted venison just for you. I even intended to deliver it personally to your room." The innkeeper beamed as he approached. "You must try my homebrewed rye beer. I've aged it in the cellar for many years. Recently, I removed the ice and took a sip. It was truly delightful, rich and aromatic." Rod had often found it curious how undistilled low-alcohol rye beer could ignite. Now he understood. It seemed the alcohol's freezing point was lower than that of water in this world, the ice cubes extracted being merely water with a higher freezing point, leaving a more potent alcoholic beverage behind. This magical world bore some resemblance to the one he had traversed before. Rod settled into a chair vacated by a young adventurer as the innkeeper presented him with the steaming venison and warmed rye beer. I shall certainly sample your rye beer next time. However, I've just awoken and am parched, so I would prefer some water, Rod said to the grinning innkeeper beside him. The innkeeper hurried away to fetch a glass of water. Rod downed the entire glass in one gulp before digging into the venison. Despite the lingering stares of those around him, which made him somewhat uncomfortable, as he ate, he began to review the martial arts system. After dispatching the badger with Taizu Chongquan the day before, his proficiency in the art had reached level V5, the maximum level. Upon reaching this pinnacle, he received a prompt about adding an effect to Taizu Chongquan. However, having subsequently focused on confronting the massive troll, he had yet to make a selection. Similar to the last time with the iron shirt, 3 effects were available for choice. Effect 1 could slightly increase the damage of Taizu Chongquan's active skills. Effect 2 would enable Taizu Chongquan to inflict internal injuries on the target. Effect 3 would bestow an armor-piercing effect. After a moment's contemplation, Rod opted for Effect 3. While Effect 2 was appealing, Rod recognized that his internal energy was not yet sufficiently deep, and his application of Taizu Chongquan primarily resulted in external injuries. Thus, he preferred to fully commit to the path of external damage. After upgrading Taizu Chongquan, its effects in the skill bar underwent a transformation. Following its activation, the next punch would deal 200 damage. With a 10-second boost of 50 to the power of his punches, the cooldown period dictated by Rod's conditioned in summary, having grasped the essence of Taizu Chongquan, it had seamlessly integrated into every move he executed. In gaming terms, Taizu Chongquan had become a passive skill or trait. Each punch he delivered now accompanied by additional damage from Taizu Chongquan, and even when not attacking. It enhanced his parrying capability and understanding of strikes. The system's skill bar now included an active skill named Taizu Chongquan, allowing for double damage on the next punch after use, with each punch in the following 10 seconds inflicting 1.5 times the standard damage. Upon achieving level V5 with Taizu Chongquan, Rod completed the previous week's task, earning a lottery opportunity, which he promptly chose to utilize. The spinning wheel of fortune eventually halted at a set of equipment. The Nightwalker suit, crafted from pure black silk, provided warmth in winter and coolness in summer, rendering the wearer invisible in darkness. Rod felt a tinge of regret. A more mundane outfit for everyday wear would have sufficed, especially since he currently lacked suitable clothing, and his new attire would not be ready for several days. He wondered whether the tailor had encountered any issues. He then accessed the system's marketplace, noting an increase in his chivalry points, now totaling 783, while his points for vile souls remained unchanged, likely due to Pier and the others not being as malevolent as the death cult's priests. With Taizu Chongquan no longer occupying a martial arts slot, Rod found himself with an empty position, something he had forgotten over the past few days. He decided to test his luck. After expending 100 chivalry points, the outcome of the lottery was revealed. A martial art called Silent Snow Steps, a profound technique that allowed one to walk on snow without leaving footprints when mastered. Upon learning this technique, his movement speed increased, and his steps became lighter. Silent Snow Steps automatically attached itself to his martial arts bar, and Rod felt a newfound lightness in his body. He reviewed the training method, discovering that both walking and running could enhance his proficiency. However, he suspected that this easily trainable martial art might prove challenging to upgrade. Rod then opened the taskbar, noting a change in his assignments. They were no longer weekly tasks. Previously, even if he completed a weekly task swiftly, he would have to wait for the next week for new tasks to refresh. Now, after completing each task, one can immediately accept another, and the difficulty of the tasks above has evidently increased significantly. He suspects that the system encourages him to rescue others to earn chivalry points for a lottery, rather than relying solely on task completion for the same. The task list has refreshed with 3 options for him to choose from. Task 1. To uphold justice and eliminate evil is the duty of a hero, requiring the capture or death of 100 bandits. Task 2. Not only humans but also many animals pose a threat to the safety of local residents, demanding the slaughter of 10 trolls, 200 wolves, or a creature of comparable strength to a yalong or mammoth. Task 3. Only by possessing power and status can one protect more individuals, requiring him to become a baron. Faced with the dilemma of choosing between Task 1 and Task 2, Rod sat at the table pondering after finishing off all the roasted venison. Lord Furs is recruiting adventurers to resolve the strange phenomena in the forest. Would you like to join? They have determined that the source of the chaos originates from a tomb, which happens to be that of Lord Furz's ancestor. He is in dire need of strong mercenaries like you to assist him, and the reward is said to be quite substantial, said a nearby individual to Rod. Rod found the man familiar and recalled that he was the melancholic middle-aged man talking with the innkeeper yesterday. Rod was still contemplating which task to accept when he heard the middle-aged man's words, leading him to make a decision. He chose task 2. Where can I sign up? Rod inquired. Yes, it happens. I need a teammate, and we could go together. The melancholic middle-aged man pulled Rod out of the tavern. Chapter 49. A day in Rod's life. My name is Martin. What's yours? The melancholic middle-aged man asked Rod as they walked. Rod replied, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The once mountainous pile of corpses had now been cleared away, if one disregards the casualties among the local populace. The Furze family could still profit handsomely from the beast's remains. As far as Rod knew, troll fat was quite valuable, serving as both an alchemical material and a delicacy favored by the Nords. Rod felt a pang of regret, as he was perpetually short on funds. Martin nodded and said, this task is relatively simple. We only need to locate the entrance to that tomb in the forest. As long as our luck isn't too bad, we shouldn't encounter many problems. Rod wanted to roll his eyes at him. Was this really what he deemed simple? Numerous adventurers had been searching for it for centuries without success. And how many were left in this town to seek it out? He had never felt particularly fond of Martin, and now he thought him rather foolish. He had only signed up as a side endeavor. His primary goal was still to venture into the forest and eliminate those dangerous beasts. This world was nothing like the one he had traversed before. In the previous world, hunting animals was prohibited and required protection, while in this world, many creatures threatened human lives. The Nord Kingdom even encouraged its citizens to hunt, as the increasing number of ferocious beasts would attack nearby human settlements, especially some less intelligent animals, like trolls, which showed no fear of humans. Trolls frequently attacked humans, and even a single troll dared to assault human cities. This might be the primary reason the Nord nobility permitted commoners to hunt. Lord Furze promises a gold coin to every participant, and whoever finds the tomb will receive 100 gold coins. Martin added. Martin led Rod to a small square where a clerk sat at a table on a raised platform, with several adventurers registering in front of him. Martin and Rod approached. Look who it is. Coward Martin. Can someone like him really find a companion? One adventurer exclaimed loudly. Young man, don't be deceived by him. He never cares for his companions' lives and always flees at the first sign of danger. Another adventurer warned kindly. Rod's face nearly flushed with embarrassment, recalling his own recent arrival in this world. I never intended to team up with him. I've always planned to go alone. Rod explained he had never intended to partner with Martin. His goal was to deal with the trolls in the forest to complete his task, and having Martin around would likely lead to unnecessary peril. Well, I never really planned to enter the forest. I only brought him here to sign up, Martin exclaimed loudly. Rod was somewhat astonished. Martin had previously said he would team up with him. Was he now having second thoughts? Martin, you should just stay at home. There are trolls and saber-toothed tigers in the forest. Be careful not to return, one adventurer chuckled. Upon hearing this, Martin's expression changed, and he silently left. Rod felt exasperated and turned to the crowd, asking, when does this task commence? Tomorrow morning, an adventurer replied. Rod decided against signing up. He had not had much rest lately and resolved to take a break before heading into the forest to complete his task. He turned and left, returning to the inn. Upon seeing him, Aya approached. Did you put away my sword yesterday? Rod asked Aya. Oh no, I forgot. The soldiers have cleared away the corpses, so the sword should still be there. Aya replied. Rod felt helpless. It seemed he would have to rely on his fists for a while longer, though whether using fists or a sword would inflict significant damage on trolls was debatable. A sword would be more effective against wolves, however. What about that Nord? Rod inquired again. I don't know. Aya shook her head. Rod glanced at Aya and then sniffed himself, wrinkling his brow. I think we both need to take a bath. Aya also sniffed herself and nodded with a look of distaste. I think so too. However, after bathing, they had no clothes to change into, which left Rod feeling somewhat discomfort. He first took Aya to the previous tailor's shop. Fortunately, the female tailor had not encountered any trouble. Your clothes won't be ready until tomorrow afternoon, the female tailor said, glancing up at him before returning to her work. Upon hearing this, Aya turned to Rod, angrily saying, when did you secretly buy clothes behind my back? Rod felt helpless. Did he need to report every clothing purchase to her? Looking at the ragged attire he wore now, a fur coat that John had gifted him previously now appeared akin to a beggar's clothing. He recalled the beggars he had seen before and thought they seemed better dressed. If he had to place blame, it could only be on himself for not buying her anything, Rod thought. Measure her and make her a garment as well, using better materials, Rod instructed the female tailor. With spring approaching, you could select lighter fabrics. I suggest you buy her wool. I have some ready-made that should fit her perfectly, the female tailor said, retrieving a beautifully woven gray wool coat and a pair of black wool trousers from behind the counter. If you buy them together, I can also give you an undergarment for free, the female tailor added. How much will that be in total? Rod asked. 1 gold coin, the female tailor replied. Rod hesitated slightly. Spending this gold coin would leave him with very little money. He was about to inquire if there were any alternatives when Aya tugged at his hand and whispered, We only had 3 gold coins in total, and we still need to pay for the inn. Don't buy me anything. I don't like it. Though Aya said she didn't like it. Her eyes revealed her longing. I'll take it. Later, a trip to the hot spring also cost Rod some money, and now he had not a single gold coin left, only a few meager silver coins. The innkeeper inviting him to roasted meat was less appealing than if he had refunded some of the money he had lost. It seemed he would have to accept the Lord's employment. He would set out for the forest the following day without a single day of rest. It was already dark outside, but bright oil lamps illuminated the vicinity around the hot spring. Rod looked at his reflection in the water. A scar adorned his forehead, with fresh, tender flesh having already grown over it, not particularly detracting from his appearance. Previously, he had feared the scar on his forehead would be as ghastly as John's facial scars. A large tuft of hair had been chopped off by mercenaries in the wooden cabin, leaving him with a rather sharp hairstyle. He used the razor by the poolside to trim his hair into a presentable short style, having become quite adept at handling the razor after practicing basic sword techniques. After finishing with his hair, he looked much better than before when it had been messy and uneven. His body was only 16 years old. After summer, he would turn 17, and he had yet to grow facial hair. With only a faint layer of dark fuzz above his lip, he examined his body, noting that his scars were nearly healed. The previously charred skin on his right hand had shed its blackened layer, revealing a much fairer hand beneath. The dexterity of his right hand had remained unaffected. After bathing, Rod did not wish to don the filthy rags he had been wearing. He retrieved his night-walking outfit from the system space and donned it. Though he did not wear the hood and mask, he stepped outside in that manner.